Good morning. Good morning. There we go. Okay. Had to get my own energy up. That was mostly for me. Hey, good morning. Thank you for being here. This is we're starting, like almost exactly on time, right? Because we all know the marathon can get off the rails pretty easily. So, but it's lovely to see you all. Welcome to Woodland Patterns' 32nd annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit. Woo. Here at lovely St. Kate. My name is Mike Wendt. I'm the programming director at Woodland Pattern and kicking things off for us. So I'm beginning with lots of thanks. First of all, thanks to everyone at St. Kate. This was a wonderful venue last year, and so far that's true this year too. I'm guessing it will be for the duration. No, this place is just wonderful, and everyone here is super helpful and great. So thanks, St. Kate. Thanks to so many more people. Thanks to our sponsors. So the 32nd Annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit is sponsored by presented by DeWitt LLP and Wisconsin's Own Library. And Wisconsin's Own Library is a unique collection of Wisconsin authors and illustrators owned by the General Federation of Women's Clubs of Wisconsin, with funding provided by the Gwendolyn M. Schultz Charitable Trust. And then thanks to our Ode-level sponsors, Juneau Park Friends, Paula Kiley, and Margaret Rosga. Huge thank you to all of the curators who organize segments throughout the 2 days. They're listed in the program, and you'll meet them throughout the weekend, hear from them. But some tremendous curated hours in addition to the wonderful community hours. To all of our amazing volunteers, interns, hourly hosts, just takes a lot of humans, wonderful, lovely humans, to make this possible. So thank you all so much. Members of our board, many of whom will be with us throughout the weekend. Thank you, always thank you. And my colleagues and friends in mostly alphabetical order. Louis Friedman, Molly Hassler, Marla Sandvik, Chuck Stebleton, and Antonio Vargas Nieto, and of course our amazing executive directors, Jenny Gropp and Laura Solomon. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to do this work with you all, even though I'm a little exhausted already. It'll be great. I'll just ride on adrenaline and caffeine through the weekend. Okay, and then I'm hosting the first hour, but first, just say some nice things about this whole shebang. Well, I guess, you'll hear how it's going to progress, starting with less nice things. But we all know that this country is deeply troubled at the best of times, and we're very far from whatever those might be. So I've been thinking about this. I'll warn you, somewhat lengthy quote from wonderful poet, movement worker, person, Tongo Eisen Martin. Quote, "Revolutionary consciousness is simply the understanding that the world is not an external thing to you beyond your determinations. You are not an object, animal, phantom, nor prisoner. You are not just in their world, you are with the world, co-creating the world. And while husks of marching orders socialize us into conformity within a genocidal capitalism, the lifeblood and vitality of the universe is dialogue. And all we need to do as revolutionaries is find a departure point for all that dialogue." So, I don't know, I thought maybe all of us here in this way can be such a departure point. Or I was also thinking, as Woodland Pattern co-founder Carl Gartung has mentioned, thinking of Woodland Pattern as a commons, where we are etymologically in service together. So that brings me to my last enormous thanks to everyone taking part in this year's marathon. All of this, by which I mean both the marathon but also Woodland Pattern generally, is possible because of you, because you join the commons, are with us in dialogue, allow us into your lives, and share something of your lived experience with us. We've even been invited into your homes, some of you, during the virtual marathon years, if we care to remember those. I know some may not. So yeah, worth repeating that we exist because of you, engaged in an always imperfect effort to realize poetry's capacity to foster dialogue, to co-create worlds in verse, in understanding that poetry operates within social ecologies and can encompass so much, holds so many lives in all their fullness and plurality. One more time, close it out with Tongo Eisen-Martin, quote, "We do not need the perfect revolutionary organization. All we need is a solidarity of human beings perpetually humanizing each other." So here's to another year of coming as close to that as we can muster. With that, and with so much love and gratitude from all of us, let the 32nd Annual Poetry Marathon commence. So now I'll invite the first hourly host to the stage, me. I'm Mike Wendt. I'll be your host for the next hour. Very excited to thank our sponsor for this hour, the Book Drop reading series, Angela Voras-Hills and Danielle Harms, who host that series in celebration of new small press publications. Is it fair to say occasional series? Like is it on a regular basis? Okay, the first Friday of 6 months of the year. Yeah, okay, all right. At Amorphic, which is a wonderful venue in River West, and great beer, if you are so inclined. But yeah, so the Book Drop. Find out more. Look for the Book Drop reading series on Instagram. You can get emails if you're not on social media like me about their events. Email feels old now, which is funny, but okay. So here comes our first reader. Are you ready to welcome Amanda Werstein? Woo!
My heart is with Minnesota. I'm going to read 6 short poems. Poem number 1 of 6. Science. I object to objectivity. Will subject you to my subjectivity. If you want times, places, double-blind witnesses, I'll paint them for you. Color outside the lines. As you lay your facts like tiles on the table, connecting dot to dot. Go ahead, measure my ruler, I'll measure yours. And then I dare you to meet me within the infinity of possibilities in between. Poem number 2 of 6, Perspective. Seeing the mesas, the mountains of numerous aliases pass under the plane's wing, not destined to be my landing. I felt this cherry heart emerge, float away, the cordial chocolate of my body melt. I was tasting the Earth's skin through the ovaled rectangle of the airplane window. My eyes, all that's left. Poem number 3 of 6. Star Me. There's a crown of starlight I could have, if only you'd lift your eyes from my stockinged feet. It's a river of peril, I know. The glance, the glance, the glance, the glance. But star me with some of your eyes' words. Place them here at the corners of my ears. They'll crawl inside linger, glow, suffuse, and bloom. I understand. Fear, too, a blank destination. My wish is to star you, crown you in return. Poem number 4 of 6, Physics and Physiology. Gravity insists upon me. Your eye acts and my eye recoils. What matters is what has been destroyed. Mercury-filled veins, quicksilver blood, fevers and tempers rising. You stick my body in your mouth like a thermometer and mumble something about being sick of me. Poem number 5 of 6. The Descent of I, There and Back Again. I dove. I plunged. I spent eternity on the way down and had nothing left to pay for the ride home. So I offered to work off my debts, be the queen they expected. What they wanted was a finely aged spirit. What they got was scalded milk. I came, I saw, conquered, got bored, and swam my own damn way out. Broke the skin of the surface and never looked back. Poem number 6 of 6, Starforge. The jack-of-all-trades alchemist applies mind and will to the ordinary matter that comprises my body. The jack-of-all-trades blacksmith trains muscles and skill to shape the scrap metal that is this life. I become the star sword, the star's word, am birthed, transmuted from leaden, haphazard form into gleaming celestial body, radiating light and power, a thing of beauty wielded in the hands of the jack-of-all-trades God, ringing with the sound of ecstasy released from the depths of the all-soul. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you so much. What a note to kick off on. Appreciate that reading very much. And next, we are going to hear from Marie Malat. Marie, welcome.
My heart goes out to Minneapolis, too. It's almost making me cry, and I've got to get myself together here. Gertrude Stein wrote about goodness and religion and sensitiveness and feeling and loving and realizing and understanding and thinking and doing and knowing in everyone and every kind there is in men and women. It happens very often that a man has it in him, that a man does something, that he does it very often, that he does many things. When he is a young man, when he is an old man, when he is an older man. Some kind of young men do things because they are so good. Then they want everyone to be wise enough to take care of themselves, and so they do some things to them. This is very common, and these then are very often good enough kind of young men who are very, excuse me, good men in their living. There are then very many men, and there is then, from the generalized virtue and concrete action that is from the nature of them, that might make one think they were hypocrites in living, but they are not, although certainly there are in living some men wanting to deceive other men, but this is not true of this kind of them. One of such of these kind of them had a little boy, and this one, the little son, wanted to make a collection of butterflies and beetles, and it was all exciting to him, and it was all arranged then, and then the father said to the son, "You are certain this is not a cruel thing that you are wanting to be doing, killing things to make collections of them?" And the son was very disturbed then, and they talked about it together, the two of them, and more they talked about it then. And then at last the boy was convinced it was a cruel thing, and he said he would not do it. And his father said the little boy was a noble boy to give up pleasure when it was a cruel one. The boy went to bed then, and then the father, when he got up early in the morning, saw a wonderful, beautiful moth in the room, and he caught him, and he killed him, and he pinned him, and he woke up his son then and showed it to him. And he said to him, "See what a good father I am to have caught and killed this one." The boy was all mixed up inside him. And then he said he would go on with his collecting. And that was all there was then of discussing. And this is a little description of something that happened once, and it is very interesting. It happens very often that a man has it in him, that he does things, that he does something, that he does many things when he is a young man and an older man and an old man, that he feels always in a way about everything, that he is a good enough man in living, that he is a very good man.
Thanks so much, Marie. And Gertrude Stein. All right, next up, wait, hold on, I'm going to mention two program notes really quickly. One is everyone who's reading this hour, and in all the hours, if you're in a future hour, as has been the case with these in-person marathons, we love getting group photos hour by hour, and you can talk to Molly sitting right over there. After this hour, if everyone who's read could gather, meet Molly, and get a group photo. The other program note, just to say, because they are listed in the program, that Paul McComas and Laura Nash will not be here. Unfortunately, Paul is under the weather, so hope you get well soon, Paul, if you're watching, and that you're back with us next year. I think Paul's been part of, I don't know, so many marathons, as I know many of you have. So, okay. Now, next up, I want to welcome Mary, can you? Krofcheck, Mary Krofcheck. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. I'll also say that Minneapolis is in my heart, as others have said. I have two poems here. One is an old favorite, at least of mine, and the other is a work in progress. Seen and unseen. The tiny wispy feather of a seed holds unseen a blaze orange zinnia on a tall green stalk. The minuscule pearly dot on a milkweed leaf holds unseen a diminutive caterpillar, a fat striped one, a milky green chrysalis, and then the monarch beauty, emerging with wet wings and high hopes. A flaky brown bulb pushed into nearly frozen late fall earth holds unseen a pinkish red tulip, or at least it did. The tulip's petals now hide unseen, digested by a neighborhood rabbit. My stomach rolls, they call it belly fat, hold unseen a memory of roundness, the curve of a uterus, which held unseen growing babies, 3 separate times, now fully seen and fully grown adults. My sore knees hold unseen imprints of joy and sorrow, skipped and walked, biked and ran, jumped and danced. Everyday steps and outlandish adventures. My aching back and tender heart hold unseen the weight of celebrations and griefs. Balancing babies and books and boxes, holding happiness and heartache and hope. What is still unseen? What magic remains? What memories are hidden in the fullness of our bodies? So much of beauty, strength, power, so much of life and loss and love. Ambles, bursts, emerges, slides out, or it's embedded in us, unseen but known deep in our bones. Praise song at the pool, a work in progress. A dull Monday morning in late fall, I force myself to the pool before work to start my week in warm water. The dark morning, the chill air, the heavy bag, the stuffed locker, all these float away as my body enters the water. Lumpy, pale-fleshed, black-suited me, gloriously buoyant and feeling free. I'm the only swimmer this morning and have chosen my favored lane, the far one, closest to the big high windows, where the sun can shine in, but it's cloudy today. Only the fluorescent lights dance along the blue tile pool floor, making waves along with me. The movement of the water splashing along the side of the pool, soothing my spirit as much as a rolling river or crashing wave. This is my church, my momentary rebirth, arms and legs and body in prostration, breaststroke, front crawl, breaststroke, front crawl, breathe, submerge, emerge, breathe, submerge, emerge. I end with the backstroke, my cool down, my closing prayer, stopping often to drift, to contemplate the miracle of floating feet and fingers. Looking out the tall, high windows, I see a flock of geese gliding with me in the same direction, catching parallel currents, heading to their winter home. We are one until they disappear past the windows from my sight. I must move on too and take this morning benediction with me, sanctified by holy water. Thank you.
Mary, thank you so much. Next up, welcome Anja, not Anja, Seeger. Anja, welcome.
We will not let the oppressors win unless we decide they're more powerful than us. I want to read a poem by Luna Saxey Abresk, who is the current emerging poet fellow at Woodland Pattern, and I have the honor of working with her for a year. And this was a poem I read in her application that really took me. Perennial flow, guttering grave goods, mere otherness, another good day, bad time to buy a house clock fetish, coordinate the sinews, infamously mercurial modern quantum filler flower. I miss you already, power plant, heat waste, solar significance, desiccator, he barks, right where his teeth are, sun conduit, backscattering, BOGO, funk, junior prince, awkward hallway, to be in something sonic in common, dawn of everything mega ohms. I don't need both or even either, electron acceptor, a proper goof, a lifetime no matter how soon, brain heart infusion broth, he barks right where his teeth are optical, echo chamber, unpunishable server, supreme four-footed effigy, calendrical help, is here. Good way to get rid of cheese sucking a soursop. I don't know you, but I want to new uba tuba trenchless pipe repair infinity joy utilitub cake with a limp musical stir fry spiritual binoculars retrograde ejaculation mind mechanic primary sludge volume avoids megalith of mediocrity cryptic plumage molecular clock wing beat frequency magnetic equator zone of omission uterine kin brain case embryo genesis crystal mush magma body pounding lukewarm gulper ancient jaw echogenicity tubal occlusions supernatural entrepreneurs mere nearness virgin births magic hour honey creeper delta lobes, ocular efficacy, fire whirl, flower pecker, party dimensions, eternal quest for nectar. That is Luna's poem. We've decided each day we will write a new poem this year, and it will ideally be a bad poem so we don't feel bad about it. This is a poem I sent Luna on the 16th. Tendrils and tentacles, the ocean caresses and repulses in one instinct, chillax, but do not drown, becoming mermaid crown. I belong downtown in pants, swinging my arms, galloping down sidewalks. Every birthday party, every vacation is a disappointment when the swimsuits come out to shame me for staying shallow, partially dunked behind the class of cannonballing tykes. How are they so unaware of death? Don't they remember before the womb, but after the nursing home? And lastly, this is a poem I wrote on the 12th and sent to Luna. Before the age of 8, most my nights were worried awake in fear of an apparition from the Virgin Mary, or a dead relative or saint who would tell me I was blessed. So blessed, I would have a mission to heal the sick and save souls before my ascent into heaven in 1 year. Such daunting final days. So to avoid my due date, I'd lay as flat as possible, pillow over face. See, Mary, I'm not here. Try another child named Anja or messenger of God. Child named from angels, but so afraid of them, it required a dream of an Easter procession, parishioners waving palms, and afloat with a holy statue of an angel who turned to tell me, "Fear not, child, ye shall never see a ghost, and ye shall never have a vision."
Anja, thank you so much. And next up, we have Gina Cornejo. Gina.
Yes, power and repetition, Minneapolis, and the feeling of to bite where their teeth are. I have 2 poems kind of tethered to Milwaukee, so. Qué lástima. Qué lástima. What a shame. Todos repitan, por favor. Qué lástima. What a shame. Qué lástima. What a shame. It is that when twilight hits the lights, my chin points up to the violet violence descending as evening ink bleeds out the false safety of what softer hues tend to provide. Shallow breath as I wait to witness the flutter of fluorescence from street lamps that lull my pulse, a temporary ease of an exhale, as I rapid fire mock up a disdainful email to my local councils that light is essential. That light keeps him at an arm's length. That light gives me a fighting chance. That light is why my mother is able to continue to peacefully sleep. That light that allows this brown girl's face to remain off of your CNN feed. That light is how I manage to not become a trending meme. That light is when carefree isn't mistaken as careless or reckless. And that light is who I trust will usher me into another tomorrow and not a courtroom battle where non-believers silence me and sentence me and shuttle me away in social media shame to be concealed, to be canceled. And that light is my everything. It's that light that summons each member of each familia to each silla en la mesa para cenar that night. To have a somber chat over bistecitos y arroz con frijoles and muster out warnings like you girls know what to do when the street lamps come on, right? You come home. You come home. And then one by one, the lights flick on and he goes, oh, well, that's nice. Qué lástima. Qué lástima. What a shame. The second piece I have, titled, These Are the Good Days. 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 I successfully drive at 60 miles per hour over the Hone Bridge and live to cruise onward, no longer hovering over lake water and swarms of hundreds of forgotten seaweeded shipwrecks. Not long ago, a few weeks, I believe, a man on his motorcycle was not successful to set foot once again on this still earth. More successful than that seagull there still, and no longer blinking, a winged corpse on the left side of the slender road, left over the yellow line painted to maintain discipline and focus. Successful I, and safe in the following of the rules, I suppose. Successful I at not becoming a memory, such as centuries-old shipwrecks and reckless boys on two wheels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's great. And next, we can all welcome Angela Voras-Hills to this rug. All right. Woo.
Hey, this is my first time back at an in-person reading since before 2020, whenever that happened. So this is exciting. I'm excited to see people. All right, I'm going to read 3 poems. I host the Book Drop reading series. The next one is April 3rd, Friday, April 3rd at 7 p.m. If you can make it, it would be really wonderful. In addition to a reading series, we try to build community and kind of engage people. And if you're interested in reading, that is an option too. We love to host at least one local person along with whoever's coming to town. I'm going to have some business cards later, so if you see me, I will be dressed brightly, and no matter what, so you can find me easily, I'll give you a business card. All right. My father, not the sky. My dad used to wake us up at 5 a.m. on Sundays with the vacuum cleaner, saying, "Get out of bed, the day is wasting." And then he'd be asleep on the couch by 9, just as the sun began to lift its head over the houses. I have since seen the sky from so many places, and it never looks like the one I watched for tornadoes when the sirens rang. Near the ocean, clouds expand as they move, choking the blue with their bounding, but over the shorn field of corn, nearby marsh, chorus of red-winged blackbirds. Clouds stretch, linger, roll. This summer, my dad will ride to Sturgis, the sky out west broader than most. Each year, he waits until my birthday to pull his Harley from storage, when the threat of snow has passed and rain has finally washed the salt from the roads. But in recent years, it has snowed well past my birthday, flakes blundering in, white creeping into May, covering the face of every living thing trying to emerge from the earth. My dad was never as big as the sky to me. Excuse me. And I wonder if I ever wanted to marry him, the way my daughter tells my husband they will marry. When I was 5, I looked off the balcony of my aunt's house, and Hugh was below in the Bonneville's driver's seat, lifting a Springer Spaniel puppy, raising its little paw in a wave to me. Maybe then? Sure, he was a presence, a mood shifting above us, but he was mostly elemental. A gravel path, a worn road, something stable, burning the soles of my feet. Information age, 1991. Our sleeping bags cover the basement carpet like a sea of clouds seen from plane windows. A puffy chaos in shades of pink and white. We've collected a list of movies from Katie's cousin, Becky's sister, that include missed edits, subliminal messages, like Aladdin whispering, "Good teenagers take off their clothes," or the stars swirling, spelling out sex in Lion King's night sky. We crowd around 3 men and a baby, pausing when Jack hands his daughter to his mom, our eyes on the window behind them. The dead boy stands there, hazy but real. We're all aflutter in shriek-trill chatter, pulling up our sleeves to show off goosebumps. In the mirror, Bloody Mary's face melts, her mouth open as if screaming. We each swear we aren't moving the Ouija's planchette when its spirit spells fall. Fall, we ask, and it points to yes. When we squeal, nobody comes down to check on us. I lie on my back, close my eyes, and Kelly rubs my temples, walks me through my house, rooms covered in blood. Each girl places 2 fingers beneath my body, and I'm a feather lifted to the ceiling, lowered gently. Night thick and musty, we turn off lights, squirm and giggle until sun slips in through egress windows. Upstairs, pancakes sizzling on a griddle, Katie's dad watching the news. We bounce around the table, laughing over the peripheral hum of planes flying over a sleeping city on TV, the whistle and thunder of bombs falling into its heart from the sky. Zach Morris is a grade A douchebag. Is or was. Like all teenage boys I've forgotten, it's hard to know which tense he exists in. Perpetually side-smiling, checking the mirror, running fingers through his blonde hair. How did we all want the boy who used subliminal messages to pressure girls into making out with nerds, kissed his best friend's crush, auctioned off his female friends? He fucked up so hard each week, but we loved him, watched each Saturday morning to see if he'd win over Kelly, if she could change him. How much power did any of us have? At the 8th grade Lion Club dance, James asked me to sit on his lap. The cute girl he'd been talking to skulked away, defeated. When he leaned me back into the bench to kiss me, I sunk into it like a goldfish in a bowl at the fair newly won. I wish I'd been embarrassed when someone's grandma bent over my face, said, "You can get up now." But I was flushed, giggling, started laughing hard, like in kindergarten when I got off the bus after punching Tyler in the face for calling me a name that still surges through my blood like diesel. When the driver told my mom what I'd done, I couldn't stop laughing, nearly threw up from laughing. My mom's jaw clenched as she pulled my hand toward home. Thank you.
I can tell from those poems that we're very close to the same age. But I would highly recommend the web series Zach Morris's Trash if you liked that poem. Just a recounting of how bad he is in every episode, anyway. It's a lot of fun. Very short episodes. Okay, so next up, thank you to Kurt Olson for being here. Come to the Strug, I'll call it again.
I sometimes feel like a quarterback. I get up here and I decide I'm going to call an audible. I had a plan. I'm going to read from my new book. It came out in September. And I think I will call the audible. My grandfather, I'm an atheist, but my grandfather was a Lutheran minister. He was also a chaplain in the 11th Armored Division and was there at the liberation of the Gusen concentration camp. So this is for him. What the Chaplain Saw in Memory of KAO, 1913 to 1996. What he saw, he never saw and never told us. The nakedness laid out in the ditch, not nakedness. The darkness in every gaping mouth, not darkness. He came back and never came back. What he prayed to, no longer what he prayed to. The photos he never took. How could he save what never was? No verb can undo nothingness. Okay, a little bit lighter here. I'm going to end with a joke poem too, so I've got 3 more to go. This was written in June 2022. God forbid what happened. My presidents. John F. Kennedy left me parched and sweat-soaked on a tarmac somewhere on the Central Asian steppe, conjugating the verb to want. LBJ taught me how to never give up, giving up. Richard M. Nixon welched on refereeing the 7th grade fistfight between me and Tony O'Hare. Gerald R. Ford made me skip sleep for Chevy Chase in Saturday Night Live. Jimmy Carter paid for his mother not allotting him a middle initial he liked. I voted John Anderson, not Ronald Reagan, Carter, not Ronald Reagan, Mondale, not, you get the drift. George H.W. Bush didn't do a lot I want to remember. Bill Clinton sent me a letter impersonating Bill Clinton, thanking me for my service. George W. Bush claimed it was over before it was over. Barack Obama paid for my daughter's year of hospital. Donald Trump explains my left-handedness and unease with metaverses. Joe Biden, I can't in my heart blame for much except being the last one standing without a stool to sit on. I have a feeling I'm going to be writing a follow-up to that poem at some point. Sometime soon, probably. Okay, I just spent the morning walking dogs at the Humane Society, so I got dogs on my mind. Heart like a dog. Heart like a dog wags his tail thump thump. Heart like a dog just wants to be friends. Heart like a dog isn't dangerous. Forgive the growl. Good heart like a dog. Heart like a dog learns early how to beg and roll over and play dead. Takes a beating but always returns home. Heart like a dog never outgrows a fear of thunder and sirens and other dire pronouncements. Heart like a dog can't carry a tune. Writes love poems with fill-in-the-blanks, kites checks it can't cash. Lives for the rhythm of the sun and the hole in the world the wind makes. Heart like a dog can hold its drink, until it can't. Heart like a dog shits its bed and licks itself after. Is a sucker for a scratch behind the ear, the purr of its own name, for hubcaps and butterflies and other bright things. Heart like a dog will hump whatever will stand for it. Searches and searches for an itch it can't scratch. Trust me. Heart like a dog is a metaphysician, pragmatist, romantic, solipsist, eroticizer, optimist, cynic, cad. Be grateful, I tell my heart. Be grateful for all you have and the little you really need, for the what-fors and might-have-beens. Be grateful for the hurt that does not unduly scar you, for other people's lives and that they reveal in you the truth. Watch heart like a dog as it slumbers, legs a twitch, dreaming of running and never quite getting. Heart like a dog knows how to open doors, not how to close them. Never fully fathoms what should be dug up, what should be left behind. Okay, one more poem, and I thought this would be appropriate for today, and I apologize to Wallace Stevens. The Sandwoman. One must have a mind of summer to regard the heat in the boughs of the fir trees crusted with sand, sorry. So you get what I'm talking about here. We all had to memorize the snowman, right? And have been hot a long time to behold the breakwater shagged with surf, the seaweed soft in the misty glitter of the July sun, and not to think of any happiness in the sound of the wind, in the sound of a few waves, which the sound of the water full of the same wind that is blowing in the same sweet lake. For the listener who listens to the surf and something herself beholds something that is not there and the something that is. Again, Wallace, I apologize. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Next, coming to the Strug is Jeff Giese. Welcome.
Hello. Or hello. Got to use his mic. I think I might just tip that a little this way. Yeah, so I was, fortunately, my truck started this morning. I was wondering if I'd get down here. But I've been thinking about the people in Minneapolis that are out there in the cold. So I'm glad they're there. Anyway, I got a couple There's a short one. He is the orange captain of the past. The question is, how far back in time can he keel haul us? He is the orange captain of the past. The question is, how far back in time can he keel haul us? Yeah, I'm wondering. He's trying hard. Anyway, I had a dream, and I had a name on the tip of my tongue when I woke up, and I didn't know the person. That's about this. Medgar Evers. Medgar Evers. These words tasted. His name arose in my being this morning for a reason. I knew the name, but not about the person. A name with poetry running through it. Medgar Evers, a nice rhythm. This same morning, surprisingly, on the news, I found out it was his birthday and learned something about his life. The Evers part, his being, still resides in the collective unconscious, which has intelligence. It informed me this morning of his being, this information sent to me in service of certain people, so I could support his efforts today in this poem. Poetry and truth, hand in hand, gunned down by humans that believe the white lies sent by the white liars. The liars serve the devil's purpose. The devil's purpose, carefully aimed lies and hate, hate's purpose to take the humanity out of humans. The old tribal initiative to protect the clan. In doing so, the other must be regarded as less than human. Or we can drop hate and love all humans. We can drop hate and love all humans. So here was a man that put his life in service of truth, defying the white liars. They recognized the danger he posed to white tribal rule. Should I go through the day worrying my worries, or should I sit down and serve the truth with the words it sends me? Medgar Evers was in service of the truth right to the end. Before he parted company with a friend, they joked about how he might not meet the next day. And so it was, and so it is with all of us. So why die lying? And yet the truth he represented still freshly arising in my consciousness, a devoted, single-pointed effort to serve the black tribe. This is how truth is supported in the world. He modeled it, and others that came after feel and see his courageous actions. And remember how it feels in their soul. Doesn't matter whether you're black or white, the truth will set you right. I got one more. And I was when I was young, I was in the church a lot, but after a while, it just wasn't doing it for me, so I left. The words there were some good words in there, but so anyway, sometimes when I'm reading poetry or listen, I'm thinking this is my new church. There is a sermon on high that may fall into the church of your heart, which is the house of the Lord, a sanctuary both within and without, well knowing and well seeing our way to a martyr passing of truth through darkness, innocence, and back. She served that purpose, Sufi Dervish Rabia. She carried water to douse hell and fire to burn heaven, to know the heart of hearts directly. Transmitted words are sharpened by many points of truth by removal of excess. We wait. This meant to jar awake the sleeper from his dead dreams, just as happened to our man Jesus 2 millennia ago in the desert waiting. Words keep arriving through that sharp edge of transmission. Sleep, then awake to their arrival. I wait, but not before space and time is ready. Then I may receive. Let your Lord's house be open. Time compressed by gravity. This is why it must be a sharp edge, you cutting and listening through this thick, dense, nonsensical, historical time habit transmission. True words transmitted through Earth's compressed gravity need a mind that has been somewhat clarified or relieved of the density of Earth's space-time within their being. Poets and others are such. Receiving celestial magic, these are words that freely travel between the past and future, divine for this time, doubt set aside, the heart compress his experience into heartfelt truth. Just for a few, because only a few understand, and that's enough to keep the world of truth alive. Later, there will be more like us, this also for them. This has been going on for a long time. Keep your flame lit upon your altar to remember your place and way, both within and without essential. The whole world, potentially the church or space of light. Kyriakin, as the Greeks would say. Our light of light draws others down this path into timeless intelligence. Thanks.
Church of Poetry, I like that. All right. Democratize the pulpit. Let's welcome Michael Yanni to close things out. Michael, welcome.
Okay, I'm a professional plant propagator, so I start little baby plants out from seed and cuttings and grafts. And so I know a lot of other plant people. I'm sure there's plant people in here. Jeff certainly is. Just read, Jeff's an arborist. So anyway, I just love plant people. So this is called Plant People. We come together, earthbound, to celebrate photosynthesis, energy captured by greenness in our hearts and in their leaves from our star, the sun, who moves us both, plant and man, together to gather the light and eat it, its richness, for the purpose of sharing it with others, and smiles. Plant people. Now this other one, this is another plant poem, and I think there's a thing called, and it's similar to where us animals, we have maternal instinct, where we will protect our young with everything we've got. But I think there's also a planternal instinct. And so I tried to outline this as far as that there is such a thing. It can begin early in life with that first horse chestnut you pick up and carry around for days on end in your pocket when you're a little kid, because it's neat. It's planternal instinct. It's what makes you stop in the woods when you see a huge, magnificent tree. It makes you look up, walk over to it, put your arms around it, see how big it is, not admitting to hugging it. That's planternal instinct. You can notice it every May when the masses begin planting, filling their gardens with vegetable and flower futures, planting trees for their grandchildren, so they say. It's planternal instinct taking hold. You feel it when you see those little seeds germinating, poking their heads out of the soil, smiling at you in the sun while you smile back. Yeah, that's planternal instinct. It makes you sad when it's time to thin the beans. It's difficult to kill your young ones, those that you planted only weeks before. Oh, that's a tough part of planternal instinct. Notice it in the autumn with the coming of the first frosts, when people bring out the tarps, old curtains and blankets to tuck in their plants for the evening. They cover their babies so they don't get cold, protecting them from the frost. Just like Mommy used to do years ago. Obviously, planternal instinct. It makes some of us very protective, putting cages around our plants to shield them from the animals. Others may turn to murder, claiming, we are only protecting our young from the ravenous predators. This is a moral dilemma brought on by planternal instinct. You can see it at the farmer's market on Saturday morning in the proud, bright eyes of the weathered growers as they display their finest, ready to tell you about all of them, even after getting up at 4:30 in the morning. And in the smiles of the consuming city dwellers, hungry to be surrounded by vegetation in any form and take some home to nurture them. Planternal instinct. It can make nursery professionals go bankrupt, causing growers to produce thousands of plants that they love and think everyone should, only everyone doesn't. Planternal instinct can be blinding. It makes us build greenhouses and conservatories, giant monuments to plants. It inspires some to paint magnificent works of art, like Monet, Van Gogh, my grandma, mixing plant, paint, and soul. Planternal instinct. It leads us to our roots in the soil, on the limb, from the sun. Planternal instinct, it shines.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was a lovely note to end on. So thus concludes the first hour. Nicely done, everyone. One more round of applause for all the readers. Woo-hoo. And to the readers, if you will please, once I'm done, doing this, make your way over here where Molly is for a group photo of the hour. That'd be great, and then we'll roll right into the next. And then last thing, I want to thank the Book Drop reading series, Angela. Find Angela over there for more info about that. April 3rd at 7 p.m. is the next at Amorphic Brewing. No. February 6th, that's even sooner. Lucky you. Okay, February 6th at 7 p.m. at Amorphic Brewing, and then also April 3rd. Okay, that's true. Okay, all right, so thanks, Book Drop. Thanks, everyone. Yay, marathon.
Oh yeah. Will someone post your sign? Bonjour, everyone. Kim Blazer, Nindigenakaz, Anishinaabe Kwe, Nindao, Gawababi Bonikag, Nindunjaba, Migizi, Nindodem. I'm Kim Blazer. I'm Anishinaabe from the White Earth Nation of northwestern Minnesota and a Migizi or Eagle Clan. And I'm delighted to be here and have the privilege of hosting the next hour for this beautiful poetry marathon. I was going to say, what annual one is it? But I forgot. So can we get warmed up? Because we're going to have a great couple of things happening here. We have 2 half hours. One of them is a group of community writers, and that will close with a film. And then the next half hour will open with a film by Indigenous Nations poets. And then we have Indigenous Nations poets readers in the second half. I want to give a great big round of applause, if you'll help me, to the hour's sponsors, who are Karen Campbell and Kevin Rooney. I don't know if they're in the room, but and what else? I also just want to remind you, you're all here, and you know that Within Pattern is the best bookstore. It has the largest collection of small press print items in the world, and you should go get lost there for hours. But today, you should go out and find books by the authors that are reading and support the bookstore that way. But there are also several ways that you can give donations, and lots of ways that you can connect with a community of people who make Woodland Pattern run. So there is a newsletter you can pick up, and there are also, in that newsletter, you'll see opportunities to participate in open readings, to come out for events. So if you're new and you haven't connected, please do, and you want to do it really soon because they're also moving to a new building. So you have to be in both places, celebrate the old one, and then be excited for the new one. So with that, I'm going to welcome the first reader for the community hour, and that is Stephanie Snyder. Stephanie?
Hello. Is there? Okay, like, oh my God, it's that angel from the earlier poem. Okay. Back when I was younger and the L train was a wonder that wormed through the city with me in its belly, it fed me. Glimpses of kitchens and back porches, yellow and warm. Profiles of citizens living in their city cells, living proofs, the illuminated snapshots, the backsides of the buildings, yards and alleyways. Or maybe instead of worms, we were like birds, swooping and circling, looking for a place to land, the roar of the train instead of the wind in our ears. The train was safe then, a hard shell protecting us as it picked us up and dropped us off, sheltered from the weather. We stepped into the car from the platform like entering a new plane. Door side closed, ending the noise and weather out, sealed us inside like in a nest or womb. The windows and yards, a montage of city life, but it was real. It was a real montage. The train would lean so close to some buildings, I wondered that we never sparked against the brick. Trains have their own language, and people have their own stories. The train moved me, rocked me, kept me warm on those dark January nights and mornings of bone-cracking cold, aching, waiting for shelter. Now I ride into the city from Wisconsin, past empty fields and then warehouses slouched low along the train tracks until we cross a state line that is not marked, other than the slow creep of houses, blooming like bacteria in a petri dish. Chicago burst suddenly, and I am home. Doctorow called history a crazy quilt, moments and actions that happen together, but happen without connection other than proximity. It's us and our desire for pattern and logic who ascribe meaning to events, who stitch a history, a story out of thin air, when we are no more than air really billowing against buildings. And that is also the landscape of memory. Who are we? Who are these people in their warm yellow lit kitchens, stitched against the dark blue of winter and unfurled against the window frame? I long to jump into their life, one crazy moment to share an opposite vista or a glass of wine. I'd like to sit with them at their kitchen table, look out together and ask them, what is it like to live here? And look at a train rushing by, see a blur of faces cutting the air outside the window, blurring us all instantly into a blanket of memory. I know there's already been a lot of Minnesota poems. I am not immune to that as well, so this is one I wrote just this week. I am not a protest poet. I cannot agitate the lethargic or anger the weary, rouse the drowsy from complacency or cynicism. I cannot speak like Mother Jones or Fannie Lou Hamer, or write like Nikki Giovanni or Amari Baraka. Not even close. I am a librarian. I like the quiet of books, neatly lined in the stacks, spines even to the edge, numbered and lettered, each in their own place, comfy, cozy. I am a librarian, so I like organization and categories and lists. For example, here's one. Reasons ICE will shoot at you. You live in a blue state. You have a cell phone. You have a cell phone pointed at them. You have an accent. You are disrespectful. You blow a whistle. You are a black woman. You are a brown woman. You are a white woman who isn't afraid. You said you weren't mad. You are a black man. You are a brown man. You are Asian. You're an Asian student who wrote an op-ed in your college newspaper. You are a priest who isn't afraid. You are a queer white woman in a Honda Pilot with a dog in the back and stuffed animals in the glove box. You do not comply. You drive a car. You back away. You turn your wheels away. You call them names. You are dropping kids off at school. You are picking up kids from school. You have an autism awareness tattoo. You wear a Chicago Bulls hat. You order DoorDash. You deliver DoorDash. You work at Target. You drive an Uber. You cross the street too slowly. You run. You stand still. You went to your immigration court hearing. You exist. I am a librarian in a quiet library. The shelves vibrate with revolution. If you listen, you can hear. You can hear the protest poets protesting where protest poets live eternally. This is why they ban books. And because I'm a librarian, I found one for us. The poet De Prima says, as soon as we submit to a system based on causality, linear time, we submit again to the old values, plunge again into slavery. Be strong. We have the right to make the universe we dream. No need to fear science, groveling apology for things as they are. All power to joy, which will remake the world. I am not a protest poet. I am a librarian. I make lists and read. I like quiet, but not silence.
All power to joy. It's a beautiful line. I love all the train imagery. Everyone feels that, right? Looking out the window of the train, how you want to connect with those people on the other side and know their lives. That's a beautiful poem. So I checked 32nd annual poetry marathon. Woo! Okay, our next reader is Brian Cherry.
Thank you. I'm going to read 4 quick poems, 2 about my kids who are here today, which is nice. They rarely get to see me read. This is called Versace, Versace, Versace. There's a balm in Gilead. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a community divided in Gilead. There's a dice game in Houston, Texas. There's a bomb in the dice game. There's a 28-year-old rapper shot dead in Gilead. There's a baby born in cranky and creaky St. Joe's Hospital. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a psalm in silence. There's a recycling pickup day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There's a bomb in nothingness. There's a frantic escalation explosion in Ukraine. There's a seagull aflutter in Gilead on the Day of the Dead. There's a crimson leaf departing majestic maple tree. There's a man muttering in stuttering English on Chase Avenue. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a bomb in Gilead. Thank you. This is about my son Miles. I wrote this when he was about 2 years old. Pear in bluish ceramic bowl, and this is in Funeral Journey, my book, which is actually out there for sale. This pear it sits in bowl, kitchen bending itself to keep it. In a number of days that is already written, it will be lovingly cut and skinned into 7 pieces. A son, soon to be 2, will eat the honeyed flesh of 4 of the section pieces. And between impermanent handfuls of macaroni and cheese, with a mouth engorged with sustenance, he will point to the ceiling fan. What's that, Daddy? It is my first time here too, son. I drip, trying to find my mind. When was that pear attached to tree? What composition did that soil harbor? What machine or human harvested it? What truck jostled it across mannerisms of fissured land? Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Who tells these stories? Can they be asked if this sun's matter had ever lain with this pear's matter while woven into the emptiness prior to the story of the Big Bang? Time is just gravity, or is it the other way around? Almost 2 years old, almost infinity, almost a boy, almost a pear. He'll be 10 years old next week, so that's... For the edification of my daughter, human it survives in small blossoms, reticent elegy, all wound up in expectations and endings, quivering bow to continual cello strings, ineffable remains of a charred yet defiant, translucent universe, a vessel caught on the confluence of an ever-connecting confluence, cloud cluster of iridescent stars which have not been reduced in her somatic cloth, cries out like wolves who have placed oracles in stone bellies, existence belying the false nature, her holding on always like double knots, banded across the expanse until it is time to let go. And lastly, a poem that I wrote about Minneapolis in 2020, which unfortunately has become an evergreen poem. It's called, You're Gonna Make It After All. Shoe store is burning, I'm flexing out front. This convenient circus crawls. It lets them keep cozy gentrification chimera perch. Minnesota nice upside your head. Always heard you ain't gotta be scared to get your ass kicked. I am the reverent friction of the ghost, the one who convinced me to burn, the one chained to my clammy comfort. My skin is apocalyptic. My skin is war helicopters over protest cities. Apparitions do not fear, they do the scaring. Apparitions systematically pop and lock to the rocket's red ass glare. Thank you, guys.
That is amazing. I just want to say it's my first time here too. I love that line. We're all trying to figure it out, right? So reminder to the readers, there's going to be photos for each hour, each half hour, in this case at the end, so hang around. So now I just want to find out, is Jessica Sue here? Is Jessica here yet? Not yet. Okay, well, if she comes, we'll feed her in. But for the moment then, I'd like to introduce the next two little segments are films. The first film is Peter Brzezinski, who was a longtime worker at Woodland Pattern through the pandemic. So let's give him a hand of applause right now. And then it'll go right into the second film, which is, I didn't mention, I'm the founding director of Indigenous Nations Poets. And we are an organization that supports Indigenous writers, mentors emerging writers, and celebrates Indigenous writers and tries to make them more visible in the world. And we had a project recently that we piloted in Wisconsin called Language Back Through Poetry, because we also support Indigenous language revitalization. So the little film segment that will follow Peter's reading is a film that was made, I don't know, is Lane Hall here yet? No. So those of you who know Lane know he has Overpass Light Brigade. So you'll see that featured heavily in the film. And then Du Harmich, who was our filmmaker, came with us to 2-day-long, long day language back workshops, one at the College of Menominee Nation and one here at UW-Milwaukee. And we focused on 4 Indigenous languages, all of which you'll get to hear and see in the film. And 2 of our fellows, who are now published poets, are somewhere and are going to be a part of the reading, and they were also our poetry teachers at this event. So you get to see a lot of how NAPO works. So first, Peter Brzezinski, then Language Back by NAPO.
So happy to be joining you for what I think is my 20th marathon here from the Florida Keys. You can see the Atlantic Ocean behind me. Well, anyway, here's my poem. Thanks for supporting Woodland Pattern. An immense longing to no longer be bodied and grind, toiled and hustle, unspeckled by heartbreak and the unknown quivering of knuckle to chin mornings. To break apart all the dregs of carrion-hearted woe and suffer no empty clouds while waiting to see a contrary and absent tuft of sky. Thanks everyone, I hope you're well and miss you lots.
The favorite word I've ever heard my son say was muscate. And I've used that word around him. And he used it in the right spot at the right moment. And I think he spilled something off the table or something like that. Muscate, he just kind of said under his breath. And it's something that should be like discouraged, but he used it properly. And he said it in the language, so I thought that was kind of neat.
English? Here's the way I explain English. Flat piece of paper. An Anishinaabe one is a cube. It's three-dimensional. I could feel it. I could see it. I could touch it. You know? And it rolls like notes on a bar of music.
So when I first heard it, I thought, wow, the rhythm of the language, it sounds like a song. And then the more I learned, it's like, well, yeah, it's a lot like a song. Certainly with the rhythm of it, but the flow of it, the tempo of it.
We are assimilation's children. We are inheritors of both beauty and heartbreak, of lands and languages in long-standing relationships, in lands and languages stolen in an effort to destroy our relatedness. Reclaiming our language is this empowering type of movement that we need in our communities to really combat that high level and impact of historical trauma and colonization that we have and face in our communities every single day.
Language is in, everything we do, whether it be going into the woods or wild racing or poetry or whatever. We can do anything and everything in the language.
I'm a big proponent of action, and that sometimes you see movements and it's like, well, is it really moving something? Is it getting you closer to an ultimate goal? So what's the ultimate goal in language revitalization? It's that the next time that you visit my community, everyone in the community is speaking Mohican.
Fire remembers the land, and the land remembers fire, right? That participating in these sort of processes from an Indigenous perspective is incredibly important. That connects us in ways in which English language just isn't going to get at. This is going to take a long time, and we have to be very, very careful in helping to support one another.
I just feel so connected to this unbroken chain that was very close to being broken. And then I feel so connected to the next 500 years, the next 1,000 years, so we can make sure that we have this language.
I always think about how this shame was instilled on us as a people, not only to be who we were, who we are, but to practice those ways. And it's a foreign concept to be perfect. We're supposed to stumble. Making mistakes is part of life, especially learning to speak your language. Not only that, but removing the shame away from not knowing.
The first and the best thing is to just try. As you continue to learn, you will learn better ways to say things. You will have and create this relationship with the language, and the more time you listen to it and observe it, it starts to become this spirit that you are in connection with.
Nishik namapan kesho awa. Kesho anash bakan mashik. Shakat shakao pita keshik. Kon catch shakatel. Kon catch nakatel. Osham wepat. Kilpona paponawa.
Our language is a spirit. It's a living, breathing entity. And when we invite that into our lives, we start to kind of have this level of awareness that we didn't have before. And what that is really reclamation of our original worldview. Because sometimes our worldview, I think, is quite clouded by colonial thinking and what's normalized as maybe what's not normal for our communities, but what we have taken on over time.
Though we are assimilation's children, we are also the children and the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren, the blood relatives of determined and triumphant survivors. Survivors who gave us stories and songs and sacred ways of being. Lucky us to have the privilege to carry those inheritances into our living and into our writing.
In our ceremonial times, when the stories are being told, it's amazing. It's better than being at the movies. All you need is popcorn. There's Bikawadazi. It's the only way I can explain it. The sound of our ancestors. It's beautiful.
Whatever current relationship you have with your own tribal language, I invite you to take the first steps or to take new steps to liberate those trapped voices, to thaw that sea ice of English. I write of tongue hungers and this blood caress of gone. Is there an absence, a hunger, or an ache in your life where language should be? This is a chance for us to take the first steps to take our language back, and we'll be on the journey with you.
Kind of want to sit with that language, don't you? Yeah. I just want to say also that film right now is still in film festivals, so this was a very special moment that we're allowed to share it with you. It's not available publicly yet, but keep your eye out for it, okay? So I get very emotional thinking about that work and the beautiful people with whom we did that. But now we're going to move on to our readers for the Indigenous Nations Poets Half Hour. And we're going to start with Haley Kirkwood. Please welcome Haley.
Miigwech for being here and braving the cold for poetry today. I hope it's a warming day inside, right? And I'm a little emotional seeing that movie. Good times we've had with our languages and poetry. Just a quick note, I'm from Minneapolis, so I'm really happy to be here today. So there might be some more Minneapolis type poems, so I appreciate everyone in Milwaukee it seems like it's really on front of mind for everyone, so it's good for us to see because we do kind of feel alone in a lot of this, so thank you. This first poem I'm going to read is based off of a video game called Katamari Damacy. Has anyone ever played that game? It's like, essentially you're a little guy and you're rolling a big ball of stuff for your dad, who's the king of the universe, who wants to build planets from it. It's very strange, but it's the first poem of my debut book. It's titled Self-Portrait as a Katamari Damacy Ball. It's thumbtacks first, gathered to cloak my sticky heart. Rubber erasers and matchsticks, a feast of mundane trash. Mice batter me into the tulips. I teeter up a spoon bridge to the face of a mother so large she appears frozen to me, staring into the narcissus pool of whole grain cereal. I build myself up with cherry and pineapple, swallow a trail of briefcase and handcuff, bang against the kneecaps of unbothered policemen. I weasel my way into a market, a cosmic patriarch, never satisfied with my size. It seems that nothing can please him, that my existence is predicated on his dream for the sky. But what if I want these cows for myself, these lily pads, these squid? I do not want to build a mausoleum of abundance pinned like Virgo to the night. When it comes to this circus tent of writhing armor, it is only a precursor to the burying of empire beneath the ocean's simple things. Thank you. This next poem is forthcoming from a young adult anthology called All Power to the People, Poems to Address the Past, Present, and Future for Policing. Publication date has been pushed back some, but keep your eye out for it, 'cause it's going to be really great. This poem is titled, I'm Not Bear Clan, but so many of my friends are. In their heart songs, they carry ancestors who used to be our community protectors, walking the village edge and searching as much for plant medicine as they did for danger. I thought of them the week George Floyd was murdered, the day I found the blackberry bush heavy with ripe and dripping fruit, the blackberry bush twisting through the diamond-shaped gaps in the flimsy fence separating us from the interstate, the brambles we could see the National Guard gathering through. Fruit dropped everywhere that spring, crushed and staining both the sidewalk and the boot, unnamed, ungathered, uneaten. Bear Clan is the most populous clan, and in this way, the responsibility to protect and heal was everyone's business, as in Misquabamige and Miskomen, Willowbark and Raspberry Leaf, Gijik and Odeyamin and Giziso Bagoons, Cedar and Strawberry and Purple Coneflower, as in there are as many ways to protect your community as there are tender green roots at your feet. I dream your ancestors, handing mine a bundle of sweet medicines, our hands softly touching. I dream our ancestors fierce with the strength and love of a mother bear, and then I dream ourselves like that, the good ancestors we must become. And my final poem is inspired by a county in Florida, Escambia County, Florida, which school district banned copies of the dictionary and the encyclopedia. So in this poem, I want you to think about why certain words are threatening to some folks, why they might want to get those words out of our common life. And it's also an abecedarian poem, meaning it goes from A to Z. So it's titled Banning the Dictionary. 350,000 words too many acronyms for abort and sin. We thin for good examples. Do not leave black boxes or strike-throughs. Leave no trace of buttercups or boys in the ashes. Ban the clitoris's climate, its diabolical dirt. Evict the continent of E, etymology's arrows eroded, evaporated on the tongue like a forgotten childhood sweetness. Fundamentalists ferret out furries with fugacity. Gender germinates a generation's grammar. We strike the homo from homophone, hyphen hate with hate. Speak kindly only of solid ice. Incinerate ISBN identities. List all lesbians and lexicographers. Lament and lick Lord's mercy. Neocortex neophobia numbs natal nectar. And even Nixon is too close to Dick. So obliterate every president's portrait. Accidentally collapse the space between porn and prod, politic and prick. Quiet queers, quails, and queries rifle synonyms for sin. Temper tides of tits, moused or blue-footed. Unrobe the loquacious elite, unspeak, then unkind them. For vagina's valley of verbs validates and vaccinates volleys to win Webster's woman war. XXX chromosomes yoke the youth with threats of yogurt and yeast, so we implore, from aardvark to Zimmergy, zombie your eyes and mouth. We will zero you to safety, write the virtue into zip. Miigwech.
That was amazing, Haley. Become the good relatives we want to be, right? That's what we're about. So now I'm thrilled to introduce Nick Dembski, who has been one of our, on the advisory board for Indigenous Nations Poets since its inception, and also was the person who kept whispering in my ear, keep talking about it until it becomes real. Please welcome the amazing Nick Dembski.
Hey, family. I'm kind of tall. Oh my God, I'm so happy to be here. This is my favorite holiday of the whole year. I am so honored and grateful to be part of the Woodland Pattern family, and I am so honored and grateful to be part of the Indigenous Nations Poets family. That was such a great reading, Haley. I'm going to read 3 poems. They are all out of a tradition of Buddhism called the Plum Village tradition. And I thank all my ancestors and my teacher Thich Nhat Hanh for transmitting any wisdom that might be in them. This first one I was not going to read. I just came across this morning before I came here. It's more of a thing that poetry is like a spiritual practice for me. So this is like something that I did to not hate myself before going to work a few days ago. And I realized this is a gift I want to offer this morning. And it's for my friend Naomi, who is in Minneapolis. And the merit of this poem is dedicated to her and to my friend Elliot Payne, who is a city council member there. It's called 10 Lines. Whenever I'm just writing something to get the writing out, I just call it 10 lines. Big pain this morning, big suffering, or maybe little. The frost on the leftover leaves, the tears in my constipated heart. I don't know how to say what I need. Dog next to me, heart broken in my chest. Woman dead in Minneapolis, ICE agent. Oh, great pain. You are a wave in a lake. You will live briefly. This is for my homie, the gardener, with the suspenders on. This is called Poem in Which People I Know and Love Disappear. It's from a manuscript called Notice of Adverse Determination. If you want to publish it, let me know. I said neophyte, but I meant acolyte. I said notice of adverse determination, but I meant artisan goat log bonanza. There's a point in the day when the sun pours over the pumpkin leaves in my backyard, peeking past the eaves of my roof. Today, I stood against the neighbor's fence to catch it. I held a tomato that I picked in my full sun-soaked hand, hoping it might help it ripen. This is the last poem. It's for the great Wisconsin poet Bill Staub. It's called, yeah, hell yeah. If you don't know Bill Staub, come on, wake up, family. It's called Woke Mind Virus Concerto. Woke Mind Virus Concerto. Throw out the baby, chug the bathwater, just as a gardener makes good use of compost. I feel very familiar with hell, like hell is my family, or a member of it. The skeleton of kale plant, the cabbage worms leave behind, the hosta blossoms bobbing in prayer to the wind, the enormous groundhog we filmed on your phone from the upstairs bathroom, far out on the branch of a tree, feasting a bald spot into its leaves, when the sheriff put out a press release the day before Thanksgiving announcing I'd paid another bail and calling for my removal from office. A prophet with a podcast picked up the story, and he blamed my behavior and everything else in the world on wokeness. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was beautiful and turned the world into poetry. Criminals on the street, wokeness. Drugs in the neighborhoods? Wokeness. Can't afford rent or groceries? Wokeness. Outrageous hemorrhoids? Wokeness. Halitosis and IBS? Wokeness. Breeze in the cottonwoods? Wokeness. The sunset drunking the cloud dust with pink. The cicadas chanting their ancientness. The harvest moon oafishly stumbling over the horizon. Wokeness, wokeness, and wokeness again. A mob of indescribable, of irresistible wokeness. And so I renew the registration on my hatchback and delete my elderly and unread emails. Our practice is a practice of freedom, a practice of awakening. Just as a gardener makes good use of compost to grow flowers, so we must make use of our suffering to nourish and grow our joy. So we must make use of the sexless marriage, of the election results, of the man eating in his car in the Burger King parking lot. I will transform this impossible whopper into a kind of compost. I will wash it down with a bathtub's worth of baby-flavored water. I will conduct with my hands the theremin cicada crescendo swell of summer. I will sleep like a baby, flying feather gentle from a window. And I will wake again each second to the newness of the world. That's that piece. Thank you so much, family. Thank you, Dr. Boysen. Love you all. Thank you, Woodland College.
Whoa, wokeness, Nick. That was awesome. All right. And then our next reader is Kenzie Allen, who comes from Oneida, Milwaukee, Canada, and everywhere in between. Please welcome Kenzie Allen.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here, and thank you to Woodland Pattern for all the work that you do. I am a first-gen descendant of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. I am still learning my language. Oh, hi. And so I'll start by saying, Seguli Swagwake, hello to all of you in good friendship. Wagajununi Ji Wesquagedot. I'm so happy you've all made it here. More to come, more to come. So this is a little Ars Poetica, after the reading before returning home. And in the quiet, I am alive again. Pleasantries abate. The palm grease and altitude of ideals makes room for sunlight, rain, all impossible reveries of a form I return to as nesting waters. The little fox preparing for winter devours all who show themselves in dawn, dusk, little fires in the mouth, bone crackle, teeth crush, sinew caught, and the meat of it brings the carnal flood. I am that desire. I am that conflagration. And the little fox, too, who returns to the den in faith and refuge, licks the children's faces, curls up, with her tail warming her nose, waiting for night to call. And this is two poems coming about the Oneida journey from our ancestral homelands in New York State to Green Bay, Wisconsin. So this also uses Oneida language, and we're gonna try. So this is number one. We longed to lay our heads upon grasses like velvet, beaded with strawberries, awachte, yellow seeds, ojistokwa, calico, and stars, yuguanunyata. She makes the dress from smoke and sunlight, stem stitch, wrapped edge, in loops and arcs, vines rise from the soil. A light hand on the deer trail, an understanding of the moon and her seasons. Until the time they could lay down their roots, there is only this water, this wideness, bears chasing sisters, new stars low in the sky. And this is number 2. Across an ocean of lake water, the wind gave her blessing. The waves swayed, met rock and sand, wainonyagagale, like applause, yonegayashuhe, laughing water, yonodes, deep water, plunk, slush, tiss, shunk, the boat like to overturn, plunk, slush, tiss, shunk. The pebbled beach, woven, loomed in view, like the good sound of a canoe in the shallows, past rapids and rainbows' dens. But the brookies were here first, to feast on mayflies, caddisflies, anything caught in the eddies, destined to survive by whatever survival requires. For as the boats lit out into vast water sky, the nets raised up the ones who swim. We are thankful. And the bones were given back to the skin of the water. And where stars did guide them, my people carried with them too their smaller lakes, crossed the grates to the land of mound builders, near Milwaukee, the good land, Yowajiyo. The water too a longhouse, a path, a cornstalk inviting all her sisters, the shoreline already harboring light, no tear trails, but a ship sailed toward a horizon so distant and so dear. Yowanko, thank you.
The water to a longhouse. I love that line. So we're going to close with me. I'm Kim Blazer again, and I am originally from Minnesota, and I have dear ones in Minnesota, and my heart is in Minnesota. So you're going to hear a lot of water poems and care about what's going on in our world today. And I want to start out first with a poem that actually introduces me by way of place, but also celebrates and asks you to think about what crazy thing has happened when we have taken away the protection of 1 million sacred acres in northeastern Minnesota. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness is now again opened up for mining. I, of course, can't find my page, but how about this? I might know how to do this poem anyway. The where in my belly. Scientists say my brain and heart are 73% water. They underestimate me. A small island, Minnes, I emerged from Minnesota's northern lakes, the where of Monoman, wild rice in my belly. I am from boats and canoes and kayaks, from tribal ghosts who rise at dawn, dance like wisps of fog on water. My where is White Earth Nation and white pine forests, knees summer-stained with blueberries, pink lady slippers open and wild as my feet. I grew up where math was canasta, where we recited times tables while ice fishing at 20 below, spent nights whistling to northern lights. I am from old, medicine barks and teas, from early, the air damp with cedar, the crack of a mick, beaver tails on water, their echo now, a warning to where fish become a percentage of mercury, become a poison statistic, to where copper mines back against 1,000,000 blue acres of sacred. I am from Nabi and Ogeechee-Dagqueg, women warriors and water protectors, from seed gatherers and song makers, the wet where pulse in my belly whispers and repeats like the endless chant of waves on ledge rock, waves on ledge rock, on ledge rock, on waves, on water, Nabi. And now I found it. The next poem is odd, but I am among poets. And it is just, again, asking that question we've all been asking, and that is like, what the, right? In the pause before you speak, you will wonder who brought crimson, who dared scarlet the white place setting. I am not saying I sent my doppelganger, not saying, but you will wonder. At your toast, more than one eye will dart, the room will chill, cool with uninvited. You will want the applause to sound different, less like red hands, red dresses, red hollow. You will wonder what went wrong in America, this real estate you call your country. I am not saying the fabric is unraveling, pulling apart where your voice has snagged, but you will hear mumbles about fires and climate. Your eyes will burn in the silence of who to blame. And miigwech. Chimiigwech. I did want to also dedicate part of my reading to a dear friend of mine who passed away this week, a few days ago, with whom I grew up in Minnesota, so for Randy Bradshaw. And the last poem is from a new anthology that I'm sure you can find at Woodland Pattern, and it's called The Nature of Our Times, and it's a collection of poetry about the world, our relationship to the world, and why we all need to protect it. So what can we do for the boundary waters? Get in touch with your legislators, okay? What can we do about all these things? Poetry is one start, right? Okay, so this is actually a love poem. Because we story ourselves in water. As morning fog lifts and lake glitter stuns, again I will vanish, return sweetened. G-man sways, bobs on an infinity we call Nabi. All day my paddle hungers. 3 river otters swim, liquid and swift, while I dip and stroke, search the Kawishiri for motion or sign. Otter chirp echoes over water, song of Nagig. Magneted, I follow the play of marsh dwellers, fairy territory of reindeer moss and moccasin flowers, where black bodies sleek the edges of the channel, whiskered faces pop up there. No, there. Yes, we live between blue sky and purpling water, between wait and sudden, a tiny trance, a joy. Chi miigwech. And now we need the readers from both half hours to come for photos. So I think we gathered over here.
Let's do some order. People here.
All right.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. Like right now, or just our existence?
Hi, everyone. I am Antonio Vargas Nieto. I'm the Education Director at Woodland Pattern, and I'm so excited to be here with everyone, especially considering how cold it is. We appreciate everyone bringing the warmth. So first and foremost, this is going to be a combination community and youth hour. Thank you so much to our gracious sponsors, Mary and Ned Whitty. And also keep in mind that after this, we'll have lunch. So please stick around for some lunch, courtesy of We Energies. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our youth that are reading. We have a really great selection of youth poets from elementary school. We work with 3 elementary schools, Hopkins Lloyd, Gainesland, and River West Elementary. It's my favorite part of the job is working with the youth, especially the elementary school students. Quite often, I aid some of the students in writing their very first poem ever, which is just like so great. I did not write my first poem till I was like 22 or something like that, so they get a really great jump. And it's just really great to see their personalities showcased. It's really great to see them build their confidence, and it's really wonderful just to like see the energy that they bring. It always refreshes my conception of poetry. Yeah, it's just really great. And we will also have poets reading from our high school programs. We have a selection of poets from our Youth Poet Laureate program. We will have all 3 of our Youth Poet Laureates read. Emily Aguique will be virtual. And then we have Alina and Angela in person. And we also have poetry camp students. So yeah, it's really, really great. And we have anthologies of the poetry camp students at our book booth, and as well as books by all poets reading in the marathon. So please check it out. And yeah, without further ado, we're just going to get started with our first poet, which will be Eddie Hitchcock. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much. Really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Edie Hitchcock. It's okay. So I am a psychoanalyst by day, and so that means that I spend my days listening to people speaking freely. And so this first poem I'm going to read is a pantoum, and a lot of you will probably know that that form involves a lot of repetition. And so in psychotherapy, we repeat a lot of things, and this poem is dedicated to and about Freud's hysterics, the incredible women who helped him invent psychoanalysis. Shocked amid Victorian parlor silk rustle, panic froze and caught red-handed. I clutched my throat, a scarf with muscle. Lady Grey composure is undone, disbanded. Panic froze, sharp caught red-handed. Every care was taken, how could I have missed it? Lady Grey's composition was undone, disbanded. I collapse, couch caught, I cannot resist it. Every care mistaken, how would I miss it? Tears spring, unbidden, sliced intake of breath. I collapse, mouse caught. I will not resist it. Hot shame flush, then white as pearled death. Tears spring, unbidden, knifed intake breath. Chimney sweeping my coquette mind with chatter. Hot shame flush, then white as pearled death. Mute, the body speaks, paralyzed by what's the matter. Chimney sweeping mind with nothing but chatter. Velvet heavily weighs me down, stayed by stays. Mute, the body speaks, paralyzed by the matter. Bearded genius, listen, love me for all my days. Velvet heavily weighed me down, I stayed, shocked by silken Victorian seduction rustle. Bearded genius, listen, love me, I'll speak my days. I clutch my throat, mute gripped by a scarf of muscle. The second poem I have for you today is called Mid-Century Military. It's a persona poem. It's written from the perspective of a mid-century military man who is perhaps a little paranoid and worried about how his elders are viewing him. The piano, military scent, required an article of thanks, perhaps some secrets on the side, a bit of dressing. Straighten up, square away, shine up. Clatter bakelite keycaps, striking the keys, virile in my greens. My tight bar letters throw themselves at the paper, ink hammering like frantic young lovers. My fingers sashay, striking underwood paths. Eyebrows jaunt wittily, and paper rolls, air dancing a looped ribbon. And smelling sweetly of side glances, I could make rank. Never thought they'd be interested in little old me. I'm not above some good old brass kissing, not me. Now for tonight, we've got a jingling thrill for you boys. But then, a different message twirled around the piano strings. Undecodable, terse. Get out while you can. Then the reverse. Don't you trust Uncle Sam? Neanderthal-browed, he ponders, glowering, fingers splayed, then slowly curling. Sam reached out of the draft poster, serenading, I want you. He wants me so bad. I shudder, my under-rib strings yank me to him. A huge-handed dream, he careens, a gargantuan puppet. Those hands, they could swallow me whole. I yearn, trembling, to be taken, limp-bodied, light-beamed to the mothership christened the Suspectocracy. His buck-toothed seduction commands me, abject, to tread on those little girls, Saigon cinnamon trees, and all the beautiful things in the world. Surrender, my darling, like a woman. I arrived, reporting for duty, pinned, pinioned, prior friends, they are close-cut, cold-cut, crisp-creased. They are gravel-hearted. I squint, suspicious. What if they phoned POTUS? Reported my loutishness. Wish I'd gone with a high and tight. Sorrowful moans escape me, hound-like. They walk me, cuffed, taupe warm in a cold sweat. I would have been married in a stream of her tears, her mermaid dress all wonder-filled and ridiculous. There's been a misunderstanding, fellas. I'm no red, God's my witness. The social order cookie crumbles. One jagged misinterpretation I made. And now my punishment is to watch the world end in slow motion. Thanks very much.
Next up, please welcome Terry Marie.
Thank you. I'm 5'0". Let's see, I also, while sitting, have decided to do a little bit of a switcheroo, just to like join my words with others. Charlie Kirk has a federal day of remembrance in honor of him. It's October 14th, which is his birthday. And he shares that birthday with George Floyd. And so once I learned that fact, I wrote lots of poems. Here is one of them. Standing above this imaginary aisle we say separates red from blue, donkey from elephant, looking down, wondering if Charlie Kirk or Brian Thompson had skin with a touch more melanin, whether I would have seen their bodies fall. As it stands, the footage that loops and stops just before the bullets hit, milliseconds before the blood drips, and yet the videos replayed day after day, showing the world Philandro Castile's bloody chest, while his daughter can be heard saying to her mom, "I don't want you to get shooted too." The videos replayed day after day, showing the world George Floyd's last breaths, crying out to his mother, "Mama, Mama, I'm through." And I'm through too, standing here wondering whether the next time there's video showing the death of a person with darker skin, will the media politely slice and dice for the sake of our feelings, the sake of our humanity, for respect of the dead and the living they left? Or will they decide again that black deaths make for great clicks and views? Will they display with no regard again? I wonder. This next poem is called Sensation Seeking Summiting. You are so safe. There is no barrier to success with generational wealth. It supports an interesting combination of outcomes: confidence, drive, pride, boredom. Yearning to have an experience worthy of bragging and posting about, so off you go. Passport stamped by Nepal for the third time, you are ready to climb. Bright colors pop against the white of snow. You see the other alpinists clad in Patagonia or North Face, having also proudly paid thousands in exchange for an adrenaline rush. None of you realizing you're all desensitized, visualizing success in pursuit of an unnatural high, a momentary racing of the heart, completely detached from the reality of mortality. Oblivious as audacity drips and quickly freezes, creating a trail of ice bravado. Ego blinded, boldly stepping into and out of cramped in footprints, gripping every fixed rope. Curiosity has long won the tug of war against angst. Going up, you gaze upon the glacial graves of former adventurers, now ice encased, their dreams denied, turned lore and Sherpa cautionary tales. As the oxygen mask pinches your face and labored breath fogs up your vision, you unclench your jaw, attempting to unclog your ears, straining intently to hear the guide's instructions. Their voice is drowned out from your silent bargainings with God, offering empty promises while your life's on the line. The impact you'll make if only you can make it off this mountain. All the while the light starts to dim in your eyes, it seems the cost of this irreverence ended up being too steep. This last short poem is called The Invitation. Seen in the dreams of the blind, heard in the songs of the deaf, floating in every lonely tear, calming strength to every fear. He is the wave walker, midnight wrestler, bow wielder, giver of life breath, host to green pasture rest, not looking for perfection, only the willing. The master of mysteries invites you into his epic story. Just come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will have a brief virtual portion where Jean Tobin will read, followed by students from Gainesland, River West, Hopkins Lloyd Elementary, and then Emily Aguique. And then we'll resume the in-person with some of our youth poet laureates and poetry camp students. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jean Tobin, and as we all are, I'm getting older. I thought that those among you who haven't yet reached your 80s might be interested in how it feels, and so here goes. Miracles. The more I grow older, the more the world seems to me to be a miracle. I look at these hands. I could never create these hands. I look at their sinews, their veins, think of all the work they can do and have done. How amazing they are. And the birds, how they fly, how they sing, and clouds, to list only 3 of the miracles. Look at how everything fits together. Look at how at every level of existence, everything has its own individual, interconnected life. I will mention two poets in the next poem, Maxine Kumin and Mary Oliver, both of whom you probably know and very well. Perhaps it was Maxine Kumin. Old paint, she called it, old body, as if it were something she affectionately could ride, and did. And Mary Oliver once wrote, I took my old body and went out into the morning. And yes, that's how one thinks of it, one's body, I mean, when one becomes old, say 83. Something to be carried, something to carry you, but just a bit separate, not quite you. Not fully you, but something else that you depend on, something a bit other, on loan, something to use, something, a temple perhaps, to inhabit. But temporary, always temporary, not yours to keep for long. And this third poem happened after a morning swim in Door County in Peninsula State Park. On leaving Nicolay Beach shortly after sunrise. Gotten over being old as though it were summer cold. No longer will I think on death. Instead, inhale each glorious breath. Refreshing swim, I feel reborn. And so I am this lovely morn. Thank you.
He lived in a down from roof. He was born, roof. He had puppy ears, roof.
My name is Caden Kilpatrick, and this is my poem. Kind art, yay, drawing. Older cousin, I am nice.
Hawaii City, Stitch, Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Hawaii City, SpongeBob SquarePants. We are not overpriced, Scooby-Dooby-Doo. We woke up, SpongeBob SquarePants. Lauren.
My name is William Dugan, and this is my poem. Go on a ride and feel like you're going all the way up to space, like an astronaut, and be like the 6th or 7th person on the moon.
Go to Nova's Ninja Place. It's cool, baby. Now it's fun, bro. Come on, but you can have fun. Now.
Name.
Huh?
Name.
Nova's Ninja. Nova Anderson. Nova Anderson Ninja Place. With drinks and food, a cool restaurant that you can, and a hotel, a water park, roller coaster, anything. You name it, I have it. And a gift shop.
Roses are red, violets are blue. My heart is dead, I'm such a fool. Why did I fall for you? I gave it all for you. Roses are red, violets are blue. My heart is dead, I'm such a fool. Why did I fall for you? I gave it all for you.
Janila Hayes, and this name is I Am Such a Fool.
Hi, my name is Alani Lucas, and today we are learning about Eloini. 3 times fast. Dino, dinosaur, dino nuggets. That's what they eat, dino nuggets. Up a unicorn umbrella under the clouds. Period. All about my poem. I'm writing about a woolly mammoth, and it lives in the forest, and it eats other animals, and it roars, and it's from Ice Age. Period, girl.
My friend of me is Mario. I love him, my brother Leo. I don't know because I don't know. Favorite food is pizza noodle roll. Roblox talk is my favorite thing. Feedback is for big back. Don't dance and do that thing and don't get down. The dance, do that thing, don't dare down. Okay. The dance and do that thing and don't down.
What's your name? What's your name?
I'm joyous.
Thank you.
My name is Nine Baby. I'm going to talk about myself and my poem. This is it. I dog are so good. What was the word again?
I like.
I like. Finish.
My name is Kia, and this is called Kia. The first one is Kia does not know I am none of your business, and I love my mama. Read by Kia Taylor.
My name is Mia Moore, and my poem is about ocean to the sea. I like the sea because it's quiet and smooth. I can be there all the time. I like to play in the sand. It's warm and sunny. I hear the sounds of waves too. I feel happy and I will have fun. It smells like the sea. I'm done.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily Iwike, and I'm so excited to be part of Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon this year. And I hope by the time that you're watching this that you're having an amazing day. The first poem I'd like to read is titled Self-Talk. I scoured your face for beauty, digging through your soil. Our memories cake beneath filthy, chewed fingernails. I bury myself in your glassy coffins. You mean nothing to me like breathing. You are instinctual. Swallowing my pride, I see its grime on your gums, stubborn, sweet. Indulge. Lick it away from your teeth. Your synapses mean nothing. Curt impulses you fail to resist. Electric, pitiful. Listen. They're confessing you embrace those who nurse your hurting. Feel here the silkiness of your skin beneath my palms. I trace destiny along your epithelium. I turn your pages, writing my name in your epilogue. The next poem I'd like to read is titled Family History. Trace my blood back a few plane rides to a mother and tiny promise asleep in her womb. She will soon become an American, and her child will be the dream. Watch as the snow torrents so violently against the airport's quiet. Newlywed hands, shy, reaching, squeeze lightly. Yes, we are here. Yes, we will be okay. Listen as the intercom crackles, sterile gray of terminal seats wriggling beneath 2 immigrants. Flights delayed, time captured. My father looks onto the snowstorm outside the window, understands the long winter ahead, the new wife and child awaiting to cleave his life in 2. Pre and post, manifest, destiny. He holds onto Christ in these moments. Behind the pole of sleep-deprived eyes, bloodshot, coffee cup steaming, stained cocoa. His promised land is waiting. For a moment, they sit in silence. Their childhoods, 2 clouds drifting away in the canvas that is their shared horizon. They make a promise to love one another. They promise within themselves they will love this child. My mother, so young, so vivid in this picture, turns to him, sees the memories they will build within the space between their hearts. Ahorum Ginanya, I love you. The last poem I'd like to read is titled Grandfather Paradox. I step beyond the threshold of our home, dirty and cramped and filled with filthy legacy and arrogance, and I reach my father's 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 father. He knows no God but Chuku, and yet he becomes his own religion. He will raise sons to hate their sons and allow only their hands to hold the palm wine. I bow before him with open palms. I placate him in his ultimate confusion. I am his soul spooled forth across time, unraveled and defiled through my femininity. He will ask me who I am in the Igbo that coats the tongue in sand and salted proverbs. I will tell him I am the stone of the temple he will build of men that precede him, men born of mothers with wombs barren of joy, mothers made wise, faceless yet radiant. I am the stone, ultimately, this temple rejected, rolled, no, threaded, no, dragged, no, barreling through time to this moment. The dust settles, a lithe witness to murder, a taut thread cut clean. I fall endlessly into his abyss, writhing outside time and the confines of this riddle, outside the question, one question, a question of how I make it back to our world, to our page, to your page, to you, and to me, and to my father's 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 son, 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 son. I never make it back. My father's genome never acquires the mutation of apology. He remains the son, the heir of the religion that has made his anger, his violence, sacred. I only inherit this noiseless refusal of compassion. I fail to apologize after I inevitably, infinitely, step beyond the threshold of our home, dirty and cramped and filled with filthy legacy and arrogance, and I reach my father's 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 father again.
Weren't those great? all of our youth programming is completely free. So your donations and contributions are what help pay our teaching artists. They pay for the teaching materials. They pay for the anthologies that our students take home. And yeah, it's just really wonderful, and I love our youth programming. So with that in mind, since we had Emily read, we will now have our second Youth Poet Laureate read, Alina. Where's Alina? Oh, there.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for having me today. I first want to start this off by acknowledging the fact that this is a very politically difficult time for immigrant communities in the United States. And as somebody with immigrant parents and as someone who is a first-generation American, I would like to say that I truly believe that my background is something that empowers me with a unique perspective and an important set of values. And so the poems I will read today are going to celebrate that. This first poem is called Dear Dhaka. Do you call this hell your birthplace, where babies bloom from brimstone bursts of ballad and betrayal, where promise made punctures on this newborn heart, blistering like the barefoot's traverse upon graveled roads, sizzling, propelling each person a dancer with every flinch and jump, stinging jolts of fire that melt limits into living limerick proof that the impossible bends possible within bare reach. We, people of the rocks and mud, see burning wound as living invitation for movement. We, people who belong to the earth, know that winding fire is our origin. This next poem is called Unibrow, and it's about the fact that I used to have a unibrow. And it's something that I used to be ashamed of until I recognized the history behind it and the cultural significance. My mother traces my brow, generations of flight threaded into one colliding entity, one bridge between mudding root and berry, between grave and limelight, between atmospheric pressure and dark matter. These wings of flight, she says, are interconnected like life and death, peering into a window of generational light and luxury that I now possess. I used to grind inklings of the transatlantic beneath my feet, walk the pier off rocky carbon and pressurize, oxidize, and resurface. But it is here, amidst the thickness of sky, never once fully bright, fully visible, fully honest and discerning, where I learned to bleed diamond from skin, spring structure into scaffolds, and bloom under the scorching sun. Here, beneath the lotus bloom clawed mud, it is here where I learn to breathe, and it is here where I rise. This next poem is called Reheating, and it's about navigating cultural barriers and learning to find warmth. Extend your arms in these winter blues where the air freezes range of motion and legs go stiff with the wind, and you will know how to feel a mother's embrace from a distant figure, skin pressing skin, reheating a dish frozen of joyous molecules and hyperactivity that would move winter muscle, curve cold lips into smiles and circulate warmth. Relearn a kinesthetic understanding of how to move body and mind together to rekindle brick movement into crumb. String your words together into gaping conversation that will hopefully stick. Then you will know. This last poem is called Jewel Posture. and it's about political rage. Where have you earned your voice, she asks, peering towards my hardened bone and straightened skeleton, unknowing that the flesh inside boils mantle rock into an igneous body, cementing me the messenger of rage in a jeweled posture, unknowing that in my body are gaps where flesh meets bone, where there should be light, but light cannot be present within me when it is absent within humanity. Warm bodies turned cold before first breath, first gaze left to rot amongst cattle carcasses. Where have you earned your voice? Do not ask me where I have earned my voice if you have not seen the state of my people, but you do see skulls bearing the brunt of bare cement, fed concrete blood in front of their families. You call them illegals, but illegal is not the term I would use to describe a pregnant woman held hostage, deprived of care, and forced to grieve. Thank you.
Next, please welcome our current Youth Poet Laureate, Angela.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you all for being here today, especially on such a cold day. I hope everyone is staying warm. Me personally, my kneecaps are freezing. I think Alina really characterized this perfectly of political rage, and a lot of my poems are inspired by that. And so this first one is called Yellow Face. The stench of my decaying liver poisons the air as my stomach swells with alcohol, to make me forget. To make me forget the yellow blood that pours out of me as you hack away at my flesh with pointed barbs of words. Chink, ching chong, Chinaman banana attacking my peeling dandelion skin. Your mouths ooze pus, infecting every limb, tainting my veins a sickly mustard as you feed my ancestors opium. Drugs seeping into my marrow, dyeing my fingers a different color than yours, darkening my hair, my eyes into a monster that glows in the moon. We are the reminder of your dark past, a community formed by the nightmarish havoc you created. And that is why you hate my people. You hate my mouth that spews the truth. You hate that my R's don't sound quite right, like a foreigner who has lived in your country all their life. I cannot help that my words sound foolish, that my R's are not the ripe, relishing relics that you desire. But did it take a disease to figure that out? COVID-19 ripping into your world. As it crumbles, all you can see is me, holding a knife meant for my throat and wrists. Of course you thought it was for you. For your superiority, inferiority, I am the best of all people complex made you think that you were the victim. Asphalt sticks into my teeth as I am shoved into a trash can. China virus, kung flu, bat eater, a lullaby for the coma you induced on my head. Tears rush from my eyes, too quick to wipe away, as faces turned away, twisting ugly into fear, anger, disgust, hatred. I am a reminder of your vicious present, and a reflection of your deadly future, and that is why you hate me. But like my poppy plants turning yellow from my neglect, still straining for the sun like I strain for your respect, did you really think it was that easy to get rid of me? This next poem is called Wandering Forever. The sky refuses to cry the day after I died. For the sins that poison my blood, snap my bones, clawed at my skin, are certainly not enough to bring me to heaven. But hell declines my stay, as the demons who stare into my eyes see the angel that clawed through the pain, crawled through the streets, searching for relief only a woman would need. This last poem is titled Nuwa, which is the creation goddess in Chinese culture, and it really shows like what really makes me me. Every time I roll underneath the waves, gliding among the stars, darkness envelopes me like the sands of the shores where I lie, to repent. I cannot feel anything in this apocalypse. The mud that forms my body cakes into slopes I cannot recognize. A ridge here on my mouth that tastes bitter, liquid, and bile. A nub on my foot that is numb from the frozen hail that bites. As I scrape my cheek, I find no marooning flowing in my veins, my clawing fingers uncovering layers of soft clay. What once held my soul inside me is falling apart to my own touch. As I sink into the destruction of myself, I wonder if this is all my life was meant to be. Brittle shards held in asymmetry, left only for me to destroy. As my head shatters upward, my body sinking back to my home, I see her, shielding the sun from my drying skin, squeezing the clouds till they yielded. And I cried. I shouted as the blood of the clouds replenished my ravenous mouth. I screamed as darkness flooded relief into my eyelids. I squealed as her fingertips pushed colorful threads into my chest. And as she kisses my forehead, I breathe. Thank you.
Thank you to our poet laureates. Next, we have some poetry camp students. Please welcome Nicholas.
Hello. I've been attending Woodland Pattern Poetry Camp for the past couple of summers, and I have 4 poems to share with you all today. These first 2 are inspired by paintings in my house, and the first one is called Omniscient. In the wood of trees whose bark is as white as snow, with no leaves to hide the sky's ocean glow, you'll find the owls that can understand the human tongue, who'll guide you to the center of the place they've dug. There, a commanding giant whose third eye reflects the sky can answer any question of who, what, when, where, or why. It also knows all deeds, pure or foul, for no one can escape the sight of the all-knowing owl. Second one is titled Watch Out. A legend passed down among the melanated on the lips of those who deep dive into internet ghost story rabbit holes. She, adorned with red, orange, and purple flowers in her blue fro, casts spells from petty curses to divinations, all with a twist on a tried and true enchantment. If she were among her sisters in Salem, she would be one of the accused. But it wouldn't faze her. She would simply shout her iconic incantation, after a few choice words to whoever snitched, of course. A historic act, admitting to being a witch, but clarifying any ties to the devil, since hell is not an environment conducive for her curls. If you meet her, you better stay on her good side, or you'll be thrown for a black magic whirl. If you dare cross her, heed the warning. Molly, you in danger, girl. The next two poems are linked with a sort of theme of trees. This first one is called Tree Bag. Ugh, there's a plastic bag in that tree. I can't believe that's up there. What wind brought that here? I should report it so someone can get it down. I have to get to a meeting. That plastic bag. How could something like that happen? Someone should have done something about that by now. Ooh, my muffins are done. How is that bag still on that tree? How did it not get blown away by the storm? How has no one gotten it by now? How can people be so blasé about these things? Disgusting. Anyway, back to work. That bag has been up there for years. Doesn't anyone care about the environment anymore? Seriously, everyone talks about how we should all do our part by picking up trash whenever we see it. But lo and behold, a grocery bag has been waving in a tree for years and no one does anything. Oh, sweet, I reached my step count for the week. Perfect timing. There's a new episode on in 15 minutes. Thank you. My last poem for you all is called Rotten Bits. I miss my tree. My tree was so beautiful, though it was always weeping. But its tears housed birds, squirrels, and I think an owl. But now all that's left of my tree is a few wood chips buried underneath the soil, unable to grow to replace their mother, who was chopped down for, honestly, who knows? When you ask, all they say is that it was an upper management choice. At least I have a stick I picked up when I played under her on a warm summer day. I'm glad I never tossed the stick into the pond like I did with the other sticks and pebbles. I'm more glad that my mother let me keep it, not telling me to toss it. This stick is special. I felt it the day I picked it up. I think my mother did as well. Or she just didn't care, since picking up random sticks is a trade that I probably got from my brother. Either way, the stick will never leave my possession. Not unless it burns in a house fire, or unless it rots into icky wood pieces and my mother tells me to toss it. Even then, I might say no and keep the rotten pieces in a box. A box that I'll tell the teenager who has to spend time with me for a volunteering assignment about. Why? Because old people like talking about the past. We have to enjoy it while we still can. Even if I can't remember yesterday, I'll remember this stick and its rotten bits. Thank you.
Next up, please welcome Nat.
Hey. Okay, this is a couple new poems that I made over, I guess, the year or whatever. This is called Something. Sometimes I feel like I don't have a personality or a hobby. I'm just a mimicker of others because I don't know what I am anymore. Sometimes I feel like a fake, but I don't have dreams because I lost them. I feel like I fake my interests. I'm just an empty vessel of what I think I am, but I'm just things that people like. I'm not something of my own. This is called Wool and Satin. I really like sewing. The delicate fibers of my teeth wrap around your skin. My satin hands grip your waist lightly. My yarn-like tongue licks your neck. Your taste is like the stitches that hold me into place. It intoxicates and rips my threads stray at the ends, like my hair, split and short. This one is called Water. In the water, it's quiet. The water holds me up, and I float away until I reach the end of the world. Time is blurring. Days are spinning. My brain is hurting. My skull is stretching. Why are people looking? My pupils are dilated. Drugs are everywhere. Room's a mess. Things feel smaller, and I feel bigger. Quiet and lost, touched and prepped. Time is hungry, and I'm the dinner. The tree that was cut. I woke up numb. The sounds of blades hitting wood filled my ears. I didn't bother to look out. I didn't really think much of it. I thought it was a lawnmower, a small fix to chop the tall, untamed grass that we grew together. But it wasn't. It was the tree that rooted between us, beneath us. The tree who guarded my view from you. Did you climb the tree to see me, like I did for you? Thank you.
Next up, please welcome Mia.
Hello, thank you for being here and thank you for having me. Okay, so this poem is titled, "Through These Wings and This Pen, I Am Liberated." I hide not from my fear, but my overwhelming desire, as you force-feed propaganda down my paper-cut esophagus. If I cannot keep it, I do not want it. I'm not keen on torturing myself to stare at something I cannot have, to echo words in my mind that I am not able to voice aloud, to hold a pen if to do nothing but for the sake of its weight in my hand. Every sinner bears the weight of a false crown, but perhaps yours was the heaviest. We share the same crown. Born with an inkling of something, I have it all in me, but I do not have it in me to construct myself into something, yet I don't know how to be something without being someone else. I have fragments I have collected from the world, but I don't know how to shape them into a sculpture that hasn't already been made, that isn't just a product of someone else's mold. How do I take these bones in my hands that I've ripped from your rib cage and reconstruct my own skeleton without copying yours? Can I give myself the same spine as you, but still stand with a different posture? Can I take the joints in your fingers and write down words that are different from the ones you've already told me? Can I construct myself without being a reconstruction of you? Can I write your sins in the form of a poetic tragedy and call you my muse out of nothing more than justification for such that you call a crime? If this pen were the key to my liberty, I would truly break every bone in my body to build a hand strong enough to hold it. If this key to my liberty would be twisted into useless stupor of disfigured metal, it would be my second nature to mold the ivory of your bone into such sufficiency. If your bone became the key to my freedom of my bone, perhaps I would melt the skin off your flesh, off the warmth of my breath, like that of the sun on Icarus's back. And I would tear the flesh off your bones with the canines of my canines, and the bones would snap easier than the quills stained with the ink of our well. This next poem is titled "Hands of Said Marshes Sink into Said Flesh," and it is about how the Europeans came and colonized this land. This shell of flesh prunes in the marshes of a new land. These hands of said marshes sink into said flesh, to let my lungs cave in if it meant I could breathe a little better. While the monarchs of monarchs fly out of me, they, You, like this treacherous journey, leave my skin moth-eaten. Chytridiomytica grow on the tips of my lashes and unfurl whenever I breathe and crumble if I were to blink too hard. So I try not to close my eyes too often, lest my pupils were to stay dilated forever and I'd lose the earth tones of my eyes. The sunlight hits my skin differently here. I am a new shade of red and white and blue. You left mothballs in my heart, even if the act itself is over time forgotten. The hurt that which was caused is rooted deeper. Once such a darkness was revealed, it can only be diminished through consonants or contracts. The heart never forgets the hands that severed the pericardium. I cannot promise you will find a home in my rotten, repurposed heart. You could not promise I would find a home outside lungs other than your own. You colonized my liberty like ants marching on a log. Man colonizes woman, flesh to flesh. Sainthood colonizes sin, blood to blood. If this earth could be so heavenly, why pray to go to heaven? Thank you.
Next, please welcome Leverett.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Everyone doing good? All right. Well, that's all I can ask for. It's very cold. So today I only have one poem for y'all. Unfortunately, mine run a little long, so. This is kind of a reflection on the kind of situation I was in before I went to poetry camp for the first time, and I kind of started this journey of understanding myself through poetry. Working title right now is Bone Sick. I am somewhere I do not belong. That is how it always begins. I am somehow displaced from the world around me. The concepts of matter and space lose meaning. It is a sick rambling, an illness that has always cradled my flesh, suddenly seizing me. This time it is somehow different. This moment is a lie. Sudden utterings on paper, a web I didn't realize I was trapped in. The consequence of mud is madness, and I am proper mad in this moment. There is an aching in my mouth, like my teeth are somehow growing. I become a rabid dog, with all intent to bite my way free. Instead, I vomit out a name. It is not my name. It is not a name I know at all. It sounds like the humming of birds, and leaves my jaw with a hesitance. It is not a name that leaves me easily. It echoes over and over in my mind in a sound that nothing real can make. It is not real. But neither am I, so why does it matter? I do not question the way the name becomes something else entirely. The way it fills the space between my ribs and becomes a girl. The way she becomes something monstrous over me. She is a beast unlike any other. A riotous thing. The kind of thing that hunts and haunts. She possesses me. Nothing has ever possessed me the way that she does. It is a terrifying thing to be known and owned that wholly. And the whole time I know that it is fiction. I can feel the falseness of it scraping at my bones, but I can see. I can hear. I can feel something entirely real. I couldn't do that with the beast before her. I couldn't sense them like the strange animal of her. Like a violation, a picking against my soul, like she knows everything I will ever be, and she is violent in that knowledge. She withholds reality from me, and the way she does it, I would beg for more. I exist separate from the world in those days, leaving a body unbound by the mind. littering itself in ugly scars, as if that would make me return to it. But it is not the burns that bring me back, not suicidal ideation, therapy. She just doesn't want me anymore. She makes me watch her die. Wrapped around a tree, my fault, of course. And as she bleeds out, she is a thing of comfort. She tells me she's giving me my life back. She thanks me for giving her a soul. Worse, she apologizes. And I wake up, and she is gone.
And last but not least, we have Oscar.
Hello. Oshin, I need my phone to read the poem, so. Been some great poets today. It's going to be another great one. Let me find my poem. Okay, I have one new poem. It's kind of short. And I have one old poem. It's kind of long. So if you heard the old one already, I'm sorry. Sometimes variety is not the spice of life. Okay. This first poem is entitled Senses. Never have I much enjoyed the feel of metal. I'm more comfortable with wood, with stone, with polished edge of white gleaming bone. No smooth shine of glass buffed proper, rather gleaming watch of snake, of lynx eyes bright, of old piercing gazes met under twilight. With passion I abhor the shriek of machinery, though my ears recall fondly the owl, the loon, bitter coyote howls under the moon. Offer me not a processed feast, rather meals of sinew, of blood, dirty old roots dredged up from mud. To chemical sense of modernity I turn up my nose. I've known long sense of cedar, of sage, burnt sacred medicine of a bygone age. Each sense of mine doth intertwine, terminating to a savage-shaped sum. And drunk as I may be, quaffing upon my soul's dark wine, all who gaze may see my aspect true, conniving, altogether too clever, terminally lazy bum. That was like filler poem. This next one is called Sewer Child. Amongst stained glass sands where rusted ribs of steel climb high, twisting black asphalt lands where those chittering circuit birds cry. Something stopped me on my path in that alley where the foxes play. It waved a hand and choked a laugh on that twisted winter's day. It gripped my chin and met my gaze, sky all the while sleeting. I felt my eyes begin to glaze, mind clouding at the strange chance meeting. In a gentle voice of static death rang a query in my ears. The creature stood with bated breath, limbs creaking with the wear of years. Point me in the direction of your soul. Quite the novel proposition, though it seemed on the whole one with ample opposition. With a flick of the wrist, flippant wave of the hand, I gestured through the mist at this whole wretched land. You can see my soul on the beach, holographic and fake, and in tall trees of peach the wicked factories make. You can see it in my stare, eyes nearly black but not quite, and flickered in my hair, near gray when it hits the light. You can see it in my face each time he comes near, hasty garnish of grace, overtones of fear. Take a look at the streetlights, moth-ridden and flickering, a glance at copper-wired mice, all ravenous and bickering. You can see my soul in the blood that leaks from thick electric marsh, feel it crushed in pine needles and mud, and in long-lost tongues echoed off the birch bark. The creature took some time to digest those words, truthful yet sly. As I waited, the sun did climb higher, higher in the sky. After a while, an hour or two, it turned to me and smiled, eyes of fresh morning dew. Hand round my waist, wizened strength pulling me close. Furiously my heart did race, this feeling I hated more than most. You and I are the same, I assure it to be true. I could hardly be to blame for wanting to show my love for you. Tight grip on my thigh, withered hands roaming, for it caught from my eye a look of palpable loathing. Quick toss and a flip, head slamming down with a satisfactory thud. From down the gutter did strange clear water drip, mingling with darkly flickering static blood. To my face all too quickly came tears, falling to my knees with little grace, mine still accosted, running wild with fear. I lay among diluted blood for a time, body racked with sobs so shaky. Eventually to my feet I made an arduous climb, young overstrained legs so quaky. I knew myself as trickster and liar, was already abstracting the experience away. However, discompassionately was lit within me a fire, a small stumble, dry retching, feeling the world sway. Frantic exhalation and shaky gulp of air, a rhythm repeated for hours. Stumbling away as sirens did blare, found a forgotten corner in which to cower. I fell asleep fitfully at best, strange views tainting my shaky twilight rest. Though I enjoyed my tricks and lying, I never thought it would come back to bite me as I lay crying. Martyred youth of the gutter dark and a prideful, cheating half-breed bearing the world's foulest disdainful mark. 2 to sing and 2 to pray, and 2 to carry my soul away, tear-streaked requiem of the sewer child. I'm reading one more. That poem was so... I need a funny poem. Run me a funny poem. I'm reading the banana one. Ode to Banana. Oh, banana, my golden muse, my potassium prince, my sweet Cavendish, more aromatic than the Go San Hyung, more, it says aromatic twice, more aromatic than the double Mahoy, incomparable to the likes of the dwarf Cavendish or the Grand Nain. Ever since your inception, circa 1834, you have been destined for greatness. And when Panama sickness struck the gross, you saw your chance to rise. Hundreds of years culminating in this very moment. Hundreds of years of change that allow me to now gaze upon this splendid yellow specimen. Oh, banana! That God-given berry, divine fruit of this world, we do not deserve thee. Your fragrance delightful, your skin beautiful, your taste exquisite, you wonderful impossibility. You, the perfect blend, the ultimate synthesis, inspire me like no other. Oh, banana, the ultimate martyr. You have sacrificed yourself for us. The world gorges on your starchy flesh, lives off you, sells you, farms you, uses, abuses, and tosses you out, and you ask nothing. Humanity does not deserve, has not earned such kindness, banana. Oh, banana, you're delicious.
Okay, I have nothing to add. Just gratitude for everyone being here. I guess what I'll add is that there will continue to be a bright future for Milwaukee poetry. And if we could have our poets meet over here, Edie, Terry Marie, and our youth poets, thank you so much. Please join us for lunch outside. Yeah, we're gonna all...
It's on now. Okay. Welcome. Welcome back, those of you that were here this morning. It was a fabulous morning. And I have to join all the people that said this morning because it can't be repeated enough. My heart is with Minneapolis and Portland and LA and so many other places. And to not forget that though it seems more subtle here, it's happening here too. My name's Jill Sebastian. I'm a member of Woodland Patterns Board, and somebody that's followed the marathon for over 40 years, from the old place to this place, and next year to our new place. So I hope all of you will continue to attend the marathon. The first hour this afternoon is the group from Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design. So please welcome Leslie Fedorchuk.
Hello, everybody. My name is Leslie Fedorchuk, and I'm really happy to introduce my colleagues and my friends from the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design. We are faculty, we are staff, we are alumni, and we are one professor emerita. We nurture and celebrate our writing practice, some of us getting together on a regular basis to share and give feedback. Writing is important to us. Writing is a critical component of our curriculum at MyEd. Students there take 4 years of writing, and they also have the option of doing a creative writing minor. So we are very serious about writing at MyEd. And I want to thank them for sponsoring us this hour. Our relationship with Woodland Pattern is long and symbiotic and joyous. And we encourage you to stay informed and involved with Woodland Pattern if you aren't already throughout the year. In these challenging times, consider how Woodland Pattern supports and empowers youth. They offer MyEd students the opportunity to complete service practice projects and gain an understanding of the importance of an organization like this, not only in our community, but beyond our community. Also, Woodland Pattern's youth literary program provides year-round, hands-on, multicultural arts experiences for MPS youth that they would not have otherwise. So please continue to support them. And I think that I am the first reader, and I want to encourage my colleagues to come back up here after we're all done and get your picture taken, okay? And Jill, you're going to come right after me, all right? Because I flipped that switch around. I'm reading two short coming-of-age poems, because aren't we always all coming of age in one way or another? The first one is called That Coming of Age. Suburban Detroit rooftop, middle of the night. Occasional cars speeding down this quiet street, Motown blasting. You're listening to hear if the Tonight Show is over and your parents have gone to bed. And there's a slow rustling of a massive elm canopy overhead. Occasional cars speeding down the street, Motown blasting. Waiting for a car to slow down on Farnham Avenue, where a ladder leans against the garage. The slow rustling of a massive elm canopy overhead. Thinking. Time is standing still. Time has not even begun yet, but certainly it's about to start. Waiting for a car to slow down on Farnham, where a ladder leans against the garage. Shaking off sleep, buzzing with excitement, picking at the asphalt shingles. Thinking. Time is standing still. Time has not even begun yet, but certainly it's about to start. Is it really necessary to sneak out of the house? Yes, yes it is. Shaking off sleep, buzzing with excitement, picking at the asphalt shingles. You're listening to hear if the Tonight Show is over and the parents are in bed. Is it really necessary to be sneaking out of the house? Yes, yes it is. Suburban Detroit rooftop, middle of the night. The second poem is this coming of age. It's much more recent. On the edge of a very great lake, owls hoot until sleep arrives, and a melancholy stillness inhabits the house, full moon illuminating everything through the skylight. Owls hoot until sleep arrives, the neighborhood settles, the cat waits outside the door, full moon illuminating everything through the skylight. And in the preciousness of time, the neighborhood settles, the cats wait outside the door, aching joints make their presence known, and in the preciousness of time, gratitude is always. Aching joints make their presence known, and a melancholy stillness inhabits the house. Gratitude is always on the edge of a very great lake. Thank you. Jill?
I will read 3 short vignettes from my collection, Weed Stories. Wolf Grape. One suitor gave me yellow roses. He didn't understand the Victorian language of flowers. They signify infidelity, mine. The next suitor loved daisies. He never asked my preference and gave me only these in bouquets, innocence, hope. Perhaps one of these relationships would have lasted had I received red roses, true love. I had the impression that all poetry used ornate wording, dense with this kind of encoded symbolism. I purchased 2 books at an antique store, attracted by their covers. The first was a white, rosebud-studded, well-worn, leather-bound collection, red-letter poems for young ladies. Bittersweet Nightshade wound its way through the pages. Truth, fidelity. I avoid the vine, though I find the heart-shaped leaves, star-like violet flowers, and red berries seductive. Its truth-inducing poison sparks an unconscious reflex, danger. A photograph of the Coney Island Midway at night jacketed the second book, Poems by Lawrence Ferlinghetti. Reading it felt like a jolt of reality. He gave me a different poetry, one that exploded my expectations, dumping obscure, flowery language for, in his words, love's plain song. Devil's Bootjack. I waded 3 feet into the flotsam and jetsam of beer bottles, discarded clothes, and other litter, bobbing among tangled weeds. I needed to retrieve my wind-blown paper bag and to collect plant samples from this unruly patch of ecological history. Just the day before, I had found a dead raccoon. At dusk, I could spot rats skittering from the condemned building, so I was wary. As I shuffled out of the underbrush, my ankles stung with a familiar pricking. It was a mystery to me where these irritating barbs came from, slender, flat seeds, tipped with a pair of hooked awns. Long ago, I had learned to excise them one by one from my clothing. Otherwise, they would ride it out through the wash. Talk about persistence. I declared, enough. Where are these coming from? The spindly plant I discovered was inconspicuous. I will probably never notice it again. Beggar's ticks, pitchforks, stick tights, call it what you will, this plant is annoying. And the last is pigweed. We like quinoa. Nearby restaurants offer it in Buddha bowls. Jerry tosses it with steamed vegetables, complex seasonings, a little oil, then invites my husband and me over for a scrumptious meal. Over dinner, we debate big questions. By enjoying this high-protein, nutritious pseudo-cereal, do we, as health-conscious consumers, unwittingly further an unfair North-South food exchange? Does this import disadvantage poor farmers in Bolivia, Chile, and Peru? Are we monopolizing their ancient diet? A new study claims indigenous growers benefit from the economic infusion. Another says they are screwed by middlemen. What is the environmental impact? Is this a fad? Will we tire of eating this nutty superfood and contribute to a market crash? Another serving is followed by deep sighs. There is news that quinoa is being grown in Idaho. Yields are less on plains 14,000 feet above sea level in the Andes. I offer an alternative, something already abundant in North American crop fields and along roadsides. Both Napoleon and Robert E. Lee sustained their armies by harvesting a common weed closely related to quinoa, lamb's quarters. Yum.
Please join me in welcoming Sean Enfield. Sean, where are you?
Howdy. How's it going? This is a lovely distraction from watching my football club lose. Well, I'll still rep. You'll never marathon alone, right? Okay. Well, this first one is relatively recent. It kind of trying to put in the words how daily the apocalypse is, I guess. It's called For Good. Sooner or later, the block just gonna be all delivery trucks and active shooters, a murder of Amazon drivers, black and blue-gray chests glossy and gunning, hazard lights syncopated flash and click time to the tune of a chorus of dogs barking. Couldn't tell you the meaning, but of course, it's a warning song. If you arm and deputize the old high school football team, you're gonna get a bunch of shitheads, role-playing like wannabe action heroes, invaders storming somebody else's homes to take back somebody else's streets. But you can't kill a poet multiplies. Human errors compound till they crash this damn server. Look, all I hold in my hands is this here expo marker, and I'll show you how I use it. Scrawl out a blotted imprint of my intestines tangled up in the spilling guts, crying over whole blocks everywhere. Set the piecemeal heft on every passing doorstep like we all just had a couch delivered. Sure, hooded soldier, come and take it, but grief like this ain't taken easy. By the time you've tiptoed to it, the grief is gone as firstborns in the night and as entrenched as the God who took them. I'm very fortunate to be a Maya instructor. I'm also very fortunate to be an instructor with Woodland Pattern. If you were here in the first hour, you got a small glimpse of the beautiful chaos that is working with young poets. And so the next couple things I'm going to read are from this anthology we did with last spring with the Golden Center. I like to start classes with like a little collaborative poem sometimes. I'll throw a little template on the thing and try to like recreate a writing room, and they throw me ideas and I put it on the board and we write a poem together. So I'm going to read a couple of those. I don't know, writing is like lonely work sometimes, and it's hard to do lonely work in all times. This time particularly feels hard to do lonely work, but I think teaching writing makes it feel a little easier, you know. Sometimes it affirms the frustratingness of writing, but then you get in that groove, and then it's like, okay, yeah, there's something to this. So this first one is an acrostic. Never doubt the power of an acrostic in the hands of a third grader. And it's called Our World. Our city, united, runs on water, options, food and drinks, rainy, Lake Michigan, dreams big. This next one is called Anger. Anger looks like throwing chairs. Anger sounds like growling, yelling. Anger feels like pain in the eye or in the head. Anger smells like fire, burning. Anger tastes like burnt rubber. Okay, and this last one, I asked the students to give me things they dreamed of, things they dreamed for the world and for themselves, and then I took their responses and I stitched them to the template of Donette Smith's Little Prayer. So it's called Mr. Sean's Little Prayer. Let aliens camp in summertime. May spaceships find a lifetime supply of blue Takis. And build an ice cream shop where there once was a Walmart. Let there be a theme park for everybody. May every day be their birthday. Let this be our family. Let this become our government. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Please join me now in welcoming Anna Hillary.
I'm going to read 3 short poems. One slightly shorter, another one pretty short, and the other one slightly longer, but it'll be quick. So, down the line. Who was a writer before me? Lost herself, the mother finds leaving isn't easy. It's just a way through. When it was time to go, me in the park, watching the father watch the birds. Did you find your words? To wonder what you knew when those ears still pulsed through the heart. Night bottom red enough that maybe your mind rang even where we were. Interest in hiding, now I'm all wrapped up in me. Sheer might, so dark, most recognizable smile in the city. A vessel, but formed like a shell. A conversation about a body. 2 bodies, exactly, 2 bodies. In the light only, wading through fingers, legs, when a whole meadow shrinks into the moon, stone reflected on skin, burning prism, without regret pop the bubble gum, slick checked bathroom floor, black and white. Black and white, mopping pre-dawn geometric shine, mirror in your eyes. Lists, formatted, framed always. Whole industries in the US, you said, for the crushing saturation, organization with all the mind. The ego walks, skips, sprints without much help, finds itself a tub of emerald. Puts itself behind bars, weighted rainbow right away. Lists for groceries, baby names, colors to paint, people you slept with, cities forsaken, books read, when to write, winded lungs bent backwards, hold the pen across the softest corners of Navy mind. A break in the paper, paragraphs, a fresh start, each word composed, wants that only leave room for one language, back to one country, where no one remembers spontaneity, at least not I. The unwashing. Old friend, I bought a sheep and combed his hair. Years after life rides our backs, hands crossed, we found each other. Weeping up in fur, out in the wolf's clothing, I put myself in the barn and aimed for the heart. While it was us, the moon, covered face, eyes, all parts, past eclipse season, stardark ink, might as well watch myself waiting to be tricked. Not only ghosts wander, myself also floats, like the wind, translucent winged, like smoke fading away. Particles of you, the brush, the days, like the medieval mix, eucalyptus, musk, leaves, a scent, a trigger for your apparition. 100 weekends counting, clean the tools, start again. Thank you.
And now I'd like to welcome Marie Larson.
Hello, I'm super happy to be here, and I'm a MIAD alum, and now I work at MIAD, and I also consider myself to be a Woodland Pattern alum as well. Worked there in the early aughts, and consider it sort of my undergraduate degree in poetry, so thank you to Anne and Carl for that experience. It was incredibly formative. I'm going to read a couple of pieces from the end of a longer project. The beginning of that project is really steeped in sort of the ecologies around Lake Superior, and then towards the end it takes this swerve towards the digital, so I'm gonna read from that piece. Each piece starts with the word verse. Verse, an operator for my fat heart against fluid space. Excess string begets hair in the wind, barbs in a vertical column, weather nest. Neuro-fuzzy inference beaded pathway slides against shifting predictions in a plural curve of crossed indexes / stars. I inverse the read of my life into bits, match green to yellow to white to the violet thread between A and B. No direction change in structure. Subtle movements within a wider pattern, within a wider body coordinate, a plot clustering, a plot unclustering, a body and bridge. I want to be a bridge, span the root systems. My child's skin replicates a river, undefined variable, the node of a body graphed against the future. And where is mine? Voiding the absurd geometry of a metabolic mind, trembling encryption of long grasses printed above the ground. My insect heart shakes its terrible legs. I measure the future against the forest. Incomplete measure as my blood pumps into wasted time. Print, ambiguous mouth tastes everything beautiful. Print, mine grows open, oh. Return, cipher. Return, static. Return, at a loss for. Reach across space, mirror, blank, 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 mirror it. A hole opens in which to insert my heart and cancel it. Shall I? Run, structure query, return, sea of grass. Verse. The night is full of insects, cardinal star crumbling into radiant violets. My after-image graphs onto the galaxy's simulacrum. I feel its fractal love. I'm right here. Light, blue, light. Each morning, my vessel listens for the sun's holographic O. The world is so softly lit. It's over for me, shredding this network under a camouflage of white pines. A sea is a brace, an open glossary of collisions, a bed of leaves upon which the world unfurls its endless meridians. Verse. Cardinal insect inside my crumbling heart, A radiant fractal graphs the simulacrum of my affection. I feel it beating. I'm trying to let go. Light blue vessel in morning, oh holographic sun, listen for me over the lit world. I pine pale under shreds of ripped code, a window opening. Its brace is a sea. Its glossary needles the bead of your namespace in spilled verse. Verse, night, radiant, crumbling into fractals. My face, light, oh, the sun is so graphic. Glossy halo, a sea is a mouth sewn open as silent bell. Thank you.
We're halfway done with the MyEd group. And I just want to say what a gift it is to be able to stand in a room and read and listen to people that you care about and who you know are invested in what you're doing. That's really a gift. So please join me now in welcoming Kate Schaffer.
Thanks, Leslie, and hello, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here. I have 3 untitled short poems to begin, and then a longer poem. Salmon struggled, leaves of yellow and orange fluttered into the racing creek. Tea-colored waters carried them away, gurgling and burbling toward Lake Michigan. The salmon ran the other way. Today, a pair of belted kingfishers, chittering, flew along the Menominee between banks in warm March sun over riffle and run. Overcast sky at twilight, clouds cut into remaining daylight, pale orange rim on western horizon, sunset yields to deep turquoise span. Night descends, curtain cutting the light. And this longer poem is very much about the geographic location that MyEd currently inhabits. And the building referenced here is the actual building that MyEd currently sits in. It's titled Confluence. 2 or 3 rivers meet here. Stained water from tannins, tint of tea, color of coffee, leaches from leaves, maple or oak, before merging with the blue of Michigami. In another time, this convergence holds a wetland of wild rice, manumine, purifies water, nurses fish, before joining the blue of Michigami. In another age, glacial drift deposits, clay, pebbles, boulders, blue marl, lines lake beds, settles on shores, molds, moraines, or morasses, before combining with the blue of Michigami. In many others, inland seas leave limestone layers, which now form the mortar in this building. Ancient skeletons structure the present before slipping into the blue of Michigami. In yet another epoch, sandstone concretizes quartz crystals, submerged in a clear, shallow sea, Shoreline breakers round each grain before moving into the blue of Michigami. And perhaps farthest back in time, strata of sediment metamorphose, emerge as gneiss, intense heat and pressure fuse layers, vulcanized, sparkling, before coupling with the blue of Michigami. Now, at the confluence of 2 or 3 rivers, we too gather, flow together, enchanted into the blue of Michigami. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming Ashley Luchinski.
So these 3 pieces are from writing group, which CJ and I host with the MyAd students in the library every Thursday. So, To want, a finished basement, a sunroom, southern exposure, light spilling, splayed, boxes of warmth in another bedroom, some extra space to live, to laugh with friends or tuck the kids, a place to curl my feet beneath me, book folded in hand, to watch the sunrise smiling. One of those birdhouses, feeders, with the cameras that catalog and name to catch folded wings and curved beaks on a screen. What does it mean to want, to own a piece of land, carve into it for the sake of beauty, a garden, so the basement doesn't flood? The right to take the ground and make it anything but what it is, a thing overgrown, life, worms and bugs and birds and foxes and deer, all the souls that creep across the traps of suburban streets, hopeful and wanting. Thanks, guys. Hands, small and quick and cold and searching, stuck without ceremony under my shirt to warm on the skin of my belly as I stand in the kitchen, waiting for coffee. Small hands that get tangled in my hair, pull my face, a half-opened mouth, breath sweet, skin thick and wrinkled after a half-hour shower. Should my 6-year-old be using a sugar scrub? Fistfuls of lotion pressed into her palms, slathering, smoothing, skin sawing off in white pieces. Remember dipping fingers in paraffin and pulling the molds off like gloves? We spread white paste, all of us as kids, an even layer across our palms and blue between pursed lips. The large flakes we peeled away, whirled with imprints we could see when we held them up to light. Our cells, clinging shadows, falling in love even then with something made of us. This one's a bit longer. Bear with me. It's brand new. Just did a first of this on Thursday, so thanks, CJ. An earbug, not an earworm, a metaphor, a song stuck in brain, but a literal bug with wings, light flutter, legs crawling, here at night without you, stuck, trapped, reminding me of sunlight. The last time, bug in ear, squares crossed hardwood, the papers signed, muffled sounds, you packing, lifting boxes, found me at the sink, leaning, head tilted gently, trying to shake, loosen the stranger in my ear. The soft animal of our marriage, curled closely but freshly dead, quiet, starred without fluttering, folding box flaps and books divided. At the sink, head tilted gently, the stranger inside moving, a horrible tickle. And you, a stranger, your hands still familiar, out of practice but soft, guiding my body down to sit down. Your fingers touch my downy earlobe, tilting towards light. Bright rectangle glows, shows you pictures. You read aloud, olive oil, from near the cooktop. Yellow label on dark bottle, square palmed and tipped, pouring warm oil in the shallow grooves. Your eyes not on my eyes, but on me. Breath catches then, as you tug my earlobe gentle. Oil spills over, slick across skin, jawline to fall, dripping on bare clavicle, pooling before slowly slipping. You move quickly, rag folded, a pillow to rest my stilled ear for drained oil, rushing in glugs, pouring out with a head turn, flushed beating wings now stilled, and there, yes there, among the yellow pool of slick, small green bug, an aphid, your glowing screen tells, unmoving, and such a small thing. An afternoon slicked, a shirt ruined with oil stains, a box abandoned where you bent, reluctantly set down. Here in nights, months from afternoon, squares of sunlight, muffled sounds flutter, stuck, trapped, reminding me of things set free, bare clavicle in cool evening, cotton sheets, the silence mine, the shifting mine, alone and filled with warm oil, a song sung in beating wings, and small footfalls, a metaphor maybe, the soft animal inside me folding, my body down, a pillow. Rest gently, trying to shake, loosen my friend, my dear, come towards light.
Next, please welcome Grace Umek.
Hello. I have 2 poems here, and the first one I'm going to read is called The Sparrow in Folklore, and it's based on this piece of folklore I learned about in Ireland, where you should not cut your hair outside because the sparrows will come and take it and put it into their nests, and then you'll get really bad migraines. And the only way to get rid of that is to smash their nest. So that is what this poem is based on. I remember your poems of me. You wouldn't let me have them, so I split myself over half-forgotten words, something about the holes in my socks or how dirty I am. I think of how much of your hair is stuck in my clothes and how maybe I'm the sparrow collecting your hair, snipped off your head, scattered on the ground, and I put them in my nests, weaving strands tight in my twigs, sewn through leaves with my bone needle, packed down into the brown mud, a carpet in my hole, but I am a migraine to you. I am a head full of stones, till you've tracked me down and with your big stick crushed my nest, crushed the mud against the wall, and ground my dirt into the floor. I've needled into you until you've had enough. You chase me, but you'll have to untangle the strands from my wiry feet before I'd let you go so easy. And then the second poem I wrote when I first started my job doing like contracting work and like demolition and stuff. And when I was rewriting it this morning, I realized it actually pertains a lot to a recent loss I had. So it was so originally it was called The Floor, but now it's called Untitled Eulogy Song. Puddles of sweat drip through my face, and the respirator fills with liquid that spurts out the filter when I breathe. We tear open the floor, find newspapers stapled to the wood underneath, with stock numbers from December 24th and the year ripped away. But under the Luan, under the vinyl, the linoleum, the MDF, under about 400 staples, the crusted wooden slabs can tell us early 1900s. I write poems like I'm 13 still, like I'm 15, like I'm 18, like I'm 20. I see myself tied up in this floor and in the thousands of nails holding the iterations tight against each other. I watch flies land on the furniture I just painted white. Spiders crawling sticky with their paint-covered feet. I feel the sun burning into my back, turning me red. And in the next few days, I'll begin to peel, and I will be the floor, ripped up, becoming 20, becoming 18, becoming 15, becoming 13, becoming 10, and 7, and 4, becoming Luan, becoming vinyl, becoming linoleum and MDF, and processed pine slabs with a newspaper stapled to my face with my name and date and price, and whatever I thought would be important when I got older. The puddles of sweat soak into the floor, and the spider is high, and then the spider is dead with his new white feet. And my skin peels and shrivels all over the room, and it's one more thing to sweep away before we lay the tile. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to welcome Lisa Floading to the stage. Lisa, where are you? There you are.
Hi, everyone. I work in student support at MyEd, and I am so thankful for the support of this group and of my writing colleagues and friends. Someone once told me that work is never finished, it's only abandoned. So these are all little abandoned pieces. This is Husk Cherry. A parchment of veined skin protected you from soil and sun until you rolled loose, papery husk divided, lifted aside to find the surprise. Inside, ecru of paper giving way to reveal, a yellow oval bright as a rubber ball. Dressing gown discarded, a wrapper on the ground now. Teeth split you lengthwise, tart blind taste of woods and plant and loamy silk behind. Swallowed, the tongue remembers, musky tomato shade of remnants ancient. This is musky toe. Meticulous, obfuscated miniature worlds exist everywhere. Remembering the ruin that has fallen, glistening creches beneath the blades, the painful proboscis tickles my conscience to bid me pay attention. Resist the urge to gently explore, then rake nails across, cross-hatched. Marry the sensation with the sight of a raised spot, peony pink sore. My skin of fabric of tantalizingly intermittent texture. The tiny injury offers insight, together with lunch, for multitudinous larvae. This is Untitled, it might be a song. I'm not your ball and chain. I'm the drooping balloon tied to your wrist. I'm not your trophy, I'm your catch and release. I'm not the mouse to your cat, I'm the persistent flea in your pelt. Never trust a girl who didn't skin her knees. Never put your faith in a boy who never cried. I'm not your other half, I'm your sometimes whole. I'm not your security blanket, I'm your 4 a.m. wake-up call. I'm not your greatest mistake, I'm your lost opportunity. Not the apple of your eye, the rotten core you spit out. Never trust a girl who didn't skin her knees. Never put your faith in a boy who never cried. I'm not your dreamboat, I'm your sinking ship. I'm not your velvet cage, I'm your steel cage match. I'm not your accomplice, I'm your confessor. And I'm not your nursemaid, I'm the salt in your wound. Never trust a girl who didn't skin her knees. Never put your faith in a boy who never cried. Two more, we're almost there. Grounding. Because you can be asleep at the wheel of your own life, having nodded off to what has crashed into being, if you awaken to feel the wheel sharply pulling steel, it's natural to think that the 1,000-ton vessel you're in can only ever take you screaming into the abyss. And yet, in that moment, you're more alive than you've ever been, blood regret pooling. For in that averted crisis lies a place less encumbered than your own mind. Taste the adrenaline, syrup sweet, as you pull over, more aware of the soles of your feet than perhaps you've ever been. And this last one is called Your Shoes. A brown paper bag of shoes sits by my back door, Balanced there, a welter of shoes inside. The last 4 years of my life as lived by my feet. Tumbled heel to vamp, toe-pressed bulges empty now, I glimpse a triangle of brown leather belonging to a pair once hastily removed on a summer afternoon. And there's the shiny minaret of a heel, always difficult to ambulate in. Those were for looking, not walking. All will be sorted, paired, appraised, and priced. The person who owned them first, imbuing them best. I'm reminded of all the people I was when I wore them. What you're really buying in a used pair of shoes are the places walked and stood in that life. But some shoes have one life, one owner. I once delivered a pair of black scuffed dress shoes hastily to a funeral home where they would be put on the feet of my father's body. At the time, it struck me how useless those shoes were, only there for tradition or the thought of appearance's sake, the wearer quite unaware they were chosen for his feet. Those shoes, those will only ever belong to my father, as long as his body molders in a crypt. I wondered as I placed the Target bag lumpy with shoes on the outstretched palms of the woman with the kind look, were they uncomfortable? Were they literally the last thing he would have ever put on his swollen hoof-like feet? Perhaps for his comfort, less ours, he should have gone shoeless for all eternity. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming C.J. Scruton.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks so much, Leslie, for curating and taking care of us and making everybody soup, among other things. Yeah, you can watch recordings from lots of past years to watch me waxing romantic about Poetry Marathon. But in this case, I'll just say thanks to everybody at Woodland Pattern, my sort of home away from home, my family away from my family. Appreciate everything y'all do. But y'all know that already. I'm going to read just a few excerpts from a long-form piece called Voice Training, which there are a few layers to that, but yeah, if you know anything about trying to make your voice sound more feminine, you know it's famously notoriously difficult, and also hormones don't help with it, unlike other sort of, gender voice journeys. And so you end up doing these weird sort of cycles of the Harvard Voice Lab has a bunch of speech therapy, sort of like snippets of language. But you end up in this weird desensitized spiral, and then when you look at where they come from, the most famous one's heat from fire, fire from heat, which is from a John Dowland poem, Wilt thou unkind thus reave me my heart, which, yeah, literally means you're so unkind, why won't you take my heart by force? Yeah, and so these excerpts are all about running with those kinds of spirals in the sort of sense of the way that like language and politics and violence can end up in these really desensitized spaces and trying to sort of use poetry to resensitize them. So yeah, these are just all excerpts called Voice Training. Voice training. When I speak, the words reshape the muscles in my throat. My diaphragm rearranges my fears and gives them spectrogram readings, measures the process, like sleeping dog, fire heat, death of planets, astral tripwire. My love will live forever somewhere. There is a color of sound dying away. The word in music for flattening time is decay. Explain, what was your first American foray into violence, my love? Don't pretend you don't know. It's in your blood, steady and red. A house of fire falling away. A blue shift wave, a cresting, a closing wound, an obstruction of night skies by satellite skylines. Honey, look up. See the conjunctions in our birth charts. The clock is ticking. I book my blood work. The Red Cross turns me away again. They didn't even ask if I am a man this time. If I'd had sex with men since 1977. On the phone, I want to say so much, but my voice breaks off in their hands like a chipped sawtooth. My voice is what happens to sinners who have it coming to them. Who have it coming to them is an ungiven gift, is what white-hot catastrophe happens to sand to make glass. Voice training. The man in my phone asks if I've prepared, and I think emergency, think war, think go bag, think trust is this, my perpetual preparing, there, the clean hand, the hiding. The thistle doesn't bleed from her own thorn. I take 2 doxy pills and improvise with all my throats a polyphony, a morning prayer for the dead and hopeful bacteria. Underneath my quiet skin, I wonder which threat I will make myself next. Voice training, this is the last one. Today I told a white lie in binary code, and my computer believed me, and so did the man on the other side. I called myself a sea when I know myself to be a harbor. I cried today for no reason again. I read a religious text that told me there's never no reason. I hold my breath, leaving my apartment like a cat being held squirming over a tub. I wonder if I say I love you too much for words to retain their depth, their economy. Isn't that what they advised us of flesh, of weight? What's freely given, supply and demand? There is something in the water. Its reflection is beautiful and cold, and it holds every secret I've ever wanted to tell you about me. I kiss it on the mouth. I hold its face under the surface. I breathe again. Thanks, y'all.
Before the Myad group comes up for their photo, I want to say that when I moved to Milwaukee in 1981, Ann Kingsbury is the person who made me feel like I was at home. Ann, Carl, Jenny, Laura, thank you so much for what you do, and everybody at Woodland Pattern, and all the poets, and all of us. Thank you.
Welcome to the 3 o'clock hour of the Woodland Pattern Marathon, sponsored by the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. My name is Ed Werstein, and for the past several years, I've had the privilege of curating the WFOP's hour for the marathon. So I'm very happy to be here. The WFOP celebrated our 75th anniversary last summer in Madison, so we've been around a while. We think every Wisconsin poet should be a member of the fellowship, and you can find us at wfop.org. We're very happy to be helping once again to raise funds for this very important cause. The marathon is one of the main fundraising events for the bookstore. It enables them to continue their important programs. They sponsor over 400 programs annually in literature and the arts. Recently, I attended a poetry reading at County Clare by the youth poet laureate Angela Wang, whose poetry was fantastic. The Youth Poet Laureate program is just one of the many programs that Woodland Pattern sponsors that this marathon makes possible. They sponsor curated art exhibits, music performances, film showings, and much more. I'll be calling readers to the podium during the hour. I'd like to remind the readers that to stick to the 5 minutes so things can be moving along. Don't make me use my hook. And at the end of the hour, we'll be coming back up for a photo. One of our readers could not make it today, Amanda Reavey, who's the co-vice president of the fellowship, could not be here, and I told her I'd start the hour with a short poem that she gave me to read. It's called The Story Beneath the Trees. There's a story beneath the trees. You can hear it if you kneel. Press your ear to bark as if to bone, where sap hums like blood, remembering a name once lost. It begins with wind, but it's not wind. It's the ache of seeds that split for light, the prayer of roots tugging downward toward some ancestral mourning. Every ring a hymn, every scar a testimony, this one for fire, this one for drought, this one for the child who carved their sorrow in the shape of initials. The trees don't forget. They carry everything. So I'm going to call up, as I said, call up the readers in order, and the first reader in our hour is Esteban Colon.
Boop. Also known as the hook, so no. Kidding, sorry. All right, this is a very short poem called Terrible Twos. Tiny fingers waggle, gimme. Teeth ready to bite anyone who dares say no, all earthly power mobilized to crush anything beyond understanding, as all too many look on and smile their approval. Thank you. This is called Unsurprised. I used to believe musicians playing as the Titanic sank was wild frivolity. Till I drank deeply at a poetry show as the television announced that the Titanic sank a hair deeper, as we all knew it would. All living with the echoes of neighbors too eager for the chill of death, still convinced there was a boat waiting for them, despite every vessel having been cut loose. So I understand the musicians playing. The busy hands throwing water back out of the ship, the few keeping lines in order and leading those too weak to swim to floating debris. The unsurprised, saving their own lives and those too long blind to the hubris of captains and their hunger for the sea. Thank you. And I know that we are all fans of poetry here, so I apologize in advance because math. This is a poem called Math I Can Do in My Head. It requires a visual aid. This is the visual aid. It is an equation that the poem explains. My percentage chance of calling the police. X equals how much danger I'm in. R is how escapable that danger is. L is the distance of other Latino residents to where I am at that moment. D is the population disparity between white residents and the most populous minority. I is how obviously I belong there. And R, or B, whoops, letters are hard. And B is exactly how far away it is from banker's hours. Thank you. And because for some reason that isn't enough science, this is a poem that requires a little bit of science terminology, so I will share that before I start. The first term is barycenter, which is the common point of orbiting bodies. So if you see like the Earth and the Moon spinning, the Moon isn't spinning around the Earth, it's spinning around a point between the Moon and the Earth because they're both tugging on each other. Tidal lock, which is when two bodies in space face each other while they're spinning. Ejection, which is when something is in orbit and is flung out of that orbit. And last but not least, gravitational capture, which is the opposite, when something is hurling through space slow enough to get captured into the orbit of something else. This is called three bodies problem. Part 1, barycenter. We orbited irregularly. Your gravity, the inverse of my ability to see through your damage, my own gravity increasing each time keen eyes had seen too much, each time I risked being honest enough to leave. 2, tidal lock. We slept irregularly. Bodies trying to gap broken orbits after laughter and vodka, a house full of music and friends pulled us close together again, sharing a bed with hopes of stability despite slowly slipping into an escape orbit. 3, ejection. Interstellar, the first rogue planet was a shadow by the door, pants down his member in hand. You stopped my imminent explosion of supernova machismo, kept spinning along nerves and erotogenesis, till gravitational capture had us entwined with 2 additional bodies, the third content to orbit watching. Each came so close to crashing. None of us were ready for when we were all flung, hurled out into the cold dark of space. Thank you. And with all that science talk, here is an overly simplified metaphor. I have never had a period. But I both believe they exist and trust women when they describe them to me. And I'm going to end with a very short poem called Presidential. Tiny fingers waggle gimme, teeth ready to bite anyone who dares say no, all earthly power mobilized to crush anything beyond understanding, as all too many look on, smiling their approval. Thank you.
I have no math and no science, Esteban. Thank you. And thanks, Ed, for organizing and for Woodland Pattern for this wonderful event. I'm going to move this slightly. Vantage points. We arrive, handful of bees and sweat, to wide front porches and grandparents waiting, cousins somewhere nearby, unable to sit still, scattered in the woods or upstairs rooms. We arrive, road-weary, and slog the air up the stairs to held-open arms after some interminable travel, packed into cars, long hours. The best vantage point, the way back, a third-row seat that faced the retreating road so whoever sat there could see where they've been, but never where they were going. That old Volvo ended up my older brother's teenage ride, and once it lost its doors, a shelter for our family dog, before some local business took it off our hands for the county fair demolition derby. And eventually some wrecking yard's crusher ate it. Maybe the leftover bits recycled into new cars, floor mats or brake pedals for new sedans, and new families, so it's all our vantage point now. No skin to touch or sweat to exchange, so instead we watch the receding asphalt, ticker, ticker, ticker of intermittent center line, to parse together what was. Middle of some joke, I recount the silvered pad I slept on to curtail bedwetting. How what was supposed to buzz shorted and began to zap. How those mini shocks worked, retraining me. My friend, a mother, asks the obvious, why did you start wetting the bed? And I don't remember exactly, but know ticker, 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 something happened, center line. Next time my mother and I sit across the span of her porch, I ask about the shock mat, my regression, about that time. After my emergency appendectomy, 2 years old, I started wetting the bed again. A brother soon to be born, and my mother apologizes. She says the pad was only supposed to buzz, not shock, but she was so tired, couldn't handle the idea of two of us in diapers. They tried everything. An old fainting couch moved into my room, thinking this lower furniture might help me get up easier. And I remember it, her overwhelmed. I knew it was something, ticker, 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 center line, some event. She mentions the surgery, my brother's birth, the dog attack that scars my face, some whitened memory of the emergency room, how the doctor wouldn't let me have a mirror, no matter how many times I asked. So my recollection is sense memory. Fingertips magnify what's there, the sutures and ties of puckers of skin reattached to skin. One theory is that female dogs are more aggressive during heat cycles. Another, that my appearance triggered some response in her. She'd bit another similar-looking girl in the past. I say I don't remember much of my childhood before 8 or 9, but there are these moments, shock mat, anesthesia, fingertips finding the contours of a wound. The way back seat allows us to only look back. Windshields pop and metal squeals, but someday we'll approach each other closer and closer, not measuring distance and stopping before we touch. As my mother says, there was so much going on. Thanks. Aftermath. My father told me to turn the lights on when the sky got soft and greenish gray. After the F-scale winds, when people might be picking their way through the wreckage of what was home, and ours untouched. We had a roof, food, electricity. Come spring, we'd clean the mice out of the bucket of used motor oil in the garage. Silken lumps fished out of a skein of treacle. Used motor oil has many uses, beyond a death trap for unlikely families in an unlikely place. We are talking about fathers because both your father and stepfather had told you you can't trust anyone who bleeds 5 days and doesn't die. When there's a storm, I still think we should get the chainsaw and walk around to the neighbors, cutting brush, clearing what needs clearing, checking in. I recognize that lump in death smothered in the gray-green of dirty oil because earlier that year I'd found a nest in the cap on the propane tank. Pink and hairless, I put them back before anyone else saw. Viscous slick, they'd been tempered to the ultimate vulnerability. I want to tell you how down the hill by the creek there were these plants we called touch-me-nots, some kind of jewel weed with orange flowers and sweet nectar, and we'd rub it on broken or itchy skin. But mostly we like to poke the cylindrical pods, watch them split and furl back onto themselves. In the moted light, we could watch the trajectory of the seeds. You are surprised I've never heard that saying, but what I learned is how to manage lump in death, a chainsaw, and to touch everything that claims to not want touch. Thank you.
Next up is Jim Landwehr.
Hello. We live in strange times right now, and I think that poetry helps, and writing helps, and community helps. And my poems today kind of go there, and I'm not normally this serious, but we're in serious times. My name is Jim Landwehr, and I'm the East Region Co-Vice President for the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. In June of 1967, my father was beaten to death in a racially charged bar fight in St. Paul, Minnesota. A year later, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis. Given the events of the past few weeks in Minneapolis between ICE and people of color, including white resistors, I just want to say how much it grieves me that we're still fighting over skin color. It grieves me how far we have to go as a country, almost 60 years later. This first poem is called The Report. It took me nearly 55 years to ask for the police report, the one describing the night in '67, the bar where it happened, the circumstances, the people present, the assailant names, the racial tension, the words passed, the first punches, then the first kicks of the first fight. The subsequent breakup, the 10-minute breather, the continued provocation, the gang in the doorway, the questioning by the victim, the return to the door, the second attack, the multiple assailants, the kicks to the head, the assault with a crutch, the chaos, the death blow, the clearing of the bar, the scream, the sirens, the victim lying motionless, the transport, the dead father of 6, the arrests, the beginning of the police report. Thank you. Fast forward 55, 60 years. This is called Live Streamed, dedicated to Gil Scott Heron. Where do we turn when there's nowhere to turn? When lies come so freely from our leaders? When Congress sits on their hands and watches? I ask you, where do we turn in this chaos? How do we find comfort from our grief when the news of today surpasses yesterday's tragedies? How do we look away without staying in the dark? These are the hard questions I thought I'd never face. We are in a time of revolution, a conflict between good and evil, between truth and propaganda, between love and hate. But I choose not to lose my hope, because I believe in goodness and will triumph, because history has vanquished oppression before, because hope is all I have right now. The revolution will be live streamed. It will feature drone coverage of people in the streets, pushing injustice to the curb and into the sewers, paving roads of justice, righteousness, and love. The poets, artists, musicians, and activists will save us, using words, beauty, action, and lyrics that cut. We will stage sit-ins, marches, and protests, armed with sidewalk chalk, banners, whistles, and bullhorns. We will put flowers in the barrel of their guns. Peaceful crowds will shout down oppression. Our lawmakers held accountable for their silence, and we shall see liberty and justice for all. So don't just sit there, do something. This is the angry Jim day, so you don't get the funny stuff I usually write. In this last one, I was part of a panel at Waukesha County Library on book banning during book banning week. I was asked to be the poet representative, so this is called 10 Haikus Not Yet Banned. Some I've read, some not. The book banners rise again. Have we learned nothing? All of the banned books banished to the ocean floor means more scuba sales. Light in the Attic, Fahrenheit 451, and I turned out okay. Catcher in the Rye, I read it as a sophomore, required reading then. Then there's Judy Blume, helping girls through their teen years, except in high schools. Banned books in high school, but trust kids to navigate internet on phones. Libraries ban books. Will theaters follow by banning Hollywood? It starts with the books. Next, they round up the authors, not ruling it out. Censorship starts when rules on what is deemed harmful are set by others. We need libraries to help us learn, grow, and love. They're not the thought police. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for being here, especially my family. One poem, Triptych 2026. The government is shooting people, famously, 3 hours from my apartment as I sit in the cat cafe folding origami. Queer craft night in our small town, full of teenagers in oversized black hoodies, working on anime illustrations in serious notebooks. My best friend from college had her baby 3 days ago. Dude, it was wild, she texted. about how her wife caught the baby as she was giving birth. This friend has always been brave in her prescience and intuition. She must believe there is a future. I watch a snowplow in the parking lot, across the street, toothbrushing weather off asphalt. 2. You give the barista a sticker that says, "Fuck ice." Put outrageous tires on your car. Try to eat breakfast and savor your stress, because it lets you know you are still alive. We see each other, alike and different. You moved to Minnesota because you thought it would be safer for your family. You bought a big parka you never needed in Texas. You distribute the salty hot soup, hand warmers, gloves, cotton shirts with long sleeves, donated leggings from which you remove the hair of a white cat. You give away cups of hot water, cheese sandwiches, peanut butter and crackers. You drive a van of coats across town to distribute on the coldest night in 6 years, weighing the dollar store and Walmart. You share HRT with your estranged ex-girlfriend's new partner, even though you talk shit again about your ex at the bar last week. And you are one paycheck away from the beginning of oblivion, one paycheck away from your own place, one check away from realizing it's not your fault, from realizing your complicity, the echo of an idea, realizing you're so good at survival. 3, you live a double life or a triple life, cannot seem to escape your work as a witness of endless suffering. Maintaining your right to make art about your right to make art about your life. Teaching survival skills as the government violates your writing students' personhood, personal space, and freedoms, and the insidious questions you wonder and which you're afraid your students will ask. Like, how does any of this matter? Artists are mandatory reporters. And I am here to say there is fear in the classroom. I see marks on the page. Hunger and cold. Someone in the front row showed up without a pencil or a coat today. You're told to fill out a form, create a report, dispense a referral. There was panic during the teaching conference on Wednesday, and some of your friends were driving around campus looking for ice, and others were not leaving their homes. How do you tell your nervous system it was a false alarm? Despondent, frayed, dried up, cried out. How many times will you let your students see you crying? How many times on the first day? I see you. You are like me and different. I sing of your desperation. How scary that guarantee of some future. Thank you.
At the cabin. 14 miles of potholed dirt road cross rocky hills of the Canadian Shield, past birch, white pine, pitch, and jack pine, and at Fitz's cabin, round logs stained brown-red, chinked snug. Through prickly weeds and clumps of trees down to Black Bay at the foot of the slope, clear water like ink even in full sun. Kick-off shoes wade in, curious perch kiss your skin. The yellow screen door barks all day, canoe, pick berries, swim across the bay. No schedule, no hurry, read, nap, fish. Wood smoke, wet dog, sun-baked skin. After every meal, Marge's blueberry pie. Late afternoon, black clouds scud. First drops plop, downpour, petrichor. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Rainbow. This is a Tai Chi pose. Gathering the stars. Your arms arc a half circle, hover at heart center, fingertips not quite touching, feet parallel hip width apart. Pour all the weight into your left leg, then pivot right on the right heel. Open your arms, palm facing palm. A faint excitement of molecules alive between them. Return to starting position. Repeat on the other side. The chi accordions as you open and close your arms, harvesting the heavens. Does simple movement awaken the chi? Or is it always at your fingertips? What other gifts await your attention? Memoration. I see the distant cloud that is not a cloud and pull my car onto the shoulder, lean back on the hood wrapped. As the undulating flock sweeps back and forth across the sky like iron filings drawn to a massive magnet wielded by the divine. Though there is no leader, thousands of starlings fly as one, each coordinating with its 7 nearest neighbors, changing direction and speed together in response to others all the way across the flock. As they pass overhead, the whisper of wings working air becomes the roar of an airborne sea punctuated by high-pitched, panicked whistles as those on the edge plunge toward the safety of the center. Searching the periphery, I spot the peregrine falcon that drives this mad dance. It stalks the fringe, trying to separate a single bird from the twisting, wheeling mass, careful not to collide with the dense bodies, feathered bullets that could send it hurtling to earth. Finally, the falcon abandons the hunt, but the starlings continue their flight until, at some subtle signal, the cloud dissolves.
Thank you, Woodland Pattern, and thank you, everybody who's here and listening. Normally, I write in free verse, but I've decided that if I want to be a real poet, I've got to try to write in form, so I chose an ancient French form called the triolet. It first appeared in writing in 1486, but was used orally before that. It's short, 8 lines, but there are only 2 rhymes, so everything has to rhyme with just these 2 words. And 2 of the lines do get repeated. But you know poets, they sort of sneak around the rules. We have our ways of doing this called poetic license, maybe. And so W.E. Henley wrote a triolet, and you're going to hear how he slips around the rhyme because he's got the word triolet, T-R-I-O-L-E-T, and he rhymes it with get. So you just listen. Easy is the triolet if you really learn to make it. Once a neat refrain you get, easy is the triolet. As you see, I pay my debt with another rhyme. Deuce take it, easy is the triolet if you really learn to make it. So now you're going to hear some some triolets that I'm trying. The first one is, like a New Year's exercise. I heard that you could make sort of a roadmap of your past year, and that could help you plan out your next year, but I'm directionally challenged. So I sort of equate it to augury, looking at birds' intestines. No New Year's augury. Keyless are my heart map's roads, crisscrossed lines of blue, black, red. Colors do not note emotions flow because keyless are my heart map's roads. They cannot predict what tomorrow bodes. Straight black lines mean neither calm nor dread. Keyless are my heart map's roads, crisscrossed lines of blue, black, red. For all of those of you who have been to a professional conference, this is a poem called Professional Conferences, and it's got big words in it, so I hope I can pronounce them. And it refers to Artemis, the goddess who at times is pictured with many, many breasts. Pendulous overhead light fixtures drip from ceilings like Artemis's breasts. Below, thick carpets, patterns, mirror shapely, pendulous overhead light fixtures hush the small talk of waiting listeners, notepads open to imbibe the profession's best. Milk of newest methods, theories most pure, like the creamy pendulous light fixtures dripping fad, and wisdom from Artemis's breasts. This poem is titled January 6, and probably many of you know that that is Epiphany, a Christian feast, right? When the wise men came to the baby Jesus, and in many European countries, it's still a holiday. January 6. On this Epiphany, my throat is sore. I cannot go and see with wise men this Epiphany. Vitamin C, my gold must be. Frankincense, my tea. Rest, my myrrh. Godspeed, you sages, on this Epiphany, while at home my throat is sore. And here's my last one, and this was an interesting experience for me. Blood Bank Awakening. The tube of blood flows hot against my arm, surprising me at my body's life. While I recline, tethered, there is a swarm inside the tube running hot against my arm, eager to feed, fight, mend, slake, and warm, more aware than I of this inner self. The tube of blood flowing hot along my arm wakes me to my body's life. Thank you.
Next reader is David Southward.
So I'm going to start with a poem from my new book, Queer Physics, which is available at Woodland Pattern. The book is structured around a sequence of sonnets about adolescence. So this is one of them. 1983. I'm not prepared the first time Stevie Nicks comes charging down the catwalk in Stand Back. With fan-blown curls, her dancer's rockette kicks, proving how hard this muse of Fleetwood Mac must hustle to command her own domain. And singing with the sadness of Eve's fall in a deep vibrato scalded by cocaine, he asked me for my love, and that was all. She leads me to a life-enriching place of reckoning, my sister self, the one who sees behind this tearful, acneed face a need like hers, while I, the stricken sun, tingle with pleasure, sensing in the dark an exit wound where beauty leaves its mark. This next one is about the great French philosopher and social activist Simone Weil. Saint Simone. She starved herself thinking about grace, how difficult it was to be nothing but flesh, prickly, contrarious, pretending to get by on cigarettes and headaches. As a student, she witnessed the heedless velocity of factories, of campaigns preparing to turn people into things. She called this force. Like any woman who has loved a man, she understood God's absence, the harrowing way loss can intensify passion. Denying herself the comforts of church or sect, she believed only in challenge, staring into the black waves of oblivion until they shimmered. Now that we've had more than a year to think about the 2024 election results, it's time to ask ourselves, seriously, why Mom can't be president? She means well, busting her ass to keep us clothed and fed and focused on our goals, stressing the virtues of saving, saying grace, not wasting water or leftovers, looking out for toddlers and elderly neighbors. She makes us talk to people we don't know or care about out of decency, glares when we text or cuss at the table, sighs if we bitch about homework or chores. We can tell by the tired look in her eyes at each day's end, decency's hard work. But come Saturday, when Dad rolls up in his Lexus, sporting a golf tan and trophy-winning smile any kid would die for, licking his thumb to peel an Andrew Jackson for each of us from his money clip, still high on a promotion and new girlfriend and youthful physique, well, it's hard to remember his failings. He can make the good life look easy, ripe for the plucking. Naturally, when he offers to take us out for a spin and ice cream, we'll leave Mom behind to warm up the leftovers, biting her tongue as she waves from the window. One of the challenges of aging is accepting change and not becoming a cranky old man. I confess some days I want to throw in the towel and just say, take it all back. Tellerless banking, search engine ranking, fears of the global economy tanking, our government hated, our standards deflated, a century of civic achievement negated. Philosophy dying, the shit we keep buying from moguls whose assets are past quantifying. Botox injections, big pharma confections, pills for attention, alertness, erections. Amazon shopping, small businesses flopping, dreams of a middle-class populace popping. The next generation perfecting our nation by targeting humans for mass cancellation. Tell me I'm dreaming, that TikTok and streaming and millions of people compulsively memeing was simply a hoax thought up by the folks that gave us AI, killer drones, ashless smokes, and the man-child whose goal was worldwide control, a speck on my country's awakening soul. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, for inviting me to be a part of this. Thank you, Woodland Pattern, and thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm Adrienne Wallner, and I am the co-vice president of Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. Disquiet. Solar storms and stomach aches, feeding anxiety, encouraging mistakes, drawing anger out, shoveling worry in. Every night's sleep seems to wake as soon as it begins. Drenched in sweat, I am boiled awake, hours away from a lucid state. My eyes snap open, I hurl my covers aside, and fumble for my phone to check the time. The unnatural blaze of cellular light that we now completely accept as just part of our life informs me that it's 3 in the morning. Why am I awake? As usual, checking the phone was a mistake. The luminescent rabbit hole that tempts to trivial and text as we numbly type and swipe to the next and the next. I didn't have to look. What difference did it make? I still wish I was sleeping and I'm still awake. But these days, who still lies still in sleeplessness's dark embrace? Who doesn't reach for their personal distraction database? How have we arrived in this place where our eyes thirst for screens and our hands are constantly occupied by gleaming machines? This desire for answers sooner than instantly, before immediately, and quicker than now has left us less able to comprehend somehow that our addiction to knowing is not as intelligent as it seems, as ideas give way to updates and devices replace dreams. Thank you. Letter to Lake Michigan. We don't need to talk. You always know why I need you. You comfort without speaking. You listen without hearing. I know you will always forgive me. When I wrap my arms around you, your embrace surrounds and slows me to the pace of sleepwalking, lifting the heaviness until I am floating, concern sinking beyond my reach. Your appetite for my troubles is always ravenous. You swallow with each swell the weight of my worry, replacing the hollow with currents of calm and comfort. You have rendered me unable to live beyond the reach of a strong shoreline and incapable of inhabiting a landscape without water. Thank you. Those two are from my book, To the 4 a.m. Light, and this last one is yet unpublished. Reminders. Remember, you are more than your struggle. Remember, your trauma does not define you. Remember, learning can require unlearning. Remember, there is a part of you that is not your parents'. Remember that your experiences will shape this part of you. Remember to leave space for surprise, for unexpected, for unbelievable. Remember that belief and trust require different flavors of faith. Remember sour and its puckering. Remember salt and its sting. Remember bitter and its sulk. Remember sweet and its easy swallow. Remember blood. Remember somewhere in between. Remember when your job was to witness. Remember that this was enough. Remember when you didn't have a choice but to change. Remember, anxiety can be controlled by the mind when it listens to itself. Remember, you are in charge of your own reaction. Remember, outside validation does not define you or the worth of your experience or the truth you carry inside your being. Remember, no one can see this truth unless you show them. Remember how hard this is. Remember, it is worth it. Remember, the censor and inner critic have no place in the temple of your creativity. Remember, they are not welcome here. Remember, you are your own lesson. Remember, there is never a convenient time for a revolution. Remember, your fingerprints will leave a map, the swirled pattern of yourself, a sticky smudge on the world's unwashed windows. Remember your voice. Thank you.
Expanses extend beyond fingertips reach, try to grasp a sliver of sky. Only inches separate you from destiny. Sly, bleak piano teeth tread through dreams, but balance can be found before the fall. Steady now. Take a sec, but don't bow out, because the show must go on with the never-ending story of how we triumph through trials, traumas, and errors despite the naysayers and haters. So carry on like a song, even with a broken heart, even with a soul devoured, even without a devout friend, family, or lover who needs approval anyways. Grade of an A never got anyone, anything, or anywhere beyond the classroom doors, so keep staring out those windows at the birds in blue instead of the blackboard full of Shakespeare quotes, because the world is out there. Education is the key to success, yes, but not one of such narrowness rather than marrow. The bare bones can't save you. A concept cannot fly unless you build the wings feather by feather and paint them with every color, red, orange, pink, like a sunrise. I know you can take flight with concepts from your paragraphs in narratives and persuasive essays with figurative language galore. Each metaphor could catalyst change in the world. For example, the duckling emerging from her shell to show the world her true potential. Or the woman who dances in puddles under rainbows after surviving cancer. Or the bridges that he had to break to find a new road. I read all your words, all of them, and let me tell you, I found epiphanies within and between the lines that made my eyes pull with joy, so I thought I would try to write you a poem to show you that kindnesses and cares are not just miracles, that silence isn't an end, that your impact is a pebble in a lake that ripples over and over again. That piece is dedicated to HSCD, GED, adult high school students that I've had the honor to teach, to mentor, to serve as a leader. I teach on various levels, and I teach with Woodland Pattern, too. I teach littles at River West Elementary, and I think it's been 4 years. So today is very meaningful to me on many levels. Support Woodland Pattern. They're doing amazing things if you didn't know. Also, I am the co-VP for Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets for the East Region. Thanks to Ed, who inspires me so much and always has. Let's shout out Ed. And Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets is about fellowship, right? And so I am going to do something. I'm going to bring up a fellow poet. I'd like to call up Fee Poetry to take the rest of my time. Come on up, Fee.
I didn't prepare for this. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, I appreciate that. Fiending for a Molly or a moment was never an issue because I'm naturally Debo. When problems are unwound and no solutions are found, they tell me, come quick, feet, get to the phone. Because they know I'm always loyal to the ones I call family. Because home is where the heart is, and so we left ours on the stoop trying to get to the throne. Because wearing it on your sleeve to get you thrown. I swore from water pulled from your flesh to convey a message that we've outgrown. So leave the foolishness at home, because sometimes we forget that every being can't come with us to the top. And so we stop in haste to try to understand why the friends around us have dropped. Because whether it's Friday or a day of retribution, the weekend still comes. Decisions still need to be made because Monday will soon be on its way. And letting too many bodies lie in your bag burns the body numb. It's not enough smokes, dopes, or rum to keep the naysayers at bay, even when he say and she say and they will believe anything that feeds the narrative that feeds them. Taskmasters inside their heads that haven't freed them. Hungry to be frontline in a show where nobody came to see them. Oh, this is an ode to the brave few, the new you. I'm speaking to the pew, but Lord, I don't think they're hearing you. An ode of an apology disguised as a love letter to the person you used to be. Old news that held you to the grievances, to the prisoner that you used to be. Cried and weep from fake friends, high expectations and old delayed apologies. Locks of the mind with no key, prisoner. And so even when that greed not feeding your soul still brought forth as a green tinge that devours my being and yours. Because a friend ain't a friend when green rinses through to their flesh. Because leaving some people where you found them is what's best. You know, your bestest friends aren't the ones who stayed around the longest, but the ones who stayed around when you weren't your strongest. The ones who stayed the longest without letting a peep of green take them over. You know, the ones that held you together above the surface, not letting you drown in alcohol and kept you sober. You know, those lessons that we have outgrown. Our grandmas have told them to us. They've yelled them to us time and time again and again as it weighs on their weary soul, as it drains out a dreary note to fight. Not upon the flesh, but for the things that are right. Put up a fight. Put up a fight. So that, give me one moment, I'm sorry. Put up a fight. So the demons don't seize me, letting up on a temptation, letting the devil tease me. Please excuse me, because all I'm trying to do is fight for the life that he promised, because all we got to do is what he said and what he promised. But our heads are just hard in understanding, but easy to misreading, when all he said was so simple. All the lies we tell bleed him. Bread for the body, wine for the blood, sacrifice. You know about that? For the survival of your own. We've been all too selfish to grab for a life vest that could save someone else's life and your own. Again, these lessons we have outgrown.
I'd like to thank all the fellowship readers, and before I read a couple of my own poems, I'd like to remind them to come forward after I'm done for our photo. Some of you know that I like to start with a poem by someone else, and this poem was my introduction to the poetry of William Stafford, and it's called The Dream of Now. When you awake to the dream of now from night and its other dream, you carry day out of the dark like a flame. When spring comes north and flowers unfold from the earth and its even sleep, you lift summer on with your breath, lest it be lost ever so deep. Your life you live by the light you find and follow it along as best you can, carrying through the darkness wherever you go, your one little fire that will start again. So I brought something a little more lighthearted to start with. I play Scrabble, and this poem is written in the voice of the letter V. It's called The Letter V's Lament. Why do people hate me? After all, there I am in the words of live and love. Okay, maybe I'm not as versatile as an H or a Y, which is why I should be worth more than 4 points. Even the Romans thought I was worth 5, and they never even heard of Scrabble. K is worth 5 points and rarely gets tossed back in the bag. which happens to me all the time, despite my being vivacious. I'm almost never part of a bingo, and way too often I'm left there at the end of the game on the loser's rack. So I'm going to read, I have a new chapbook out available at Woodland Pattern. So I'm going to read just 2 poems from this book, the first and the last. The first one is the title poem, and it's called As the World Burns. These are poems that have to deal with the environmental crisis. As the world burns, Lord help me, I started talking to my plants. It gets worse. They're talking back. Well, not all of them. I gave the last rites to one of the cacti this morning. There's little hope he can hear me. But the other cacti stand armored, ready to defend their dried ground. The Schaffer is thriving, thrusting out new growth right and left and approaching 7 feet tall, all of which I interpret as a thank you for giving it some attention. My philodendron is racing across the valence, the petals of the jade glow like emeralds, and the aloe plant is making enough salve to soothe this burning world. All this gratitude for a few kind words and some water now and then. But my peace lily is very sick. Can you blame it? And I'll close with this poem and a reminder, come forward for the photo when we're finished. It's called Jerry Died Last Night. It starts with an epigram from the poet Thomas Transtromer. There's no room for rhetoric in a poem. I'm thinking about all the trees and paper and that paper and pencil used to be, and the lost oxygen in their felling, of ancient plants and animals now pumped up as petroleum, and of the lost oxygen of their burning. I'm thinking about my grandchildren, and how I won't need the oxygen in 20 years, but they will. And I'm thinking of how Jerry died last night, and how I may die tonight or tomorrow or some dark night 19 years from now, but I will die. Then neither I nor Jerry will need the oxygen 20 years from now, but they still will, my grandchildren. And I'm thinking of how we poets have been writing for centuries with wooden pencils on paper pulped from trees, and where has it gotten any of us? How many trees? How much lost oxygen? And I'm thinking of how I'll print this poem on an electric printer and drive somewhere burning fossil fuels to recite it, and that all I'm giving back is 8 pathetic plants in this little apartment and 4 grandchildren who will have an oxygen deficit. And Jerry died last night. And I will die someday, but it won't be from lack of oxygen like my grandchildren. And I can't finish this poem. I've ruined it because there's no room for rhetoric, and I don't know how to write without it anymore. And Jerry died last night, and I can't finish this poem. Thank you. For photos. Thanks to Woodland Pattern. This is my favorite weekend of the year. Thank you.
I know I cheated.
You did.
I know.
But
I'm
it worked out
in
all right.
trouble for it.
No, not for me.
Okay.
We're always a little over time anyway. Oh, we got to go over here.
$20 each, 25 copies. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take care of it right now.
Miriam. Oh.
Okay, here it is. Oh, some good someone did. So everybody's here. Yeah.
Go. Shall we go?
Yeah.
And they're not starting. I'm starting.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, heard the poets. Get the poets together. I am.
What order are we going in?
Let's see. I'll show you. You are right after Dasha.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks.
Hey, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm ready. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to get going.
How dare you make us listen
I know everyone loves everyone, and it's so exciting to see everybody. But we got a schedule to keep.
What a sense. I know everyone loves everyone.
Can I start? Welcome, everyone, to the 4 o'clock hour, the Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission. I'm Auntie Trudell Vasquez, former chair, and they asked me to host. I said, sure, I can do this. Why not? So let me look at the list here and make sure we take care of housekeeping. I've introduced myself. I want to thank our sponsors, Transfer Pizza, and Brenda Cardenas and Roberto Harrison, well-known poets and part of the Poets Laureate, yes. Let's see what else. Woodland Pattern. I have not missed a poetry marathon since '05, except for an 18 when I was moving, and I couldn't leave my husband moving the house. But I have been part of Woodland Pattern since I moved to Milwaukee in '05, and it's a home away from home, and I'm just so thankful that you're here and you're stronger than ever. And, you know, the children's hour, can I tell you how wonderful that was? Yeah. Okay, moving on. We're going to do a group photo. If everybody could come up the end, and I'm going to start us out, and then I will invite you to come up. And I'll, in between people, I'll just say a few wonderful things about Woodland Pattern, including this is a fundraiser, so please give generously. The programming that is done at Woodland Pattern I know well, from poetry camp to being a board member to today. And here we are, being the poetic resistance in this time. So I'm Angie Trudell-Vasquez, the former City of Madison Poet Laureate 2020 to 2024, and I started the first Youth Poet Laureate program in the state in Madison, right behind Milwaukee, or Milwaukee was right behind us, but it gives me great joy. So I'm going to read 2 poems, and then we'll start everyone else, but I did not want to follow Brenda, so she's closing us out, not following Brenda. So I'm going to read a poem in honor of a friend who's no longer here. It's called The Farewell Tour. It's from my new collection that I currently have out at a few places. And it's for Merle Minor. The Farewell Tour. 1. Cross creeks, waterways, fire and footsteps south. Fly back over hilly 2-lane moon highways, soar between corn rows, soybeans, sod farms, carve up untouched swaths, glide on sunshine home. Chrome spins, spine unwinds, return to the first place you kissed a boy. Past pregnant rivers, swollen lakes, enter high on jack juice, holy smoke. Big belly beer laughs, arc over the steering wheel, fog up the glass. Spool back to sunken earth, reach ancestors' ears beneath the grass. We wave as we pass the cemetery, their DNA swims in our veins. 2. Cows, hogs, horses caught in first place face jokesters for 10 days. Steel bars braid between a bull and its silver nose ring. He lays in his cage, snorts, eyes wild in his head. Exposed to stares all day, he blinks at flies, swats with his iron tail. Prize babies hug metal crates, backs to throngs. Sweet straw strewn on concrete, they wait. Make eyes with the blue ribbon beasts, blink 3 times, leave. Shorts and flip-flops slosh beers on their toes, step in goat dung. Stroll down Horse Barn Row to the party. Step careful, watch the hind kicks. Handlers braid manes in white pristine boots. 3. Flaxen friend, a giant man sits at a picnic table. Childhood pals surround. He is the sun we evolve around tonight, a backpack of beers at his side. In 8th grade, his gift for me, a stolen rose paperweight. Young then, half-life spent in tidy split-level houses, cornfield edges. Late at night we walk, talk, the air heavy with perfume, sweet teen desire. You, the only boy ever invited to the slumber party, the boy next door. For years you smuggle drinks from the campgrounds, hoot and holler our names across the street. Fingertips rest on chemo flesh. Brown eyes meet blue, gaunt from treatments. You only feel good when high. All these years I've never touched you. To give false hope, invite a caress when I knew. No. But now, though both married we cling, this our last goodbye. Say nothing. 4. Water, fires, footsteps north, we weave home. Sunflowers peak, gold faces at attention in a field, a ditch, on gravel roads, yellow heartbeats, heads arch east, acres and acres of seeds. Corn arms dance in dank hot wind, moisture slips behind our knees, salt traces on ankles, quartzite boulders, billion-year-old seas held off, melting glaciers save the ravine. Carved back at high speeds over black ribbons, next time home will be to grieve. 5. Your widow says you sent a buck to stare at her in the window while she dressed. That's from Rome Minor. So we know things are happening. And 13 years at the ACLU, I know the Constitution. It's not being followed. So I'm going to read this, what and that, part 3. And I'm thinking about folks in Minnesota. I'm a trained legal observer. I'm proud of that. So here we go. What in that, part 3? Who hears cries, douses fears, finds the lost pacifier. The honor student with her thin old bones, who walked thousands of miles with 3 brothers, 2 sisters, 1 aunt. What did their tiny faces see perched in baby seats, packed 2 by 2, front to back, leaving the detention camps? The building smalls. Their parents' holes echo in their hearts. This is no yellow school bus taking them to teachers who care, who speak their language, where hot dish for lunch is a foreigner. This is where no parents go. Avoid. You can't write absence. And because we need to have hope, I'm just going to close with water memory mosaic. Water memory mosaic. Body of water, boundary water laced the landscape. People moved up and down the mounds, found themselves among the reeds, the fish, wild rice. Mound dweller remains. Here, sea rocks stacked, how they stood on boulder dams, speared our ancestors laying eggs, spiraling back to their birthplace. Celebrants smoke flesh at night, sing songs of praise, prayers answered, sustenance for the next season, fins forward the way home, history in bones. Our cuerpos remember, I tell her, liquid memory, DNA swims in our blood when we drink. She, beautiful child, blinks, believes me, stops running the sink. Precious, I say. Humans over 70% agua, water is life. All the wet that ever was, here now for all. And we walk, enter the lake, splash and race this summer day when school is out. How vast are we in our veins? Thank you. It is my great pleasure to introduce the new inaugural Green Bay Poet Laureate. And it's Miriam Robin? Miriam Robin.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I also want to thank the Green Bay Public Arts Commission for this great honor and trusting me to represent the great city of Green Bay in this poetic resistance. If only. This heart I abuse isn't even mine to use. From the first time his eyes met mine, he was so fine. He owned me, my heart, my soul, my mind. I know as soon as he smiled at me, we were connected for eternity. My soul felt it first, safety. This feeling I had searched for endlessly, lifetime after lifetime, his soul I searched to find. But this is the darkest timeline. Timing was never right. I could never be held by him at night. Only the depths of my mind, not touched by the light. In reality, his actions tell me he loves me, but his words say he couldn't date me. Says he needs to see me, can't do long distance feels, too many words and wounds unhealed. They fester as shards of broken trust sink deeper. He wraps his arms around me. I can breathe, finally. I breathe him in, breathe this moment in. It has always been him. An 18-year-old me knows this is it for me. This man could ask anything of me. All I want is for him to say he loves me. But instead, he leaves me unread. But it was something he said, how he kissed me. This moment happened to me before. I'm addicted. I want more. I offer him me. He declines, says it isn't the right time, says he knows me, says he would never hurt me. He waits for me. Again, I offer him me. He declines, says look at your mind, it isn't the right time, says he knows me, said he would never hurt me. He waits for me. All of this amounts to a single kiss. He laughs at me as I wait expectantly for him to take me. He declines. His words play hide and seek in my mind. They run the turns and folds of a brain in my mind like a maze. He asks, I know, if I asked you would stay, and there were things you were doing I couldn't be in your way. Of billions of possibilities, you ended up here with me. Traveled galaxies, soared through the cosmos for this to be. To have my soul be known, to have my arms be your home. Decade after decade, I have loved him. Life after life, it will still be him. I would sort the stars and call them by name, if only he would say he felt the same. Thank you. Word sanctuary. Wounded by the world around me, I flee to the sheets. The safety, the security of poetry, the words never betray me. Fold the pages around me like origami. Make me something new, make me something complete. Lock me up, throw away the key, leave me here, leave me be. Words I can control, write me a new identity. Lost in prose, I'll define happy. If humans aren't meant to be alone, the words will keep me company. In written illustrations, see the real me. Just one more hit of coupling AB, just one more line of rhyme symmetry, I lose my sobriety. To get drunk on others' vulnerability, huff their emotional instability, snort their toxicity, just to OD on a lack of boundaries. All the main line on that written therapy. Put me in recovery. Remove the stitches from what is to what could be. Let the words heal me. IV of prose, saline of empathy, bandage me in spoken word. Write these wounds on loose leaf. Written artistry paints me as I would be if I weren't hooked on hurting or dependent on depression. If I were healthy, would I lose this creativity? Is it just a lifeline out of crippling anxiety? Or does reality wait on me? Am I the problem? Is it me? Or am I the hero that I have waited to see? The one that never saved me, the one that needed poetry. In this place, you can heal. In this place, you can just be. This is the word sanctuary. That one was from my book that was published 2 years ago, 1,000 Apologies to Me, a collection of poetry, short stories, and reflections. And this last one is unpublished. Maybe the beauty of our journey is in our cracks, the fractured pieces off which light refracts. Maybe that's how the light travels back. Maybe that's the roadmap back to who we were before we were shattered. Maybe putting ourselves together again is all that really mattered. Maybe when we heal, we lose all that sealed wounds and the light gets trapped. Maybe infection dies without a sound. Maybe smooth skin and scars round. Maybe who we are now is who is found. Maybe, just maybe, it's surviving that makes us proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Green Bay is proud. Yeah. Inviting up Lisa Vijos, who just stepped down from 4 years of being the Sheboygan Poet Laureate. Please welcome Lisa. 5 years, 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. And our new Poet Laureate, Annalisa Finca, is here, so you raise your hand. It's an honor to be in the presence of so many amazing poets. I'm going to do something that I'm scared to death to do. I'm going to read you a poem that's a total draft. It came together this morning after several hours last night reading all the news stories of the 37 people who've been killed or who died under the custody of ICE in 2025. So as I read these stories, every line in the poem comes from a different one of the stories, and it's all mixed together into one giant thing. So I'm going to try. It's called 37 People. A father from Mexico, a citizen of Honduras, came to the U.S. from Ethiopia, a Ukrainian citizen. Escaping dangers in his home country, Colombia. Legal resident as part of the Refugee Act of 1980. A citizen of Haiti. 40 years in the U.S., originally from El Hueriche, Mexico. 45-year-old citizen of Mexico, became a lawful permanent resident in 1991. 75 years old, originally from Cuba, nearly 6 decades in the U.S. 56-year-old Mexican farm worker of China, a father and grandfather from Guatemala. Known as Lenchito by friends and family. DACA recipient brought to the U.S. from Mexico as a 5-year-old. Of Honduras, came to U.S. from Mexico at age 5. Spent a year studying graphic design, then began working at a factory that made cleaning supplies, then at a car wash. Had been protected under DACA but denied renewal for a DUI. Of El Salvador, of China, of Mexico. 34-year-old man from Mexico. He worked as a gardener to send money to his family. In Honduras, father of 2, grandfather to 3, of China, of Guatemala. Came from the Philippines in 1962. Came in 1996 as a non-immigrant visitor from Nicaragua. Born in Bulgaria. He dropped his children off at school and daycare. He dreamed of building a better life in the U.S. He was arrested by ICE for shoplifting. He had a loving partner and a huge community of friends. He was kind. His partner and friends couldn't locate him for days. During his 40 years in the U.S., he raised a large family and worked on tobacco and vegetable farms. He spent his days sitting on the beach at a coastal park. He is mourned by hundreds in his hometown, Huajumbaro de Guadalupe. Hold on. Like so many of us, a hardworking person who went to California to earn a living to help his family. He spent his time while incarcerated trying to learn English by writing out scripture and short stories. He liked to work on his truck. He made business cards and was going to buy the equipment. He was so excited and had a lot going for him. He was a person. He was a brother. He was a son. He was a person. He had a very good heart. He was always happy, and he loved bikes. He often helped his sister, a single mother, with childcare. He loved listening to music. He was a man who lived for 30 years in this country, worked hard, paid taxes, and they treated him like an animal. A 43-year-old father of 2, he was fatally shot by an ICE officer on New Year's Eve outside his apartment complex. He was shot and killed by an ICE agent at a traffic stop in Chicago. He died at a hospital in Miami in the custody of ICE. Eventually died allegedly by suicide. She was asked to see a physician. She died, I got my lines mixed up. She asked to see a physician. They refused her. She spoke to her son hours before she died. She died at Broward Transitional Center in Pompano Beach, Florida, while in the custody of ICE. Arrested by ICE on June 5th, 2025, died 21 days later. Detained earlier in June for failing to leave the U.S. after a removal order. His cause of death remains under investigation. Died at a long-term care medical facility while in ICE custody. Shot and killed by ICE agent trying to flee a traffic stop. While he was shackled inside a government van outside an ICE field office, a gunman opened fire. He died 5 days later. Detainees described receiving poor medical care and disgusting meals that included raw meat. I do not know how to explain to our children that their father is gone. It was the last time she spoke with him. His boundless generosity touched countless souls, and the space he leaves behind feels immeasurably quiet and deep. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you. Poetry of Witness reminds me of Carolyn Forche. Thank you. Next up is Dasha Kelly Hamilton. Yep. Former Milwaukee, City of Milwaukee Poet Laureate and the State of Wisconsin Poet Laureate, and not the only one who carries both titles. Please welcome Dasha.
I brought all of these pieces that I probably won't read. One of them, perhaps. All the writers in the room, you had that experience where you wrote that piece that made sense, and then you read it again and it made different sense, and you lived a more life and it made different sense. And I would tell you that this piece that my chest calls to read is because it's one of the first pieces I did as a spoken word artist, which is true. But it's literally 10 more days of life that bring this to my chest in a different way. So we're gonna get through this together. At twilight, I lay my youth to rest. I put to bed fairies, unicorns, rainbows, and those little fat circles on the tops of my eyes. Okay, I was never that cute. I only put dots on the tops of my eyes because that's what my teachers told me to do. And I never really believed in those girly fantasies of unicorns and rainbows because I was too busy chasing the unachievable dream of becoming 1/6 of vanity. Or maybe Jodie Watling when she was breaking it low, but definitely Janet Jackson when she got herself in control. But I had a better chance of trying to join that fairy dance, of riding unicorns bareback beneath the moonlight or braiding into my hair the rainbow ribbon highlights. I had a better chance at these than trying to shorten my limbs, make my thick frame thin, flip long luxurious hair that was straight as a bone, or change my caramel complexion into a cafe au lait tone. But these were the trappings of my youth, and to be me without them just seemed to be so cruel. So at midnight, I found myself sleepwalking, haunting the nether boundaries between girl and woman. I was ambling about like a ghost, like an unclaimed deity, waiting to be honored, waiting for libations, waiting for a festival tribute. I was waiting for a worthy virgin sacrifice. Because I wanted to believe that my body was a temple. Because that's what my mama told me. And I wanted to believe in my temple. It ain't had no congregation. It didn't have any worshipers, no parishioners, no monks, nobody lined up to behold this glorious splendor that landscapes my mind. But I found a line of heathens, wanted to lay hands on the splendor nestled between my thighs. And I decided I don't want to reside in that temple anymore. I wanted my temple to be big enough and broad enough and bold enough to convert those inverted heathens into angels. Angels who are willing to hark and herald and trumpet and sing sweetly from on high. Gloria Dasha in excelsis Deo. But no one came to pray in my temple. There was nobody down their knees with naked palms pointed towards the sun. There was nobody down their knees with rosary beads passing beneath their thumbs. There was nobody down their knees with tribal chants dancing over tribal drums. Nobody was down on their knees praying for me in my temple. But at daylight, when the dawn of my womanhood chased away those shadows of youthful discontent, I got to shake my head and lament at the years I had spent hoping and trying and crying and cussing and fucking and wanting to be anybody but me and everything I thought other people wanted to see. And that's when I realized no one was supposed to be in my temple but me. And as for these temples' outside walls, well, the base has got to be wide because the base has got to be strong. And everything else about my temple is as it's supposed to be. What else did you expect from a creature like me? I'm a gift from God. I am the manifest of earth. I am the mother of past nations, and the future lays in my womb, waiting for birth. I am a goddess. So my body is a temple. I'm asking you to join me, to bow down. Thank you. Welcome to my therapy. I have one more short for you, for us, for me, for you. Follicle. A root lives at the base of every strand, planted in bulbs of oil and proteins, fed by a nearby capillary. The root aspires beyond its destination, churns itself into dream floss, extends itself outward, outside of its narrow channels. The root detaches, excuses itself from the anchor of flesh, releases a hold on its manifest to split, break, shed, slough. Sometimes it will just die. The root hardens, calcifies versions of our becoming from the first curl to the final cut, every phase seized in amber and released. Thank you.
Dasha, wow. Yeah, thank you, Dasha. I'm going to just say it. Most of us in this room love each other. Yeah, can you see it? Can you feel it? We have a lot of love for each other. Okay. Next coming up is Mario. Mario, I see you walking over there. Mario, former City of Milwaukee Poet Laureate. Yeah, okay. Still here. Please welcome Mario to the stage.
So I'm nervous. All my most awesome friends are here. I've never done this before. I've been in Milwaukee a long time. It's been going on a long time. And I said I'd do it after I was a laureate, because whatever. Two things I got to say, because nobody else is going to say them. East, 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 east. And excuse my language, but fuck ice. All right. Two things I got to say. What's up? I'm mulled over. People think I'm gonna do a particular poem that I'm not doing. But Tim Kloss is here. Give him a round of applause. Host of our vaunted set, Poets Monday at 1001 East Locust at Lindeman's River West End. Every Monday, you're welcome to come to the set and hang out with us, the most welcoming place on the planet. You should probably be there. Shout out to Keith Gausted and Sue Blaustein, my two best friends. One happens to be white and the other happens to be Jewish. And fuck, how that happened? I had a house fire in December, and I was displaced for a while. I'm getting closer to finding a home. And we talk about loss, right? We talk about how hard it is. And so this poem's for my mother. I want to tell you of easier days, when waking doesn't bend you, when shaking and cursing God and the cowardice of lies you tell your best of friends doesn't seem simpler than the execution of obituaries that haunt your dreams with sweat. Have been a complete disaster lately. The rotted corpse sticking through my pillowcases, an overturned cement truck laying across my lung muscles, and the siren of unspoken words playing a timpani of regrets over the hum of the air conditioner. She left me in a rush. Didn't give me a warning, didn't give me time to apologize, to unshackle my ego and write scriptures for mending and exoneration. She is not coming back. Not in any way I can say with confidence, but she never left me alone. She is the rushing to get ready, the cursing of complete strangers, the hurry Newport smoking and the tavern of surrender to the open roundhouse turnstile of paramours and whiskey. I want to tell you it gets easier. It doesn't. A half score of spellcasting since an unwelcome exit, and I can't remember what her voice sounds like lately. This is a sin that fills me with panic, that mocks my reprobate imaginations with shame and timidity, picking chrysanthemums out the hymnal pages of my nighttime prayers. The song of misery pursues me in the midnight, and I want to tell you it gets easier. It never will be easier. She will not come when you call her, but you will call her by her first name because there's nothing she can do to stop you. My mother is gone. Away on business. My mother will never cease being my mother, even though she left me here to figure out the tragedy of her exit. And come Easter, her birthday, or Christmas morning, when the phone doesn't ring, when the inbox doesn't greet me, when the chatter in my head won't let me sleep, sit. Sorry. I will be forced again to surrender her sacred to my fright. I wish beneath my breath that just once more she will hug my neck and tell me tomorrow it gets better. Though I know for sure that's a lie. That's that poem. All right, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Of course, I've been getting through it. There are a few things I am sure of. Only a couple of colors I can tell from a distance. Hold on a second. I got books for sale. They only $10. Wait a minute. I will try that again. I got books for sale. They are only $10. Yes, y'all should get a book there in my bag. Come talk to me. I'll get you one. I'm sorry. Dasha was amazing, wasn't she? Give her another round of applause. I started doing poetry because of that lady I saw in Dayton, Ohio one day, and I was like, I want to do that. All right, anyway. There are a few things I am sure of. Only a couple of colors I can tell from a distance. Of these concrete certainties, one, Ariel is the best for writing. It is the easiest to decipher crying, two. The best poems are about crying, dying, and suicide, or at least they are the easiest for me to remember. Three, I hate list poems, but I keep writing them. I keep writing because death and crying are certainties, and I am trying to avoid killing myself because of them. It would be easy for me to tell you I am confident. Lying is easy. Believe me when I am silent, I am a deception, like carved out Bible verses used in sermons to patchwork God into a pickaxe to punch holes in small children that later will be filled with alcohol and self-loathing. I have learned to hate myself. 5, I hate myself. For not believing in Jesus enough to forgive you for leaving. For constantly writing notes to you, notes underneath my heart muscle in hidden places, places I hide because loving you is like broken bones, amputated limbs, and fish hooks, hooks cut underneath collarbones, snatching bone fragments, searing pain, and screaming. 6, one day I will leave here, more than likely screaming, I deserve it, I have lied to you. Most of these words are about dying. I wrote them in Arial. One day you will read them. 7, forgiveness is the process of letting go. Holding on to sand is the same thing as holding on to diamonds. They will both be here long after you are finished. Give yourself forgiveness now while you can enjoy it. 8, judgment should be reserved for something bigger than I am. I have trouble seeing the forest for the trees. And once thought it was a good idea to drink an entire bottle of Mad Dog 2020 than jump a bike off a ramp we made with used nails and plywood. So I probably don't have the best judgment. 9, love is the only thing that can save you. It is a promise you make to keep what is inevitably leaving, a seasoning that makes everything sweet. It is the face of God we most often look for, so love, like it'll kill you not to, because if you don't, it might kill you not to. Forgive because it makes love that much easier, and hating yourself can kill you. Forgive like everything will work out fine. Know that everything is leaving like it was supposed to, that is working out. Enjoy that and love life accordingly. There are few things I am sure of. Only a couple of colors I can tell from a distance. Love is one of them. You'll recognize it. It's the same color as a smile.
Wow, we're on fire. We're on fire in here. Thank you, Mario. All right, next we're bringing up one of my fellow Madisonians, Jody Vandermolen. Jody was a former poetry editor for The Progressive. She works within NAPO, and she was the treasurer for the Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission, and I needed her so bad in those days, her and Ed. Please welcome Jody.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up my 6-year term representing Wisconsin Humanities on the Poet Laureate Commission. It's been such a pleasure and an honor. Like, this commission is like, I always say it's like super collegial, like friendly, casually bold, scrappy, partially from the fact that from the freedom that comes with zero funding from the state. Are we still in last place for arts funding, by the way? Fuck ICE also. Thanks, Mario. So I'm going to read one piece tonight. So before every Madison City Council meeting, the city's poet laureate invites a local poet to open the proceedings with a poem. And Angie Trudell Vasquez, who we all know here, you were laureate and invited me in June of 2021 to read something. It was written for a room of electeds who I'm very angry with these days. Direct action, it's always been us that makes the change. But also this is just, I wrote this for all of us. Ring. We are the unfinished agenda, spooling, infinite. We are action items. We are the big idea. We are the paper upon which this is printed, the wood from which it is made. We are, each generation, one ring of this tree. Rooted, how far back we go you will not see unless you cut this down. We have no intention of that. The tempest that roars within the lion's gut of these tormented times demands its long due meal. neither the shallow pool whose bottom is found with the tip of a single toe, nor the Hollywood cardboard cutout set toppled with the strength of one strong hip will match this rightful appetite. This season's urgent planting demands its ample earth. One shovel of dirt will not do. Dig deep. Meet this great cat's maw with equal teeth. Fortify this home. No wolves will huff and puff this frame. Over there, look. A stony pillar, a statue of hardened delay. Or is that just plain salt? Douse it now and see. May this needle be not moved but buried at a pace that outrivals the onslaught of the termites' steady chew. Behold, hear us, those whose sharpest need is met with coolest glance, computer chessboard marking out old familiar moves, whose very living breath inhales this daily dread, told to drop of windpipe blocked, this mother's child's beating heart all together, this child's mother's glove box. Those whose young voices are heard in this room, this Zoom just now in the fray, a truer democracy's proper bloom. Behold, those who scrape dinner plates on meeting nights, tuck it all in, and when full glass spills out the hasty door, wave hands saying, I got it, I'll clean it. Whose sturdy green light says go, laboring hard each time, every time, choosing to mean it. And you, granola bar and water bottle poised, way too much weary, keeping faith that it's worth it. So cast off those incremental blues. Grab that hammer, get under the hood, write it up, knock it out, run it past legal, phone a friend. But skip the castle dripping jewels. Skip the warship and its spacious brig. Instead, let us gaze upon an orchard with its tallest flourishing tree. Turn our eye to the town's inhabitants gathering under its shade. Let there be one last one of us among them, passing extra bucket into nearby hand, pausing to lean against its sturdy trunk, conjuring a season once upon a moment met, filled with rain and seeds and soil, its sowers largely unrecorded, difficult to trace. But for a secret within this tree, never to be cut. The years we took hold of that ageless wheel, the years we took our turn, this unsparing, lavish ring we made, silent, ancient, thick.
Woo! Thank you, Jody. On fire. Okay, Margaret Rosga is next, and while Peggy, as many of us know her, I want to say a big thank you to Carl and Anne and Jenny and Laura for continuing Woodland Pattern, and to the staff and the volunteers. Thank you. You create a space for us. And please welcome Margaret Rosga, former Wisconsin State Poet Laureate and a great poet and a mentor of mine.
Thank you, Angie. Right now, it's Greenland, or it just was Greenland and Argentina, and before that El Salvador, one thing after another after another. So I'm going to take you a little bit before these events to the 14th Amendment. I insist on it. Insist on it, I shout at the well-groomed TV news anchor who began his show picturing storm clouds crossing Texas and headed up to the Great Plains, as if he didn't realize this forecast could also be a metaphor. Raising all are created equal from rhetorical flourish to bold movement invigorating the union. If we don't insist on it, drafters will again craft forgetfulness into a contrary rhetorical flourish, as in Plessy versus Ferguson, 1896, separate but equal, and pass it from generation to generation as if forced separate could ever be equal. The Supreme Court reasserted the 14th Amendment in May 1954, the Brown versus Board of Education decision. The U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment, I shout at the news anchor reading his script. Insist on it. Yeah, you can't undo the Constitution by executive order. If then, on the change to, on the hope for, on the wings of, on the prayer with, in the seed, in the ground, in the garden, in my hands, and in ours. Left. Now, there's an interesting word for you. What is left? The word could mean an abandonment or a departure from, as left a warm bed, or as when your love departs for a new love. But no, I refuse to leave us in this land of negativity, because that's not all that's left. There's left as in a direction, as in turn left at the corner. There's left as a remainder, what is still there, as in a winter coat left on the back of a dining room chair, or as in leftovers. And sometimes chicken soup is better left over, tastes better that second day. That brings us to where we want to go, the positive. Left as positive. We have ideas left. We have time, at least a little, left. We have lots of energy left. We have left to us, for us, with us, our respect for and our celebration of the truth that's left. And what happened to my buddy? This is a poem that needs two people. So we'll see how we do on sharing this this mic. Catherine, thank you for agreeing to do this with me. Should we use one book or two?
We'll use two.
Okay. Before we leave, a word,
Or two.
a touch of gold, but the oak still holds,
It's green.
as if this is the margin.
Of summer.
Quaking aspen,
Already bare branched.
my heart keeps pounding.
Its rhythm.
I almost have something to say
A word.
on the tip of my tongue. No, not
Even there.
in the back of my throat, in my,
Churning belly.
for now these,
Marginal words.
on these margins I walk ahead,
A child.
stepping gently at the edge of the lake,
The irregular.
border where waves break,
On shore.
before retreating and becoming
Once again.
indistinguishable lake. Celebrate water. Celebrate water's reach.
And retreat.
Celebrate sand. Celebrate soil in all its textures.
Loam, clay.
Mud, silt, all.
The earth.
Some people write,
Themselves large.
some small. The prairie is both these people. All the earth,
The way.
it sends up trees,
And calls.
their leaves back onto itself.
The way.
It makes words
Catch.
in.
Our throats.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you so much. All right. Shelley Conley, current City of Milwaukee Poet Laureate. And as she comes up, I want to remind folks to buy books. Buy books. Buy books. Thank you.
Greetings. I've been to, thank you. I've been to several of these over the last 20 years or so, and I've never had two poets almost make me cry. Thank you, Dasha and Mario. So anyway, I just selected 4 of the shortest poems I've ever written. There's not a theme to it at all, but the common thread is they are all parts of my life, bits and pieces of my life. So that's the common thread. That little girl. Who that little girl be? Cute little girl with eyes the size of golf balls and all that thick hair on her head. I wonder if her cheeks hurt from holding up eyes that have seen too much. Do her perfectly parted locks shrink in fear when life gets hot and heavy? Who that girl be? Well, I suppose. Funny little hats and colorful clothes. I wonder if the brim ever bends to cover the eyes from seeing things, shielding her from life's heat. Or does she always smile that crooked smile? Does her overbite ever cause her to trip over her words? Does her frail frame hold enough weight to protect her from pain? Who that little girl be? Little funny looking girl. Where she come from? What her name be? How long will she remain free? Thank you. Shameless plug, right? So all of my books are available at Woodland Pattern. Shout out to Woodland Pattern. And I have the honor of being in an collaborative poetry collection by none other than Dasha Kelly Hamilton. And so I'm going to, well, I read what was on the front of the cover, and it's her book. So whatever she says, and I love you too, Mario. Thank you. So this woman is looking like, I don't know what's happening here, but that's my brother. We can speak like that, right? Okay. All right. So this is called Dive In. A canvas full of ocean and song. God sings an inclusive anthem with weaving waves and whistling winds. There is rhythm here, a sway that can rock you to peace. Spread your heavy, tattered wings so you can float here without fear, painting pictures of effortlessness with each breath. Grab your blood red and beaten blue hues from the ocean floor. Your gunmetal shades lie there too. Grab your shades of sun rays from the brightness of the sky, the kaleidoscope of colors from schools of fish. Lie still and let nature take its course. There is a canvas full of ocean and song, a masterpiece waiting for you to add your personal touch. So I'm going to do these last two poems. So I feel like when we, we love and then we lose, not in the physical sense, but in just, relationships expire sometimes, right? I think we focus so much on the negative, right? The reason it expired. And so just recently I got a message from a lost, still alive loved one, right? And it said something about, it was a peaceful message, making peace, and then it said, I'll always have the memories. And so for that, I want to do this positive poem. That was a love poem written during the positive times, even though they're gone. But I still choose to honor them because they happen and they're a part of our life, right? So it's called Sweet Tooth. Complexion of southern pecans. His flavor, complex just the same. Many days I crave and savor his sweet and addictive taste, like it's July and I'm on a front porch sitting in the sunshine, flowing from a Georgia sky, gorging on an ooey-gooey homemade pie. Other days his nutty tones stand out, silly jokes provoking isms, boldness sometimes causing schisms. Once he's cracked open, brace yourself. See, when he speaks, sometimes a crunching sound lingers and my jaws get tired. I push the bowl away, need a break. And even then, I often gaze at him while we're resting, knowing I'll be digging in again soon. He's too delicious to be gone from for too long, savory, addictive, and dreamy. He is a heavy scoop of pecan ice cream, sitting atop an ooey-gooey pecan pie, complex, intense, to die for. He is a mouthful of deliciousness, a sweet lick on my lips. He was raised under fire, like his branches stretched out in Georgia heat, a commodity with endless possibilities, a Renaissance man, standing tall. He is my favorite treat. Bring me a bowl of him. I am ready to devour. Thank you. And last but not least, I will always remember this as the first poem I wrote after being inaugurated as Poet Laureate. And it's called Volume On. Can y'all help me out a little bit? Can we do that here? I don't know. Can we do? Okay, I just want to make sure. So I'm going to say, my poetry is loud. And I want y'all to say, my poetry is loud. And I'm going to do it maybe 3 times till I feel ready to go. Okay, that's cool? All right. My poetry is loud. 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 It doesn't follow library rules of lowering your voice or stand and remain silent during the pledge. It shakes the earth like a stampede of lions, rumbles braggadocious like that pretty boy Ali. It pierces ears and moves stone cold hearts, resurrects dead souls, sparks change and starts revolutions. My poetry doesn't sit still in its seat like a Catholic schoolboy fearful of repercussions. It doesn't snap like finger cymbals. It claps like Negro spirituals, bass heavy through booming systems. It dances on tables like loose women on Saturday night. It has authority in its voice. You hear its footsteps before it enters. It walks with New York swag and Timbs, talks in Milwaukee street slang, rocks gold chains and white dookies. My poetry doesn't worry about acceptance. It moves against the grain. It never bites its tongue, doesn't run from a fist fight nor rely on street lights. It walks down dimly lit blocks, hot as July, cool as Billy D. Stares at the midnight sky, speaks directly to God, asks questions, why, demands answers now. My poetry is unadulterated truth, sometimes hard to swallow. It is straight with no chaser, written in the blood of our ancestors. My poetry is loud because it needs to be heard over watered down cliches, over sirens, over gavels, over the final closing of caskets, over the wailing of mothers, over the anger of our brothers. My poetry is loud. It moves the crowd like Rakim. It is 2 dope boys in a Cadillac black. My poetry is proud like Mary, respect like Aretha, and no matter the critique, I repeat, no matter the critique, I will never, ever turn her volume down. Thank you.
All right, that's amazing. Hour is going to be concluded by Brenda Cardenas. We're going to take a photo, so everyone's got to come back up. But as Brenda comes up, I want to remind folks that Woodland Pattern supports the arts for the youth, and they reach 300 Milwaukee Public Schools Milwaukee Public Schools students, right? Yeah, so that's a lot. And without that, they wouldn't have art. And look how wonderful art is. So please welcome Brenda Cardenas, former City of Milwaukee and current State of Wisconsin Poet Laureate.
How am I supposed to follow all of that? All of y'all were just fantastic. I swear I owe something to every single one of you who read, right? I've been influenced, I've been moved. Angie, thank you for encouraging me over and over again to apply for the Wisconsin Poet Laureate. Without you, I would have never applied, you know? And I'm really honored to hold that position and hope I'm doing it justice. I'm also on the board of Woodland Pattern, the secretary of the board. So you can be Poet Laureate and then you can be secretary, right? At the same time, right? And I love Woodland Pattern. I've been coming to Woodland Pattern for 46 years. And no, I'm actually 64 and been coming since I was 18. And I can't even imagine having a life in poetry without that, right? It's given me all that. And Carl and Ann, wherever you are, I love you so much. You're always, always in my heart for what you created. Look at what you created. And Jenny and Laura, look at what you have continued to create, right? So I'm not necessarily the, I don't know what word it is, the proper Wisconsin Poet Laureate. So for this poem, I have to put on my hat. This poem is called Ode to Ice. In Do the Right Thing, Mookie slides ice down Tina's neck, breasts, on the hottest day of the year. The cube releases her mind from the body's prison, her tongue from its humid cave. Then the melt of his kiss coaxes her back into corporeal chemistry, its cascade and rapture. Ice swishing and swooshing beneath skates composes its own sharp symphony to grace the skater's ballet, percussive sluice for ear and foot. Slice, scratch, swoosh, the raspiest winter whisper. Have you really listened to the snap, to the earth cracking itself in two when you drop a cube fresh from the freezer into a glass of fizz? You might hear everything that will save you in that tiny explosion. So how can we ever absolve the theft of our awe when crystals paint fractals on our window panes? The pilfering of a word that now grates our tongue's skin as if it were an orange rind beneath metal teeth. This callous ice that opens the lake no matter how gingerly we step, that swallows us, then seals itself over our heads. This fanged ice, snarling and barking like the fire hydrants and dogs of another era. This fiend ice that splinters communities into shards, dystopian fracture, forever unforgivable. They murdered another person today. And Minneapolis is the one thing giving me hope, because Minneapolis is standing so hard and so strong, so strong. Look at them, look at them. That general strike that they posed the other day, until we all in this country do a general strike, we're going to end up living under fascism. We need a general strike, okay? For those who call empathy a dangerous New Age concept, she is older than Pando, alligator ancestors and glass sponges, older than stromatolite fossils built by ancient bacterial colonies. With us before Eve's apple, empathy is older than God. In fact, she may have invented him. But we have stuffed her into the furthest recesses of ourselves. We barely recognize her until she ravages us inside out, curls into a snarl backed in a corner, and releases an unchained riot, a scream howl, a dagger-toothed bark in the brain's pitch black matter. More often, empathy is an echo. She might wear a stranger's filthy rags, shiver when the wind's teeth tear through them, and if she cannot bear it, wash and mend them, or unzip her puffer coat, let it fall like a cloud upon another's sunken shoulders, as if a gift from the sky. She wears a silver whistle round her neck, blasts its alarm when small men in big gear roll up, ready to smash windows, rip neighbors from cars, houses, courtrooms, punch, kick, zip tie their children's wrists. Empathy is a tidal wave that will knock you off your feet if pride moves you more than kindness. She never stops wincing at the thought of Lorca falling, poems fluttering out of his pockets. Sometimes she sits by herself in the rain so long she rusts. But empathy's true finish is never matte. She reflects. She spills her shine on puddles, ponds, window panes. You can name her compassion if you wish, but she is not some distant pity, stiff sorry. Empathy's cottage is full of pallets on the floor. The first folks to open their eyes in the morning reach for the closest pair of shoes, perhaps their neighbors, and trip over each other on their way to light the stove, start the coffee for rising souls. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay. Woo! All right, we're ready for our photo. I want to thank Transfer Pizza and Roberto and Brenda for sponsoring our hour. And if the poets can come take a photo, we're running a little behind, but I'm hopeful we can get caught up.
Oh, so we're right on track. You're on time. So good.
You did such an amazing job. Everyone was amazing.
Everybody is.
What a fucking hour. Where we stand? I want to stand next to Johnson.
Not you. Just me.
Who's in charge of picking? Oh, Roberto.
We're looking this way. We're looking that way.
Now, also, you have one over there. Now we have to turn.
Oh, because she's real.
That wasn't even official.
Look into the light. Don't follow the light. Hey.
That poem, hearing it all these years later. For both of us.
I'm not ready for that conversation. No.
Chop it up. That actually came from
Me. Hey. Good to see you as always.
Esteban, how's it going?
I appreciate you.
I know.
You did a wonderful job out there.
Same.
Yeah.
We did this hour.
Yeah, it was baseball.
Oh. Literally, did you lose everything in the front?
Mostly everything.
Oh, did you guys have insurance? No matter how. Oh, thank God. So you're having to ring?
Yeah, the whole shit is crazy. It's been insane, but it's starting to normalize. I'm in a temporary place until we get to the real house.
Yeah.
But I was in a position for a while that I wasn't able to refuse any charity.
Yeah.
And the community looked out, but then the insurance settlement, so I'm like 2 weeks away from getting the settlement.
Thank God.
And we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. I'm going to take off.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did.
At 10, but this season of our life, hell yeah.
I know.
But I have been getting through the poem my mama poem without crying, like for 2 whole weeks. And I was practicing the house.
You know, there's some things I won't even touch.
Right. It's been 8 years. Yep, see you there, sweetheart. Love you. Where are you parked at?
I didn't know that.
My cologne's still good.
Are you having only child?
All right. Yes, I'm
Oh, you do have something. I thought you were just like making something up. You smell good. I don't want to.
I was waiting for you.
You save your chair?
You can save the chair. I don't know. I need to put my hat on the chair.
Ain't nobody gonna take your chair. What do you want to do? What did he want to do?
He wants to go out and he wants to save his chair. He figured it out.
Oh.
He figured it out.
I would help. I'm not.
Okay. So in other words, take our conversation in the hall.
Great hat.
Right,
Cool.
okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We're getting ready for the 5 o'clock hour honoring Susan Fuhrer. So, as everybody gets settled and finds their seats, just a couple little things. This is going to be the final hour preceding dinner. So after that, we'll all gather in the lobby, have a lovely time, have some food, share some stories, and continue to soak in the day. Our second hybrid poetry marathon, one of many poetry marathons that we've had. How many? I should know this. This is the 32nd annual poetry marathon that we've had. My name is Sam Pekarsky, and I was very, very grateful to know Susan Fuhrer as a mentor, as a friend, as another person in the poetry community. And for this hour, we are going to address her the best way that we can through the words and the beauty that she gave to all of us. Some of the people that we have in the lineup will be like me and see her as a mentor or friend. Some will know her as family. But we all are people who deeply loved Susan and her work. We have a lot of people to get up to the mic, and let's get started with Aaron Hazard.
Hi, I'm Erin. I'm Susan's daughter. And I'm going to read this poem about snowdrops because my mom shared her love of snowdrops with me. And it's also a poem about resilience. Candlemas. Out in the winter garden, there's only this survivor of blizzards, the snowdrop, Galanthus nivalis. Ancient altars scatter, milk flower, the lonely as Jesus flower with all its survivor ecstasies. The French called the flower perce-neige, piercing the snow. The ancients made amulets of its white-belled tepals. Who wouldn't? A flower that survives repeated late heavy snows, then takes on and makes lovely the color of what it survives. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Do we have Caitlin Fuhrer here? Or Jack Lindman? Okay. Oh, you are. I'm so sorry. I am.
I am Susan's very short daughter. Yes, thank you. I am Susan's short daughter. Erin is the tall one. In that theme, I'm going to read one poem called For My Daughters, and then I'm going to read a poem my mom's good friend, Chris Turwelp, texted me, and she couldn't be here, so I'm going to read the poem that she was going to read. So for my daughters, Erin and Caitlin, I had wanted a kinder world for my daughters, where their selves didn't have to hide behind weakness, bones, faces stretched tight as drum skins, or painted foolishly as turtles' backs. Morning walks and unclaimed moments we learn to take what the leaves give us and fight for the rest. We close down to the spool of fools that come our way. Hot summer nights, we dress in slips. Bare legs, we are so lovely. Together, we agree on a ball, punch, sherbet, ginger ale, orange juice, delicate powdered sugar cookies, and chocolate. We all grab bright furred animals and dance to records under foil-decorated lights. Let the girls forget the wooden painted horses allowed in their dreams. Let them learn to love more complicatedly, colored and breathing, real animals, and barns and fields. Daughters, I whisper, be bad women. Demand to be more of yourselves than anyone will willingly want you to be. And that was the way my mother raised us. This is our summer nights. Chris Turwelp was going to read the poem called The Beautiful Pain of Too Much. And this poem is how I think of my mother. She's so lovely and so much. It's beautiful and it's so painful that in the scuffle tremble world, my heart is cake batter. The world rattles like a piggy bank. Have you remembered why you're here? In bird heaven, humans wake in their dark houses and lean out open windows to choir sing mornings to nested birds. I am trying to tell you something about night games, about the soul's regattas, and the weight of skin. Have you ever done anything beautiful? Beautiful as a man carrying a French horn? My heart closes like an automatic car garage door opener, opens like a drawbridge. We are so perfect. We are jewel eaters. Children in bright swimming suits, crucifix falling into Windex blue days, priestesses of Incan temples, wore gold sunflower medallions. We eat sunflowers, sit on chairs upholstered with stars. Can you only balance alone? In deep pathologizing quiet in the pharmacology of lake, discs of us fall, human folios into the earth's green pleats. Our spines light with fireflies, our hands memorize, our bodies memorize. The places of rapture, the assemblies of devotion, the music of cold trees, a lisp of ice, the butterfly forest. Have you ever put a butterfly in your mouth? The aspirin sun, our time-lapse bodies, snow fences blown wild with the foreign language of leaves. The memorizing foot repeatedly puts its steps of divination to the fragrant, dreaming earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next up, we have Jasper Medell.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jasper. I was Susan's grandson. Today I'll be reading In Morning Sky, White Winds I Walked, because we love going on walks together. I left the house that for days had been full with wind's strange new songs. On every floor, rattling windows, music coming out of outlets, out of the places where walls connect. Outside, the world was all movement. I walked among the wind-flying papers and plastic bags. That windful looked like souls caught in branches. The wind filled my clothes. It seemed my feet would not hold to earth. I walked through blowing children, blue recycling bins, colored gift wrappings of the just past seasons, and all the newsprint of the trembling world. At the lake, I stood billowing like any of the earth's winged things on the border's edge of flight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper. I'd like to welcome up next Bix Fuhrer.
Thank you all for having us and honoring my mother tonight. I'm reading a book from a book of poems that just, I believe, is appearing for the first time this evening here at the marathon. Thank you. Which I know my mother had completed within a few weeks of the time she went into hospice and towards the end of her life. And there's some really special conversations and moments at the end there, and I think this book reflects a life's work that's really fun to read back on in some ways. That's a conversation, not just of a moment, but of a career in words that I know this community was a big part of. So thank you all for being that big part of her life. This poem is called The Nest. Into a Y of ash, into a sky of diagramming branches, we hoist the boy up into God. The earth calls dibs. A branch breaks, but he's 12 and holds on. In his growing mansion of skin, he's climbing to bring us a nest woven with lake winds, berry jewels, animal hearts, and blue hanging strawy strings that look like the world would disassemble if you pulled one. The nest is the size of a soup bowl, barn board gray, filled with absence. His young boy hands argue it from the tree. He Pentecostal spills its perfect berries and ghost birds on us, and we hear all the village prayers, the lake dead, and the waves' languages of persevering and disappearing. The lake remembers everything. We are dressed up in gowns of falling, attending another gala, in the charred lake air, leaning against the dark. We laugh at the wooden-winged boy who climbs back down to us all and our commotions of flesh and grace. Music notes crown his wild hair. Thank you.
Incredible. And before we have our next poet, I do want to say we do have the book, and yes, it is beautiful. Johnny Lore, if you are still here, right there, still with us. And Adjunct Press put this together, and it's for sale. It's really, really beautiful. Next up, we have Jack Lindman.
Hello. I'm also Susan Fear's grandson, and I chose this poem because it's about an owl. And I remember a couple years before she died, there was like a voicemail she left where she was like trying to make a noise of an owl, and then it came down and it I think attacked her. So I chose this one for that reason. This is the Wildlife of Death for Andrew Fear. Then the noise in the fireplace, when you opened the damper the owl, black from our chimney he'd been nesting in, flew into the room, you were connected to the transparent tubes of oxygen that were your breath for that year. You both looked so strange, such strange creatures, the owl so black, frightened and combative, slapping his wings against the celery-colored walls, trying to find a way out. You, with your long oxygen lines, trying to get the arch storm window off so the owl could be chased outside. Black wing prints smashed over the walls, that ceiling. Finally, with a broom, you smacked the owl out the opened window, and you, excited and exhausted, fell into the blue-green wing chair, the oxygen lines hissing, pulsing the fight. Before another winter, you had followed the owl.
Thank you, Jack. That is one of my favorite poems of Susan's. And before we move on, hosting an hour like this is like, it's hard. You remember the people you lost, you see the people who love them. But it really is an honor to be here and to be crying in a room, trying to talk into a mic with so many people who have so much love for Susan and for everything she meant to Milwaukee. And to love Susan was to love Milwaukee, and to love poetry in Milwaukee is to love Susan. It really goes in a circle. So thank you to all of the family that just really brought those poems to life. Moving on, let's go forth with Martha Berglund.
I was a friend of Susan's and a friend of Jim's, and Jim was my creative writing teacher many years ago. And I love the poems about the family. And so I know that this will probably embarrass some of you, but she used to do that a lot, I think, probably on purpose. But this is a poem that I like, and it's about Wisconsin Route 33, Good Friday. It's about all the family in a car going for a drive. Out of the dream of maps and yellow whipping forsythia, we drive west past black and purple material draped 12-foot wooden crosses. We drive the gray map line named 33 from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi River. Geese shadows all over the road. In the Coulee region, we are eccentric in our midnight blue car. We stop for Cokes at the Four Winos Motel, actually the Four Winds Motel. But the grass-green neon D looks like an O. My husband's happy here, amongst the night crawlers for sale, signs in every yard. Our 3-year-old has peed in his pants. The pants are flying like a fat boy from our car's antennas. Since my talk on personal spontaneous combustion, our daughters in the back seat are quiet. And we're all full of the Baraboo Bakery's blueberry turnovers, Easter cutouts, and sauerkraut rye. In our car grotto, I love that she says the car is a grotto. In our car grotto, we are eccentric as, and this is one of her weird lists, we are as eccentric as yeast, as hydrangea, as tilefish. Nobody ever put those words together in one line. We are out looking under white marble stars for the shugging, I don't even know what that word means, the shugging white holy places. At midnight, we drive past a 20-foot long, jockey brief clad Jim Palmer, blessing us on our Wisconsin journeys. Our children breathe songs and sleep. We all are disappearing, always disappearing into cross-peppered cornfields. Isn't that something?
Thank you, Martha. All right, up next we have Molly Snyder.
Susan, for me, was my absolute favorite professor. I took her confessional poets class when I was a kid, and she introduced me to some of my favorite poets today, Sexton and Sharon Olds. I'd never heard of these poets before. And I did an independent study with her my senior year, and we really got to know each other, and really fortunate over time that I got to become friends with her. She was a mentor and a rock star to me, and then I got to be friends with her, and I cherish that. We did happy hours, and we also had a correspondence both on email and snail mail, and I was going through it today, and I found the last card that I got from her last summer, and using it as a bookmark for the poem that I'm going to read, which is one of my all-time favorites. I read it every year out loud to who's ever around me in October. So this is really a treat to be able to read it today for Susan and for all of you. It's called Driving Home After the Funeral. We stopped outside Lake Geneva at a plywood produce stand. We asked to go out into the pumpkin field. The three of us stood there in our wholly confused lives, in the tripping vines among the startling brilliant shapes and oranges of pumpkins. Grief is a toll road, a large field. If you listen closely, each pumpkin speaks a name. We stood raw with loss in the erupting fields of color under the still warm late October sun. October, the month of rosaries. Our feet released the songs of the buried. We were greedy with loss, grabbing the pumpkins by their prickly stems and loving the pain of it. We stopped there in the wilderness of loss and pumpkins. We had just buried your mother. Our son and you and I were the only people in the weekday pumpkin field. We were separating pumpkins from their vines. We were snapping the prickly stems from their tangled vines. We were taking more than we needed. We held the pumpkins close to our bodies, loving their awkward weight and dirt smell. We held the odd Laurel and Hardy-shaped ones, the movie starlet perfect ones, the accordion pleated pumpkins, the green ones, the candle flame colored ones, the pumpkin that flat leaned to the dirt they came from, and the pumpkin that grew lonely next to the papery cornstalks at the edge of the field. It was so windy, our hair whipped our faces. It seemed the wind was blowing the world away, all except the pumpkins and us, who stood, loss full, wrapping ourselves around the beautiful flesh and the seeds of autumn held in the field of pumpkins. Thank you. Love you, Susan.
Thank you, Molly. I appreciate you. I'd like to take a minute as we welcome Peter Goldberg to also thank him for being our very generous sponsor for this hour. Thank you so much for your contribution to Woodland Pattern and for joining us to honor Susan.
I actually sort of remember Susan from high school. I went to Shorewood, she went to Whitefish Bay, and she was the friend of a girl I was dating at that time. But we since became much better friends. And I wanted to read a poem from The Transit of Venus because after the manuscript was accepted and they were going to publish it, they sent her 3 cover choices, and she asked me to go out for coffee to help her decide. I liked one, she liked the other, and we argued and argued. I can't remember which one we settled on. She called me about a month or 2 later, and she said they picked the third, which I think is the proper choice. I'm going to read a poem called He is Trying to Get Home from the Store. And this is a book about remembering Jim. But this is a poem also, I think, that is very much a remembrance of Susan now. He is trying to get home from the store, but lake winds pick him up and blow him into the clouds. I married a dreamer. I wait. He stops to listen to the early lilac orchestra. He starts to change into blowy, horizontal lake rain, then migrating red admirals. I think, say, remember. I remember us. We chose the imaginal, north-south, somewhere between Bartlett Avenue and Jupiter, between Lake Michigan and the Aegean. Remember, we drink Serbian Cosmos together. We eat squash blossoms and red snapper soup. We visit the Calatrava before bed. We nurture a magnetic field of words. I am remembering you back. Remembering plays time. Thinking is all remembering. I remember our young bodies. I'm not finished with us. Remember that. If someone asks why is that lady out walking in that lake storm, tell them months ago her husband went to the store in a blizzard and never came back. Tell them she can't stop looking for him. I just want to say, Jack, I'm amazed how much you've grown. Caitlin and I were in the public defender's office, and he was a little kid running around. It's amazing.
Thank you so much. Okay. James Blessington, up next. Ready to read for Susan Fuhrer. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Hi, I just want to thank Susan's family. I'm just honored to, thank you. I'm the shorter one in our family, believe it or not. I'm just really honored. I don't know if you know this, but I wasn't a student of Jim or Susan's. I slipped Jim $200 to read my manuscript, and he went for it. He acted reluctant with taking the money, but I think he wanted it. Between the two, they just gave me a writing life. I'm so grateful to them. I'm standing here because of them, and anytime I've stood in front of people, it's usually because of Susan. Just so much encouragement, and just gave me the confidence to write, and I'm just so grateful. I didn't know what poem to write or to read tonight, but so I was going through this book, the anthology, and right when I read this one, I'm like, hell yeah, this is it. It's called Last Winter. Last winter was the winter of snow and more snow. Already snow in October, more in November. The record-breaking 13-inch day in December, followed by more. The 13-year-old boy thought there was ice under it. He fell through into the lake. The firefighter rescuing him went under also and had to be rescued also and also. And also I thought of the cold past and how when I try to go back and write all the destructions, I slip under. The boy and his rescuer went through at the Whitefish Bay Silver Spring Lookout. Lookout, hypothermia, slows down every body process. It's the body trying to hold on. When my 85-year-old Aunt Virginia died the first time, she was revived. When I asked what it was like, she said, strange. It's like holding on to nothing. Thanks.
John Cady, Milwaukee poetry legend. And just a reminder to everybody that's read, I'll be right back here after John, but then we're all going to gather together to take a picture shortly after. Hello, John.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be here to honor Susan. And I think I've known Susan as long as I have known Milwaukee, so I think of them as inseparable. I moved here in 1973, and the great poet Kenneth Koch told me that he knew Jim Hazard there, and I should look him up. And so that's the first thing I did. And of course, that involved meeting Susan too. And it's all just part of my experience here. I think of Susan as really thinking of herself as part of modern American poetry, and as she is. And so I'd like to read a poem that of hers, which in each line, it's a play on a line in a great modern American poem. Starting, the title of it is "Money is the Thing with Feathers," which plays on Emily Dickinson, and each line takes off from that. Money is the thing with feathers. I wake to money and take my money slow. I watched for money, lights turned low. One must have a mind of money, money that is not there and the money that is. The art of money isn't hard to master. The money surrounds us. Sweet, 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 sweet money, money on a wet black bough. Do not go gentle into that good money. The pure products of money go crazy. Money sweeping out from us to disappear. Oh, money, my money, our fearful trip is done. I myself will die without money. Money, money, you bastard. I'm through. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, John. I just wanted to round out this hour with some words from Susan from this collection from, let's see, what year was this? It was a long time ago, but it was The Gathering Place by the Waters, 30 Milwaukee poets. Many we still love and know, many we've lost along the years. But it's her introduction, her bio, her way she talks about herself, well, not so much of herself, but poetry, that I really want to share. Poetry is the multiple choice answer. All of the above, all of the below. It's anything you wanted on any particular day. It's a party you can bring your friends to. Ma Rainey, you can sit over there in the first stanza. Lafcadio Hearn in the last. Poetry can be a tape recorder, a musical instrument, a thief, a piece of music, a safe deposit box, a camera, or a set of paints. It's a moving truck you put all of your favorite people, places, words, and things into, and then move them with you from one place to another. Panache, Balderdash, Lake Michigan, Jim, Dead Horse, Alaska, Aaron, Mexican food, Caitlin, New Orleans, Karen, Hank, Key West. Some days, poetry is a Chinese puzzle. Other days, it's a funhouse. It can be as simple as an egg or as mysterious as an egg, depending on what you want. It teaches the reader. It teaches the writer. Now, I'm not trying to give you a spiel, trying to make poetry the miracle cure-all. But if you were to try it, I'm sure you'd find it was. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming together. Thank you for coming to the marathon. I'd like the poets, the family, everybody to all come forward for a picture now. And the rest of y'all, I release you to enjoy a fabulous dinner in the lobby. See you back here in about an hour. Oh.
Check, check.
Everything's better when the mic is live, right? All right, we are in the final stretches of the poetry marathon this evening. I hope that everybody had a chance to go out, grab some dinner, socialize, have some fun, grab a drink, because we have some fantastic hours of community poetry and our partners and whatnot that really can't be missed. As always, remember, this is our largest fundraiser of the year. I am speaking to you as the chair of our board. My name is Sam Pekarsky, and I saw firsthand as a student what Woodland Pattern can do for people in academia. I saw as an adult what our adult programming can do. I've seen on the board the integrity and the character and the desire to further our mission, and it's never been more important than it is now. We're entering a new time, a new phase, a new evolution of the mission that was started by Ann and Carl over here. Real quick. And with that, we'll be moving from our home in River West to a new, bigger home that we can also fill with love over in Bayview. Follow along for all of the adventures, all of our final stages of programming, and we can't wait to see you in our doors wherever we may be at the time. But that time right now is right here, and I'd really like to welcome to the stage Roberta Harrison for the Latine Hour. I'm so sorry. It's going to be fantastic. Give it up for Roberto. And Brenda Cardenas, duh, of course. Hi. I love you.
That's okay. He's going to do most of the talking, but we co-curated this hour. And I just wanted to say thank you to the sponsor for this hour, who we have on the thing here. Over here. Yes, it's there and it's there. James Wilson. James is a dear friend, and he is a big supporter of Latino, Latine literatures. Has been for many years. He supports Letras Latinas through the University of Notre Dame's Institute for Latino Studies, and now he's supporting Woodland Pattern in this hour. So I just really wanted to give a heartfelt thanks to Jim. Okay.
So first I want to start with saying a really big thanks to Carl and Ann, who ran Woodland Pattern for a long time and who welcomed me to many, many dinners with many, many great poets and artichoke dip in different pies and all kinds of great food. I mean, it was amazing to just by accident move to Milwaukee and end up half a block away from Woodland Pattern. I was already reading a lot of the people that I found there, but just an incredible just luck that I was able to educate myself through Ann and Carl in that store and everybody that came through. And I'm excited that Woodland Pattern is going to be moving closer to us now. So, you know, I was less than a mile away from Woodland Pattern for over 20 years, and now they're going to be less than a mile away again, less than a mile from Woodland Pattern, yeah. Yeah. And and also I want to thank Jenny and Laura, who have done an incredible job here. I mean, I can't believe they've already been here for 10 years or 8. I mean, like, wow. And everybody that works so hard at Woodland Pattern. And I think we have a really nice lineup here. It's going to be mostly video, and the names will appear on the videos. And then after the videos, I'll read. And then Jackie Valdez will read, and then we'll end the hour with Mauricio Kilwain Guevara. So thank you for being here, and thank you for people for zooming in. And
la que deje de nombrar homosexuales en sus pesadillas, o la que toque las orillas de Marte desde sus naves rutilantes. Ni serán mis hermosos amigos quienes evitarán señalar a la historia como culpable del desamor. Nosotros hemos de extinguirnos en el lenguaje muerto, arraigado al masculino plural que todo lo contiene en su incapacidad de dar lugar y voz a la inmensidad. Más allá de estas angustias, no quedarán más que nuestros nombres como última sepultura de la memoria. ¿Para qué sirven todas estas arrogancias, obligando legislaciones inútiles en medio de un grito mudo ante lo horrendo? Cada generación tiene su sepultura, y la nuestra llega más temprano que todas, más alegre y pronta que las últimas dos, serviles a las guerras, para justificar la vileza de la explotación y la complicidad del exterminio. No quedarán sino las preguntas: ¿por qué la crueldad? ¿Por qué la ceguera? ¿Por qué el suicidio? Pero sobre todo, ¿para qué tanto ahínco en hacer del futuro un sepulcro inevitable? Y será la vergüenza más grande que el recuerdo, y será mejor olvidarnos para evitar las ataduras de los inocentes al pasado en el que nos estamos convirtiendo. Yo no lloraré, tampoco recogeré los pedazos ni trataré de coser tanto desgarro. Una lluvia lenta y constante habrá de lavar toda la terquedad a la que nos viciamos, y solo tendré los ojos abiertos para avistar el despertar de una nueva manera de habitar la luz de este planeta. Contra el mundo. Me levanto hoy en armas contra el mundo, contra quien justifica la pobreza, contra aquel que en su lógica mirada nos repite mentiras del imperio. Me levanto hoy en armas contra todos, porque todos se sienten muy contentos, porque no hay en sus casas ningún luto y el vacío lo resuelven con dinero. Me levanto hoy en armas contra el tiempo, por su afán de hacer la vida corta, por su tan predecible antipatía que recuerda que todo se termina. Me levanto cansada de la inercia, de escuchar que está todo bien en guerra, de celebrar tanta verdad a medias, sin parar para empezar el juicio.
My name is Fareed Matuk. This is Against Occupation for Lyndon W. Barrett. Neither dignity nor the promise we could write our way into it. If he knew his name and his word couldn't own him, omit the wish of authorship, because it went so quick, his book. The night his copies arrived, as he flung it at the wall away from us, he was killed later, but omit spectacle, so he stays well enough away. And in his wake, I think my task is to stop sorting sex from word, sex from breath, to sleep, despite the men's reach for my child arousal, what had been expanding, exchanged for the compensating promise in healing or domination, that I could be present at all the edges of my body at once. But that's just the logic of occupation and of graves. I try to talk about parts of this, and the student asks, how do you know when you're no longer talking as a person? I only know the arc across which he flung the book hangs here. Not empty space, but a transom between life and word, so that sea trash arousal and the whole edge of California lift off me, susceptible yet undivided. I don't know, but what's seen and said, what touches leaving room enough to not stick, makes a turn given key in my body, turned away from the heroics and capital of poetry. Left behind or stolen from, not believed in enough to realize their undoing, as if turning stayed inside the book. as if the outside didn't already involve us in the arc of every letter cast and in every word that would return them. We'll take turns. I'll fill with your fingertips resting in the echo that stays. Or is it just illusion, seeping up through an actual life? A gaudy show? Cast ahead the bolt of words long before we hoped to arrive and plunder, weren't our bodies draped in it, frenzied, real? The rind of your heel tucked into my eye, I want its share of patio cement, patio dust, the underworld you think happens far from you. Wait there to be lit in the moon's fulfilling glow. The company's orphan satellite, each in their tolerances, entomb calculations, material properties from which we say we'll make a better world. Like canned food, preserves the dog's future vomit. It's okay. We came hungry. We came to love a penitent love. We came to deny it. Self-same master. Self-same light.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here with you today. My name is Sandra Ruiz, and I will be reading a few poems from my book of poetry and poetics titled Left Turns and Brown Study. This first poem is titled, If We Were Dead. If we were dead, would you read? Wet your beak, then plunge into expression wielded by unsociable meter. I only ask because my first love affair was with a syllable. V's and C's opened, then cinched between immeasurable meaning, long E's and magic vowels, friendship sounds. Any letter's utterance moved into idiom, kin inner portals to the long horizon, eventual clause. Resonance is silence, a drummer to time. Permanence is transience, a lightning phrase, unending affections across rhythms accented. Sometimes I felt like the semicolon joined to others in inseparable consent. Frequency stresses and consonants intoned. Noise thoughts drafted into couples, formed into a pause, semi-full stop, together. Would you? I only ask because every ghost is the ideal reader, finding forever an interlude, borrowed spaces and fissures, paraharmonies and spirit topographies. Thank you. This poem is titled For the People from the Stars. We could be stranded between something splattered dust and the paradox of planetary promise, midday forgotten, twice risen by Earth, many times removed, like black holes to baby stars and dwarf galaxies. I remember this remembrance as a courtesy to belong. Listen for threshold grunts, able groans and able aphorisms. Cite the furiously hushed, indelicately prodded, cultivated against, the those and them, speech acts and tildes, foremothers of no singular land, all property and worth. We could become those eclipses showering light across the sky, squelching tiny into disappearing acts. We could feel the moon's shadow like the last tingle of the first homage, borrowing from sketches of anything's after, vibrant smudges and endnotes, collective blurs, fades to black, astral happenings, fall, 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 falling. There could be a way. Thank you. This poem is titled Inner City Juice Boxes. If we were still best friends, we'd sit on the front stoop, our fingers laced, juice boxes in liberating hands. I'd be pigeon-toed, your heels would touch, we'd name stars, make faces at the clouds, slurping into space like traveling time scenes. With every gulp, we'd pause. I'd say, Ba, can the stars see us? You'd say, if we scream loud enough, mija. Following your lead, we'd begin to feel each giggle from our bellies into the blue, like well-off echoes brimming streets. You'd say, did the clouds hear us? I'd say, only if we close our eyes, papi. Turning to the sky and then to one another, we'd shrink in our chins. With blushed cheeks, sight silences, and empty cartons, we'd be each other's dreams. Thank you. And I'll read one more. This poem is titled The Earless Shark or Still a Janitor's Kid. I spend the 1st of May waiting for signifiers to rewire skylines into nonfiction rallies. Cosmic compositions, major key, the striking elbows endure the secret's refrain. There's this fiery itch, an auditory laceration in my right ear. It drowns space into background sight for political bands without names. I ask the left, is this the end of listening? A buzzing crawl into the poly musical, a tiny bit goth, in-sync bass funk, jazz salsas, sax non-solo disco drops, hype queers, and freestyle rebounds. Improvised ensembles and co-presence kinetics, working people blues, willful cha-chas, and movement-making mutiny. Scores as world, as wild is West. I scratch it. I scratch it. From one turning table to records bound inbound, enters vibration and voice, like swerve to sway, bounce to house, we scratch it. Thank you so much.
My name is Paul Martínez-Pompa, and I'm going to read 3 poems. This first poem is called Lit. And when I raised my eyes a little higher, I saw human wishes. I saw moons blessed with the deepening moan of night. I saw winds that traveled across thousands of miles of mothers who were silent now and draped over their flashlights. I saw lands going back to sleep and doors opening both ways. I saw escape buttons pressed into bodies stacked behind your dinner party. I saw sunlit sidewalks. I saw no sign of decaying bags anywhere. I saw signs of decaying bags everywhere. I saw birds that loved your hair through another blurry summer. I saw deserts refusing responsibility at all costs. I saw children who got out of the way just in time, and children who never got out. I saw that I saw. These next 2 poems are from the book Domestic Corpse. This one is called Doormat. The heart, yet another collapsing economy. I'd had it with my ghosts and decided to haunt them back. What use is medicine in this romance between the neck and whatever's sent to snap it? So I held them and held them until they fell asleep. Every rancid corpse, each one more adorable than the last. This last poem is called Apparition. As if I could mend the mountains, the lakes, the baby trees, as if I could mend the doorway your breath enters and exits. It's easier to die than feel the magnitude of probability. Maybe it's the wind drifting like mouths to obscure some darker cold sure to come. I wander into another daybreak and return having so much and so little to tell. Apparently the sun, apparently the moon, apparently the sincerest of faces happening on children until their land is shoveled from beneath their torsos and replaced with a longing for plastic bags, of weaponry, of personality disorders, of pharmacies hustling the latest cave. Soon we saw wolves and knew only the softest hearts would make it through winter. Peace.
Hi, I'm J. Michael Martinez. I'm thrilled to be participating with Woodland Patterns marathon poetry reading and supporting Woodland Pattern. Today I'm going to read a couple poems from In the Garden of the Bright House, my second book. And these are from the sequence of poems of the title poem itself, In the Garden of the Bright House. The Bright House says, the Bright House says, the dying wing, enter the space of the cry. Define the hand the cry questions, or the child's beseeching before the mother is the father mourning the ash rot, counting small pearls of flesh left on the petal after slaughter, or is the woman walking the path toward syllable's end? Infant's name withheld until infant is able to sieve the sun's bridal wreath. In the Garden of the Bright House. The Bright House says, language than flesh, flesh than allegory. If resurrection, the coiled flame authoring the heat of every felt form, would you remember the pollen-heavy pregnancy of Lysianthus before the scream inside our stars fell through the botanical? Skin, sea, moss soft, the Eden my tears. Remember, I held you, death in hands when our hands were branded with the letters. Radiance pulls through the scab of name's touch.
space, the space, the dying, right eye, enter the space, the space, the dying, right eye, enter the space, the space, the dying, right eye, enter the space, the space, the dying, right eye, enter the space, the space, the dying, right eye, enter the space, the space, the dying, right eye.
Where are you from? Pictures from New Jersey, Baghdad, Florida, California. That's the house where I grew up, in West New York on 67th Street. You could see me in the white dress if you zoom in on his arm. Estoy con mi abuela. Adorno insists one must cultivate a sense of displacement in the world, so not to be at home in one's home. I had to tell Baba to say cheese as the roof bisected his mouth. Christian asked, "What is it to write in the language of your dispossession?" I remember the mother tongue. I remember the tongue mother, sitting on her lap, soothed to sleep against her. Her voice doubling. With my right ear, I hear her voice in the room, and with my left, her voice inside her chest. No, nothing, no thing, no where, no body. The O of the no blinks open. Nothing, nowhere. Their eyes seem to follow me when I move across the room. A conversation is a little dwelling. The voice has a grain, said Roland Barthes, made by the glottis, the tongue, teeth, inner cheek. Tongue mother. Do you recognize this face? Where are you from? The exile is the Rookin figure, the one looking away, looking back home. See the back of his chiaroscuro head.
La mujer pasa bonita
cositas, tres cositas. Delgadita la cintura, peli larga y tetoncita.
Solo mi caballo sabe todos los secretos míos. Si mi mujer lo supiera, ya me lo hubiera pedido.
Hola, hello, this is Roque Raquel Rivera, and I'm here in Cabo Rojo, and I'm going to be reading from my trans-epic Maravilla. This is the section, la sección donde Cenex se escapa con Jacinto del complejo submarino donde es section where he escapes with Jacinto from an underwater military complex where he's being experimented. Tras incubar el plan de huida durante muchos años, su fuga tarda más que un día. Las milicias iban en busca de fugitivos con trajes calfados de neopreno y motores Enfield. Como dos sardinas volamos por las profundidades, enfocados en evitar bandas de especies subcontratadas. Buscamos instalar un suelo estable. Nuestra salvación era marina, su verdad de tierra, de agua y de fuego. Nos rastreaba terapistas de conversión de sirenos, pero nos escondimos detrás de las bárbaras. Entramos en los desiertos corales equiparaguayos de las regiones superiores, donde corillos de delfines estaban ocupados acosando a tiburones, y pasamos cerca de quienes, como nosotros, estaban en peligro. Mero batata, mangosta acuática, anguila solar, lagarto, arabascuálidos, pargao criollo, camaleón, letina de abril, dundums, panza arriba, lagún. Hasta los bueyes azules y la playa, donde atumbamos peces rey que cruzaban arrecifes de camino a la escuela. Los manatíes aguacariciaban a sus bebés, las anémonas lucían sus high tops, y en su unisonancia vibratoria se desbordaban las aguavivas. Nos olesteaban las burbujas, las unidades militares de Poseidón. Algunos, bonsai, cabalgaban caballitos de mar, otros iban sobre orcas. Con su apodo otorgado por los mercenarios y los civiles marinos, los bailarines tritonianos eran impulsados por las corrientes. Los rayos de luna y luna rompían desde arriba un faro, ahogándonos con su soga. La tierra nos jalaba con el magnetismo de las orillas y los castillos de arena. Cerca de los buses nos desviamos, enredados en boyas, y los erizos se pegaron en nuestros trajes como caídos, mientras nos arrastramos por el estuario, por el manglar, mientras vadeamos, acuanegamos, trepamos y trepamos. Una rama se clavó en mi brazo, pisé el filo de una piedra, con las garzas arriba y con un escabullar entre los dedos, más que el lodo de manglar, los neumatóforos abundantes o las raíces aéreas. Yo era un pez volador. After many years of hatching their escape, the flight takes but a day. Militia zipped in search of fugitives in butch wetsuits and Fenty-grip motors. Two sardines we shot through the depths and focused on avoiding these roving bands of subcontracted species as we sought land. Our salvation was marine, our truth composed of earth, water, and fire. Demerman conversion therapies trailed and scoured as we ducked behind Bailey's. Reaching the tantamountainous coral deserts of the upper regions, we passed dolphin crews that were busy harassing sharks, past those who, like us, were endangered. Merobatata, aquatic mongoose, solar eel, lagarto, arabascuálido, pargo criollo, camaleón, April's latrine, dum-dums, belly-up lagoon. Approaching the beach past Huellas Azules, we glimpsed the clownfish that traversed reefs on their way to school. Manatees water-cuddling young, anemones flashing high tops, aguavivas were brimming in vibrational unison. Poseidon's military units fast on our bubbles, some bonsai gold seahorses, others orcas, propelled by currents, were Tritonian dancers, so called by mercenaries and civilians alike. We swam stealthily, day moon rays cracking down, a beacon drowning up by its rope. The land lifted us with the magnetism of sandcastles and dog packs. Close to scuba divers, we served, tangled in buoys, until urchins caught on our suits like caillos, until we crawled up the estuary, through the mangrove, waded, slush, dragged, and clambered. A branch in my arm, I stepped on a rock's blade, with herons above and scuttling between my toes. More than mangle mud, abundant nematophores or aerial roots, I was a flying fish.
El arte de a veces pasar. Cuando haces la transición de animado a inanimado, de especie a especie, el género se vuelve mucho menos significativo o mucho más, dependiendo del día y del dolor de pecho. Pasarnos, pasar por alto, pasar por la oficina, recoger a los nenes, ir al correo, pasar la noche, sino pasar en el terrinés trans, el más que terrinés, pasar al otro lado, autóctono, visible. Es llegar último y que te digan ladrón, los que tienen miedo del mejor, a que ganes. Pasar trans es pasarle al otro nadador y que se pongan a debatir si eres sireno. Pasar es ser sireno siempre, ser sireno y cantar gritando, ser el boom de un canto monstruoso e intruso la noche entre panas y que no pregunten qué yo hacía a las 3 ni digan que vuelo encubierto. De repente no te pasa, a nadie le importan los detalles, soy ceneo. Se alivianó la cartera, has pasado. Fui un pez volador. Las deidades me derribaron, me pidieron que escogiera un elemento, o andas la tierra, o nadas en aguas, o surcas el aire. Qué limitados son los que sueñan con lo alcanzable. Learning the art of sometimes passing. When you transition from animate to inanimate, from species to species, gender becomes so much less significant, or so much more depending on the day, the grief it gives. To pass is not to take for granted, pass by the office, pick up the kids, pass by the POB, pass the night, but rather to pass in trans more than Terranese, to pass to the other side and be read as autochthonous. Passing is arriving last and being called a thief by those afraid in the best sense, afraid you might win. Transpassing is passing the other swimmer and sparking a debate on whether you're a merman. To pass is to always be merman. To be merman and sing howling, to be the boom of an intrusive, monstrous song, spending the night with friends, not being asked what I was doing at 3 or told I give off agent. Suddenly you make the pass. No one cares about the details. I am Kineas. Do you feel the wallet lighten? You've passed. I was a flying fish. The gods shot me down. They asked me to choose an element. Either you walk on earth, or swim in water, or soar through the air. Immortals are so limited by their attainable dreams.
I loved all those videos. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating. I'm from Panama, and my great-grandmother was from Martinique. And so I wanted to read a few lines from Discourse on Colonialism by Césaire. A civilization that proves incapable of solving the problems it creates is a decadent civilization. A civilization that chooses to close its eyes to its most crucial problems is a sick civilization. A civilization that plays fast and loose with its principles is a dying civilization. My only consolation is that periods of colonization pass, that nations sleep only for a time, and that peoples remain. And I have 2 poems. Before and Beyond a Tourist Trap in South Dakota. But what if all these markers of the soul are less than stiff magnetic slivers of precarity, for massacres and smiles and gravy poverty? The televised now bring us gestures to escape, the putrid flesh of single beings torn like numbers, ignored by the alive, the spectacle, unseen by other presences in plastic, woven through with lies, to make a mother of the end, in simple slashes, with the roller balls unfolding the topologies of life that keep us separate, that keep us under. Time as earth must promise everything that we undo, for frozen packets of the night, and every line we move to place the patterns of our losses to the circle moon at the center of each palm. I do not think iguanas are the worst of domesticity. I do not think that others will not promise us the finished door that we return to find the loss of innocence and murder, further toward beginnings where we find ourselves undone by telephone. But cells are not my meaning, and meat does not describe us as we follow bloodlines, to insist that I attend to nothing in the silence of the night. Last night I dreamt that I was fading through each memory, that soon I will be gone to find my other origins. Through every door I leave to find us as a one, to see that I not break the window that my mind had shattered long ago. But Americans do not remember that a solitary person should remain, for them to be unknown through terror. And as I was the lesser being in each memory of agency, in each path that I now cut with knives and glass, that I now find the possible in each of our remainders for the death inside my mind. We see that I now follow others as we need to find the promises in every tragedy, that I cannot be one. Don't look at me. I'm nothing. What you want is what I do not know, not what my family has lied you for, or for what this country does to be corrupt in everything except the blankness of the page. Is that number white, or is that nothing? What if our disease of earthly patterns will not bring the other times or other colors? And what if I must disappear again before the night? In everything I now undo myself again. In everything I now become invisible and silent through each vision that becomes another solitude for others in their calling to be born. Where of us must not retrieve, and where of us must start to find the others and their treasure as they see, and as they move through memory to finish every day in dense relationships with all these fiery things we will not find except to visit buffalo that now see us, to know that we must die and live for Crazy Horse alone. Thank you. They are more terrified than we are. Yesterday was better, for the signs of nature still arrived. Now that nature hides, its semblance follows me without a scent as I ascend my ignorance and move each day to be unanswered from the terror, magnifying non-computability, to see no mountain in the way, that life can be misused along with trees at night. We must become unanswered for each vacancy of humans, striving to be lost and found through no one here. My loss is like the others. My death now welcomes me beyond disaster, as I will not become the only one whose image ends. They all feel terror too, because their power will erase their spirits as nature's mountains rise inside of us, as our fear now disappears. Our travel must be one with night and dawn inside. I welcome this togetherness in silence. I articulate the other worlds remaining as a source of our becoming through the morning. Without our tenderness, we do not hear. We are siloed for encapsulations as we now belong inside the earth as well. No false hope for them can stop us as we become again to be the earth and to endure beyond the screens. Thank you. And then next we have, thank you. Next we have Jackie Valdez, and after that, Mauricio Kilwingabar.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here and happy to be creating this warm room with everyone. This first one is La Cabalgata. There's a type of clarity needed on ground that constantly churns, a drunk wavering in and out, Hot from the sun, it nauseates and fixes a languid smile to the face. You'll step forward and I'll stay back, cigarette held low and hidden at my side. In the center, you begin to spin the horse and kick up dust, an alchemical ritual that requires the sweat of two workhorses combined as one, hearts balanced in a line, one over the other. Around the energy of this center walk girls with hair as long and sleek as the horses. They know how to maneuver this unsteady ground best, and they shape the rhythm that holds the circle. The horse begins to have a hazy blue outline that comes around its open, heaving, foaming mouth, reflecting cold color on metal bits. Its legs bend forward and back, while its head shakes up and down. The orange sun burns behind, coming through thorny trees in a thick cloud of dust. It's pain that trains balanced hearts, and the spurs that dig into its side were once stars in the sky at its birth. Thank you. Jaguar priest naguals burn alive on treetop branches. The land retains this ash and is collected to build walls that cool in the daytime and cast shadows that speak. The carrion bird that watched me from birth dies in a barbed wire fence, and I walked past its body towards a house that is cool in the daytime with a voice I begin to hear more clearly at night. Yemaya refuses to inhabit the cup of water under my bed. She throws me into a sea of dreams, and because I am undisciplined, my dreams are barred from conscious memory, and my body wakes up sore from restless sleep. Mother, whose children are fish, knocks me off my feet and gives me Caribbean blue bruises. Soy la muñequita de las estrellas que se reflejan en el mar. La luna me pinta una cara diferente cada día. Me dan vueltas y se ríen cuando ya no sé quién soy. Mareada les pregunto si me pueden decir quién era. Ya, aburridas, me dicen que en mis sueños puedo empezar. I am the little doll of the stars reflected in the sea. The moon paints a different face on me each day. They spin me around and laugh when I no longer know who I am. Dizzy, I ask them if they can tell me who I was. Already bored, they tell me I can begin in my dreams. In accordance with a will intertwined with fate, I have sought out June's heat. A hot sun creates rabbit-warren love labyrinth. Rooms with a conjugal memory of us, the moon, and lake water. I took a picture of the setting sun and your back as freckled as the sand. Still, anxious vibrations hold court in too many rooms. There's a space after good night where we hold our breaths. And then we remember our labyrinth, red threads connecting to each other, pushing up three-tiered tulip hearts. There's a nest of ants that crawl out of mound in between the middle REM cycles and the appearance of Venus in the eastern sky. They make ASCII art on the ground, and the birds think they're stupid, but their message comes out clear in dream time. I see them make stars, a unicorn, their shiny black little body make its mane flow. Before I wake up, the word intuition is spelled out in blocky capital letters. All right, thank you.
Okay, we got something happening over here. Mauricio and Andres. Okay.
Hey there, Poetry Marathon. We're in the middle of a poetry triathlon right now. So we biked here listening to Robert Frost audiobooks, and afterwards we're going to swim in the river and work on our haikus. But first, I'll be reading as Pelao, age 17.
Don Lázaro, age 91. The eye of the captain was the eye of the fish, dark gray and round as a saucer.
So I go out like you said, and I can't see a damn thing.
To see what was happening to his legacy, to the years of work, organizing Concentración de Fuerzas Populares.
The fog's so thick, I keep tripping and banging into people in the side of the building with the huge cracks. Before I know it, I'm turned around backwards like a kid under a piñata. Fog's worse than a blizzard up north, and I'm like, what the hell's the damn building we were at? Then I twist my ankle and I fall on my knees, and there's two headlights, a horn blaring, cars swerving. I know I'm fracked if I don't get on the sidewalk. Then I trip back up to where I was, and I stick my right hand out, feeling for something, a building, nothing, and then...
He's gasping. His long torso is heaving for oxygen. His skin is dark gray and mottled.
Wow.
He's been poisoned by sweet thyme. The president of Ecuador, Rafael Correa, whatever you think of him, was a fisherman in the dream, with a gold ring and a fat knife. Correa says, see that? That's the eye, the vulcanized lid, portal to a kind of glory to which I am heir. The Andalusian guitar plays so perfectly, I can see blush roses trellising over the whale's skeleton.
I can feel a window, and then the block ends, and I look up at the street sign. The first says 24 de Mayo. Was that the street I was on? I'm stumbling ahead with this stupid cage on me. Yeah, the rig, whatever. I swear somebody called me a cyborg. I squint up at the next street sign, and it's 10 de Agosto. Then 6 de Septiembre, and finally... I realize I'm lost in a history quiz of street signs. Shit. And then I remember what Donald Duck's nephew used to yell whenever they were in trouble on Telemundo. Socorro! Socorro!
The president asks me to hold the bill, but the captain, although his skin is becoming dangerously dry, snaps up my arm. The bite force of the fish is crushing. The black marlin has hundreds of small, sharp teeth which begin to move up and down over my forearm, tearing the skin away from the muscles and nerves. From the captain to the people, Correa chants, not for the pelucones, not for the trincas, not for the 1% who want to dictate the terms of every dollar that a poor fisherman brings up from the ocean to feed his baby and mother.
And then I hear a voice, like Grandpa's, but in Spanish. And it said, my son, where are you? And I reached into the fog and felt around, and I grabbed something. And I get close to it, and it's an old guy with sunglasses and a cane. I tell him I'm looking for a real old lawyer. Where's his office, the blind dude asked me. I tell him I don't have a clue what street that old lawyer guy lives on. What do you remember? Not much, I say, except the building has huge cracks that you could lose your arm in.
I can feel the grinding of the marlin's jaws over my arm growing weaker, shakier, softer, until the suction of its tongue is an ancient underwater form of lovemaking. Suction and flourishes of a Spanish guitar until the fish flips over in one last spasm of energy. The jaws relax. My arm is released, flayed and pained. And the president of the republic, in a bleached guayabera, squeezes the fat knife, and he hatchets it into the thorax of the great man.
Is it stucco or brick, he asks. Not sure what stucco is, so I say, not brick. Sin ladrillos. And he takes me by the arm, cane tapping the building, and he says, follow me. And I do, because at that point, I'm thinking, please help me, sir, because without you, I can just bend over backwards and kiss my ass goodbye. Before you know it, he takes my hand and he says, feel it. This is your building. Stucco with big cracks, right?
The fishermen are tired. This is the third day of the festival of Peter and Paul. Still, 4 on either side with sharp hangnail hooks, they pry open the body of your grandfather, Carlos Ladrón de Guevara. The internal organs are blue and pink.
Wow, wow.
The heart muscle is sealed in a translucent milky membrane. It's still beating until a boy brings down a machete. Now the boy is stained. I'm stained too, along with the fishermen and Correa. Even the wives without shoes are speckled.
I thank the man, and I give him a pack of sunflower seeds I had in my pocket. I don't know how you say that, so I just say semillas.
The fishermen use their knives to sever organs, cleave steaks, chop bones into great chunks for stew. The wives without shoes, the widows, the girls old enough to go without schooling. Each fills her bucket with ice. The sun in the dream is draining away into the ocean. Julio Jaramillo is drunk and pissing into the bloody water.
He takes one between his teeth, shells it, and chewing it up, he laughs.
The women form a line of bodies returning home.
Then he says adios, and a couple steps away he turns.
I can see them glowing in the twilight, their ice buckets glinting. It's time to feed the people. It's time to sleep.
Pretty much a ghost in the clouds. He says, de girasol, mijo.
Then to repair the sends at daybreak before launching once more.
De girasol.
Special guest, Andres Esteban Kilwan Jojo.
So we're going to take a picture. We're going to take a picture.
Picture for all the readers. All the readers.
So where's...
All the readers from that hour.
What was that first book?
Wait. All right, we're going to get started in 30 seconds. So if you want to find your seat or your way around, because we're at hour, what, 9? 9 of, no, how do you do math? We're at hour 11. Whoa. Okay, well, we're going to just keep it moving along, and when they're back, maybe, well, we'll see. Maybe the first reader's in the bathroom, so we'll jump into the second reader. My name's Liat. Welcoming myself to the front of this room. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm so grateful for Woodland Pattern. It was a beautiful last hour, and it's such a special. Last night I was thinking about what other city, not only treasures poetry, but has so many local poets and local people involved through this place and inspired and being creators. So I'm very very grateful to be here and have this gem in Milwaukee. So in the spirit of that, give what you can to continue this and all the programming that Woodland Pattern offers the city. It was really fun. I have a student that I work with in one of the schools he's at, was one that Woodland Pattern works with, and it was really exciting to hear I do the after school program, and it's been fun. So a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to give a little hand up when we are at the 5 minutes to hold people to the time. And I think without further ado, we can move forward, and we will gather for a photo at the end of the hour. Are you Anna? Okay, so you're here. So Anna Qualina, hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. Okay, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Anna Tzvalina, and I bring 2 poems, one by me, and then second one is by my friend from Warsaw, Krystyna Dąbrowska. Oops, sorry. Can you hear me okay? Now I broke it, sorry. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. Constellation Dragonfly by Anna Tzvalina. Yesterday, intoxicated by the scent of the lilacs, we let it guide us to a blanket in the garden, where many soon arrived, surprise guests to our dinner. The moon was the shape of a lemon, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining, a square orange glow in the west-facing windows across the street. Munching our chips and slapping bloodstains all over us, we looked up where the chirping announced 2 active black dots by the treetops. And lower between the bats and the mosquitoes, at the middle layer, at their middle size, glided in a hypnotic dance of samsara, earthbound like Samaras, maple-winged dragonflies. And everything made sense. We on the ground get eaten by the mosquitoes. They are food for the dragonflies. The dragonflies get eaten by the bats. And the bats, said Peter, get eaten by the dragons. Well, we wish that was true when we returned to the garden this morning. There on the dark soil, bursting with seedlings, lightly rested as if on a night sky, a constellation of 4 luminous wings, like the maple seeds we've been stuffing in our pockets on our walks. And now, on my knees and bowing over a black square of my paper sky, 1 by 1, 2, 3, and 4, I place the translucent, veiny wings of the dragonfly on my black paper sky, a tribute to life and death, so close to each other, like a breath in and out. Thank you. This is Kosmos by Krystyna Dąbrowska. I'm going to read it in Polish first and then in English. Do niedawna kosmos się rozszerzał o nowe słońca, mgławice, konstelacje, drgania fal, oddech galaktyk. Teraz skurczył się do zdjęć satelitarnych przedstawiających Ziemię. Nawet nie całą, tylko jeden kraj. Nawet nie cały, tylko jedno miasto, jedną ulicę, szary asfalt, na nim rozrzucone ciemne obiekty o wielkości podobnej do ludzkich ciał. Tak podaje New York Times. Tygodniami niepochowani. Sztuczne oko satelity jest ich grobem. I pustka w naszych źrenicach, otoczona przez życie. And the English translation of Cosmos by Krystyna Dąbrowska is by Karen Kovacic. Until recently, the universe was expanding with new suns, nebulas, constellations, vibrating waves, the breath of galaxies. Now it's contracting to satellite, images depicting Earth. Not even the whole planet, just one country. Not even each region, just one city. A single street, gray pavement. On it are strewn dark objects of similar size to human bodies, writes the New York Times. Not buried for weeks, their grave, the satellite's synthetic eye, and the black holes of our pupils, surrounded by life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. And next is Martha Kaplan. We're going to go in the order that's in this pamphlet so you can know when you're reading.
Short person. Okay, thank you. I want to thank Carl Garton and Anne for the years of Woodland Pattern and our present leadership too. I was very torn about what to read, but one thing that comes to my mind is something I'm not reading. We have to think about absences. I had a poem about a very dear friend who died, who was part of the last American family to leave Iran. And the way she knew Iran was so very different. And my poem, it was about buzzcut boys only know Iran from the news. And it was beautiful, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it, because we have to remember what we're going through, which is truly terrible. they are going through and have been going through for a long time, although parts of this country have been too, but they have no water. So it's drying up. We are very lucky in this part of the country so far. We have water. Just wanted to remember. So this is a poem it's actually for my editor from my book that isn't out and may not come out because he is very ill. And so this is for Mark Vincennes of Mad Hat Books. After word caught on the riverbank, this autumn the sky is indeterminate, a thinning blue without shadow. Trees sway, drop leaves, needles brown. Though you have given us your wildest words, it is not enough to be caught on the riverbank. Come, a word still craves to return, that crack of light. As if a pebble skipped across the water, returned, nuanced, layered, stronger and still able to dance, dispelling shadows. Over the water, a frail echo of laughter in the rushes, voices fitching to catch the forever. Thank you. And this one is different. This is I dedicate it to Wanda Coleman. It's an American sonnet, and there's a bit of history in here. Anybody knows anything about Winston Churchill, a leader who was needed at a particular time, but would often greet people in a pink silk thing and shoes with pom-poms. So that's a reference in here that might be obscure. So an American sonnet. Where be the one we need? Where be our Churchill toes in pom-pom feet, our dressing gowns gone fleet and sunk, and bathtub sailors swim their water graves? Oh, I hurt this day and all this last night. Where go the boats of love, my love? My psychic whisperers ghosted me. Flee from me, who once me rue. A punking screed to scam us all, tone deaf, a chuffing wit with no tarot, no dice, the date's expired. I'm brewing bathwater for mine, for her, for memory, for Wanda, for Austin, for a conversation in Muse's music. Oh, come, all ye fateful and curl, be like new, be born. Ah, my country 'tis of a swagger bleak. And then, if there's still time, I'm hoping there's time. Where am I looking at? This is an old one, and I guess it takes me back a little over 10 years, kind of where we came from. And I was pretty pissed when I wrote this. So it's called An Immodest Proposal. Let us now fire all immigrants. Too many work to prepare the food we eat, to slaughter the meat, to truck the meat to market, to harvest in the fields from dark to dark. Too many slave in conditions we choose not to see. Let us now fire them all and feed ourselves the sludge and slime that we create. Let us free the rivers that we have dammed until no rivers flow below our borders. Too many work for wages far below our own, or none, to build our ticky-tack houses from sun to sun, our skyscrapers high on desert floors, to trim our elegant trees or clean our floors, bent knees before our unflushed latrines. Too many kiss and hug and feed and comfort our offspring in schools too dear for them to afford. And let us fire all those who have finished soldiering for us in all our foreign wars. Let us now fire all immigrants. Let us also send back those children of immigrants born here among us, those citizens they clearly do not belong, their languages too melodic to the ear, their food too varied, too unlike the meatloaf of cows raised on evil corn, the night Trojan horse eater of prairie soil. Let us send back all who come without influence and power to this blood soil, these high mountains, our ocean shores. And let us extend this principle of exclusion to all the generations of those who have come from outside these borders, to those whose children ate the trees extending from sea to sea and blew away the 12 feet deep soil, the work of millennia, and who sing of purple mountains beautiful and golden waves of grass, as if the few 100 years of residency despoiling this place grants them grace. Send them back across the seas. Give back the land to those here first, those newcomers call new, and I too will wave from the boat, sending me back to the killing fields of Europe. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mike Hauser.
Thanks, it's great to be here. This is called Dollar Store. Don't know what you're looking for, but you know it's there, the equitable and liquid breath of the real time of that thing. Without aid or spare tire on the gut, that man, the man, an equitable proposition tendered on my lips. Using RoboKiller, get Permadox emotional habitat and butterfly scans. The promotion of cultures, emotional inclusion and habitual frag loss buffer. The privileged deferential of certain corporate interests, hobbies. You find yourself bargaining for out of destiny, praying to vertibirds of address, internet knowingness, filing abstract, line, columnar, wiki, essays for a walk. As you can see, I'm piecing together a long garden from my equity, a large hoe that is really only a hologram, really only a butt of the state. As you can see, I pee a long stroll along this garden, all for free, proposition gale forces as it walks along. In a small cursory, check, check, check. Brain pan is doing things, but the afternoon is stuffy. The money is losing seismic force. Glistening veggie vaults along the coasts, secured by skies of tomorrow. We notice a bird who likes a second haircut. The sun is distant but fond, a left-handed old fave movie. The shocking patch of hair in a sectional edible male's brain, rocking out on a school night. A block from the dollar store, light from the sky, strobes, over refulgent meadows of freedom, leading stray youths on nonetheless singing. Join me by the etherized Niagaras of Voltrons of identity. We call shootin' the shit out at the strain. The trap of identifying is also the trap of living by the dollar store. I see the flame of passion building behind the glaucous shield of your eyes. I see the passion erected by history. I will trike over to the ravine and drop the duffel bag filled with evidence in as despair reaches for an expression. Thanks. No, out there. Out there. My first name, dot my last name, receding into a picture of our gone homework. Clouds canceling debts by their operations derived from the weather rotation, and carefully, I think, too, cattle die in numbers you didn't know. We can't go back to the painfully brash summer of our hero worship communities. There is a slowly siloing landscape, anticipation of disorder appearances, expanding and contracting the poem. Does anybody have any idea why the print on my eyes does distinct parodies of conscious separation of state with no state, liquid expansion teams in the spent parabellum? And I walk the length, the hazard of blunders and punctuation, clouding the already foreclosed view of art, needing senses to proliferate. The spraying whackers made a kersplunge in the winnowing dork mall shine. A clearly small guy in a league of windows, and, well, I'm not him. I'll have to make my ADHD interlocutor outright reject me. In any case, sharing our errors, multiple in respect to others shared, yieldings there. You mistake a notch on top of my back for a crypto glance on the baseball sheet. I mistake clouds for Haile Selassie, when in fact my ignorant commotion dissolves under the weight of Lyndon LaRouche. As ever, this train of thoughts interrupts my inspiration like a chat notification. Going, going, gone. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, next up, Stacy Blint.
Lately, I think of you and immediately angel. How one word conjures light, peace, just one letter removed from angle, anger, so close to angel hair pasta, angel food cake, angel fish. How to? It would be cool if you took the tangerine peel, put some ink on it, and ran it through a press. Or you could sprinkle iron oxide onto the tangerine peel and zero waste that paper under a rock to rust. You could dissolve the flower rocks in water, separate the beads, and make a necklace. Use the flour water mixture to make a paste, add spark to the paper, make a fire. Disable electronics with a magnet. Find a sense of play. Don't worry how the lines are set, the margin. Okay, meta, and that's 2 T's. When I think of kidney stones or bile, I think of you. Usually when I haven't peed for a while, or while peeing. It's a sin, I know, to imagine pissing on your face. The relief I feel, thinking about the irritation a single grain of sand can cause the ocean. The signs. The word shit, written in blood. Substitute not feeling well with I am levitating, like a boogeyman calling the wind an asshole. It's okay to live without things working. The garage door, the bathroom fan. You know those movies where the truck loses its brakes while driving downhill with a load of dynamite in the back? Remembering how the driver seems both comic and heroic. The margin. I do believe in acts of kindness traveling. Does the morning dark still count as dark? When all your referrals are dead, who cares what the robots feel? We live in the same world. We're just living differently. All right, last one. Dying flowers. Dying flowers on the table. Draw by crumbling them with your hands, but how they disintegrate, explode. Fur needing fur to stay warm. When you're with loved ones, with your beloved, and it feels like a party could erupt at any minute, but the party is doing the laundry. I wanted to know how long you would be away. That's why I asked number 1 or number 2 for pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Peter Goldberg.
Hi again. This summer I took a trip to the Baltics, which is where my Jewish ancestors came from, that area. And it was sort of counterpointed the whole way by the Israel-Gazan war. And this is a poem I've written about that in response to that. It's called Baltic gold, which is what amber is known as. And what you have to know is that the Hebrew, the name Netanyahu translates in Hebrew into God-given, or the gift of God. And I open with a line that echoes Muriel Rukeyser's famous poem, To Be a Jew in the 20th Century. Baltic Gold. To be a Jew in the 21st century may be as a wanderer still, choosing not to follow the bloodlines of the epigenetic Jew, harried along the way by the Dybbuk of history, nor conjuring a gift of God as prophesied salvation. Today, I returned to one homeland along my clan's way, the Baltic littoral, now largely a stretch of stone memorials, to which I add my own to the cairns of Gilead, marking a heartland, not of blood nor soil, not stones of amber with fossil life embalmed, but an immemorial point of departure from which to pursue justice, justice wherever we land. And the second poem I dedicate to President Trump with his obsession on Norwegians, first as good immigrants and now for denying him the Nobel Prize. The Ragnarok in the title is the Norse myth of the Twilight of the Gods. Toward the end, I quote a phrase from Thomas Paine and a phrase from Lincoln. Our Ragnarok. I looked up from my computer to see leaves blown past the window and went to the door to admire the grand ash tree in the garden. Every year a flaming display of defiant glory. But the winds had by now nearly stripped it bare, and I, afflicted with an algorithmic heart, had virtually missed the season. Scrolling had gotten me nowhere toward resolution, though runic truths flew full in the fall air. The world tree is ablaze and the waters are rising. Chaos riders storm from the dark and the old gods are embattled. Nor is it merely a myth or a digital game. Again in this late season, we folk must play the winter soldiers, called to take to the field with faith that a reboot of life and caring may awaken all to yet another spring and new birth of freedom. And then finally, a childhood friend of mine died about 2 weeks ago. And so I wrote this poem in response to that. The Poetics of Fog. How poetic an image, fog. Sandberg's fog creeping in on little cat's feet, or Eliot's cat rubbing its yellow back against the window pane. Dickens' murky law and chancery, and Dufu's fog, the confusion, the chaos of rebellion, and his sorrowful separation from family, from friends. For me, fogs had tended to be artful, a scrim behind which a street lamp spotlit a budding branch of spring green leaves, or a dancer swirling in off the lake, her veil streaming sensuously behind. But recently, the fog revealed a darker air. This morning when I went to pick up the paper, the fog covered all like a shroud, an omen to rise again tomorrow, wraith-like, to haunt me. Oh, the usual there, the fogs of war and foggy bottom obfuscations, the confounding busyness and crises of the day, yes. But there among the obits was the name of an old friend with whom I'd grown up, though long since lost touch. Time, too, can be a fog. I hadn't known that he'd moved back, that he'd spent his last years lonely, isolated by depression, and then slowly enveloping memory loss. How many people wander in such fogs? How many sound such atmospheric depths with baffled, mournful calls? How many wander like pentimenti, surround and wait for us to reach out? And in what fogs do we ourselves wander without mutual regard as well? Perhaps if only we dare venture out of mind and into those fogs, to look, to search, to feel, and maybe even to discover again. How much more than mere image, such fogs as these? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next is Carl Gartung, and thank you so much for Carl and Ann for sponsoring this hour.
Well, since this is the occasion of acknowledging a great move, I thought I would just say a few words of history. In 1976, that would be, 50 years ago, I went to interview for a job at Books Incorporated, which was in the same building with Theater X and the Friends Mime Theater. That's at 1245 North Water. The building still stands. It was a wonderful convergence of interest. I'd been extremely interested in theater and also extremely interested in poetry, much less successfully in poetry because I couldn't locate the poetry I wanted to read. I'd fallen in love with William Carlos Williams. In Asphodel, that greeny flower, he has these lines, "It is difficult to find the news in poetry, but men die every day for lack of what is found there." So I went to that interview based on my interest, and I was interviewed by Carl Jung and Mark Hoppert and Tom Montag, and it went pretty well. I think I found out later I got hired. That was a job I really wanted, and turns out that my enthusiasm for Williams carried the day with Carl and Tom. Carl became my great teacher. We used to have long conversations from after midnight, and wasn't enthused about those, about the timing. But I learned so much. When we moved to Milwaukee in 1974, I was going to get a degree in theater in scene design, but it turned out they didn't have a graduate degree. And so I cast around, and it turned out that Jerry Rothenberg was in town and was organizing an ethnopoetic symposium. And there I was exposed for the first time to poets such as Jackson Maclow and Simon Ortiz and many others. And you know, I mean, I was astonished. I had no ground to stand on when I heard that poetry. But at any rate, then later when I applied for the job, I walked into a bookstore that had, I think I exaggerate when I say it had 50 titles. It probably had 100 or so titles. And 95 of them were by authors that I'd never heard of. From presses that I didn't know. I knew Black Sparrow Press, and I knew New Directions, and not much more. a total ignoramus. It's not like Jenny and Laura who came here knowing all of these things. You know, I felt out of my depth from the beginning, and I was rescued by Carl. Then we used to, after 3 years or so, the rent was going to go up from $250 for that entire building, $250 a month, including heat. And it was a 3-story building, not well insulated, and heated by the steam from the power plant south of downtown. And you know, there was a really long stairway to the upper floors, exhausting stairway. I mean, it would be exhausting now. In those days, I could run up the stairs. Not now. At any rate, so we had to move, and we had an opportunity to go to the Lincoln School of the Arts, which Theater X and Friends Mime Theater both did. But I looked at that and thought about some of the books in the store, which like John Giorno's books, and I'm gonna probably go over. These were books that if parents would walk in, some parents would walk in and see them on the shelves, we would have been out the door, and probably within 24 hours. So Ann and I had by that time not gotten tenure at UWM. I always used to say UWM had a mediocrity wish. They had an opportunity to hire Jerry Rothenberg and John Taggart, and refused to hire them. Yeah, no kidding. It was amazing. It was amazing. So I got hired. The first reading I went to in town was by Martha Berglund and Angela Peckinpah and Susan Fear. And my first acquaintance with Milwaukee in some ways was started with that reading, although I already knew, obviously I knew Carl and Tom. Tom was the editor of the first small press review magazine of any seriousness, and called Margins, which is a wonderful resource if you can find it. And Carl participated in that magazine by editing symposiums. He called himself the Village Explainer, so he had symposiums to Rochelle Owens and Clark Coolidge and a whole bunch of people. And so I was in the right hands. It was amazing. And then I immediately met I'd already met Jerry Rothenberg, and then I immediately met the next year, Michelle Benamou at the Center for 20th Century Studies had organized a performance symposium with John Cage and Jackson McCloughan and the Four Horsemen, and it was amazing, incredible. And so I got to see all these people in action. And Dick became a really good friend. And then I traveled up to, I had been reading Paul Metcalf, who had a book called Appalachia, and I was sold on that book from the time I opened the first page. He said there wasn't an original word in the book. Originality is a little bit overrated. because I don't think anybody's really original. But the poem was a quote from somebody who, a mariner, who said, "It happens the land is smelt before it is seen." And in that book was was a thing about making and trading culture in the Great Lakes area called the woodland pattern. Turns out that woodland pattern was a term coined by an anthropologist named Retzenthaler at the Milwaukee Public Museum. So it was really a native term. We didn't know that, or I didn't know that. Carl might have known it. Carl was amazing, amazingly knowledgeable. And you can still learn from Carl. There's a website called Light and Dust, which, if you can find it on the web, is incredibly informative. And he published, he was one of the first serious literary publishers on the internet. And that website is amazing. It's still amazing. It's kind of, it's probably decaying now. At any rate, so I was exceedingly fortunate. I knew I was ignorant. So every time I met a poet, I asked them who they were reading. Susan Fear and Jim Hazard advised me that it would be nice to bring Ted Kooser. I already knew Ted Kooser's work because I went to school in Nebraska, and then William Stafford came to town. I already knew him, then later on, they brought George Bowering from Canada, who was a Canadian poet laureate, and we went to a baseball game where I caught my first foul ball, and we watched George, who was a big-time baseball fan, throw out the first pitch, which Jim had arranged, and curveball over the outside corner. So it's been an amazing life. It's been an accident, but an amazing life. Now I'll read some poetry. So it takes time. It takes less time to go away than you think. Lori Niedecker wrote a poem called Lake Superior, and at the end of the poem, she says, "I'm sorry to have missed Sand Lake. My dear one tells me we did not. We watched a gopher there." I always thought that was a very weird way to end a book. It turns out that it's extremely charged. The first version of the poem was Sandy Lake, and we have a habit of trying to see, when people write about a place, we try to see it. And we went there, and there was a plaque talking about what had happened, what had taken place there, and the Anishinaabe were forced to go there for their treaty goods, and they were starved deliberately. The idea being that they would leave their home up by Bayfield in the Apostle Islands and voluntarily deport themselves to their trading center in Sandy Lake. 400 people starved to death and got sick, died. So the ground we walk on is charged with blood. Charged. The walk with ground on blood is we. Walk is blood. Charged with we on the ground, in it blood. In reason, land cannot be sold, only things to be carried away. In blood, the minerals of the rock, things to be negotiated, to carry away, timber and minerals, schoolcraft and later immigrants, the great and misunderstanding, the way they used language in treaties written language to which they could enforce with their guns and so on in order to declare ownership. Who, what, and who valued it? For what and at what cost? Sandy Lake. They carried children home, dead. What else to do with them? Already dead, so far away from home. So we're not new. This is in memory, or it's for Antler, and it's in memory of Jeff Ponyawas. There, South Nest for Antler. We too looked out on the world in the window, but this is the year of one, lone squirrel, lone flicker, lone junco, lone eagle, one misses others. Oh, what did I do? There's always trouble. I decided I would read a poem that's, 56 years old or so. This was one I wrote in Nebraska when I was an undergraduate. Oh, sing the smell of cedars, who keep their leaves in winter and shield cemeteries upon the frozen prairies from snow for those we buried. And this is because of a walk with Chuck Stevelton, where he pointed out that pretty soon we wouldn't have any ash trees. The purple ash leaves, fugitive trees. The purple trees, fugitive ash leaves. The purple fugitive ash leaves trees. The purple fugitives, trees, ash leaves. And I was driving through the graveyard near Liberal, where many of my relatives, or Liberal, Kansas, where many of my relatives, this was, 50-some years later. I wish they'd chopped down the cedar trees over Otto's family, weed trees. I'm quoting my mother. Now, we've talked about losing people this week, and we're almost to the end. Tom Montag and Mary Montag were married for 56 years, and this in the last month, Mary died, and this is for Tom, since he introduced me to Lorraine Niederker. She's writing here over Henry James, a letter that he wrote to somebody in sympathy. Sorrow moves in wide waves. It passes, lets us be. It uses us. We use it. It's blind while we see. Consciousness is illimitable, too good to forsake, though what we feel be misery, and we know will break. So, this was for Tom.
Thank you so much. We can learn a lot from the history, and this used to be from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. And so we're going to be here till 11, and we're going to enjoy every moment of it. 1 a.m., okay. I was like, 24 hours. My name's Liat. I'm going to read a few poems. And maybe before I do, just maybe look around the room, just kind of move your body a little, shake it out, be alive. Because, it's a stream of words and images and, places and time. So these poems are yeah, today was a tough day, another tough day in the news. I wrote this poem during COVID, and it's repeatedly holds true. All tough, tightened, tough, tougher, days and days and days, sift, shove, shift, shunt, toughen, tighter. Days like these, all tallow, all total, tally, all utter. Another day and another, teeming, towering, taunting, tight, tighter. New Year's Eve. While the meat is between our teeth, the lake's echo remakes the world. With only a sliver of sky, peach fading into dark bruising, and the trees below are dark already, and the ground is phosphorescent, but the dead here tend the dead. And then we begin to fall in love here, to grow berries and build pyres to generate heat. We begin to look for the moon and to worry how we will find beauty here without the tides in such little light. And then we find the world made of our echo, a disappearing river in the sky, and the dead tending the dead still, trying to sustain all life. And then this is my last one. It is the hour of petals falling. Listen hard to the flower blooming in reverse. We are losing parts of ourselves we did not know. It is not spring, yet everything is being born uncontrollably. So, thank you. And I want to welcome Van Rung.
Hi, I'm Van Rung. I have 3 poems for you. First one is called Small Town Boy. He's a small town boy. He still wears the juvenile pride of never having tried, and yet he wears the motor oil under his fingernails, like a rich lady wears gilded rings. His coveralls like they're Burberry. He never complains of back pain, shrugs his shoulders when your jaw drops at the mention of his 16-hour shift. He tries to hide the hours spent inside his garage, fine-tuning his vintage car, exacting in the way he matches paint codes and searches for original radios. He claims he doesn't have the time to read or draw or sleep, never had the aptitude for university, and yet he can rattle off every make that Ford produced in 1932 from memory, can talk your ear off about the V8's legacy. It's not that he doesn't have ability, it's that he practices a different form of excellency. This one's called Orb Weaver. In the end, I couldn't really hate her. As I peeked behind the blind, found where she had curled up and died, that last shriveled leg pointing to the great beyond, I felt a new sense of melancholy brushing up against that panicked fear that had always been there. I still don't have a word for that sensation. I remember when, coming in from a weekend, on the other side of the pane of glass, she had built her empire, massive orb, weaved fresh and new, and someone pointed to her nocturnal body, curled atop at rest, legs dangling fearlessly, body nestled in the frame. And for weeks, she stayed, home growing, trapping wasps and flies, a welcome reprieve from these autumn pests. Her already large abdomen widened. Armchair arachnologist told me she'd soon lay eggs. But before she could, a cold front rolled in, killing the last of that live late summer heat, leading, as you already know, to her withered exoskeleton and a tattered web. I'm still afraid that she might take another breath, unleash a torrent of tiny baby monsters that will invade my office, and yet I can't stop thinking about her endless time toiling, preparing for a motherhood that she'll never get. And this last one's called Art is in the Meaning It Creates. The art is in the meaning it creates. I'm sitting on the patio of some undisclosed Midwest art museum, drinking tea and eating overcooked cafeteria mac and cheese. I'm writing in my notebook. I'm an artist, writing about art. Cutting through my masturbatory fog is the voice of an angry woman. She just keeps saying, "Why would you do that? Why would you do that?" over and over again. I can't help but take a peek. Across from her sits some smug, bald, middle-aged man, trying and failing to justify himself. Why would you do that? He says something smug and bald and middle-aged. She switches tracks. Relationships shouldn't be. Oh, honey, just dump his cargo short-wearing ass. I'm trying to get my girlfriend's attention so she can bear witness to this train wreck with me, but she's crying over a book where the dog dies, too distraught to pay this drama any mind. The ill-fated couple has now stood up, is on the move. They must feel this dispute would be best handled in front of a Velasquez or an O'Keeffe. The last thing I hear before the door closes is, "I have been a victim. I have been a victim of your poor boundaries." Then they disappear inside. Maybe for the rest of her life, she'll associate this museum or some piece therein with his stupid face. Maybe she'll tie some dumb, careless thing he said to the message behind a sculpture, and it will deepen the meaning of that work and recontextualize her relationship to men. Maybe this will just be a place she won't take anyone to on a date ever again. Maybe I'm reading too deep into all of this, but also maybe art is in the meaning it creates. Thank you.
Next up is Lydia Thelen. I did it good. Thielen. Oh, okay, Thielen. I'll get it for the next.
No, yep, exactly. That's my sister, so you got it for her. All good. Hello. Hope everybody's staying warm tonight. I have 3 poems. The first one is about sharks. I love sharks, big fan. But it's specifically about shark finning. And if you are unfamiliar with what that is, I got a little blurb before the poem. Shark finning is a type of fishing where the fishermen cut off the fins and throw the rest of the shark back in the ocean to suffocate or bleed out. Approximately 100 million sharks die this way each year, but it's hard to have an exact count because they don't enforce documentation. This negatively impacts the ocean's ecosystems, and this practice alone is responsible for putting some shark species on the endangered list. The poem is called Predator. I am dragged into the atmosphere, a fisherman's reflection in my onyx eyes. They slice with the speed and precision that I once moved with. I am reduced to fins by this alien. The rest of me not worth the space on their vessel, discarded to the depths to suffocate in what I once breathed effortlessly, blood inking the water. I didn't have time to fear the predators of the atmosphere. The pieces of me sold on the black market, a delicacy, a sign of wealth or power if they can afford to devour. Ecosystems eviscerated in the name of elegance. Ineffective medicine, cadmium, arsenic, mercury are what will keep their youth. Another avenue for their revenue. I didn't have time to fear the predators of the atmosphere. This one's called Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep. Gut-rotting loneliness.
Embalming liquid steadily dripped into my veins. Guilt keeping me from decomposition. Hallway creaks, 3 a.m. Footsteps heavy with ignorance. The stench of rotting escapes from gaps in my doorway. I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone. Silent sobs, not so silent. Plausible deniability. How could you not know? Selfishness oozing like an infection from every orifice. Having children in the name of religion just for them to suffer. Your God would be proud. I rage, I rage, I rage. How could you care so little? Tear and blood-stained sheet, a shroud for my adolescent, still-breathing body. Your own wounds like a blindfold. I don't fucking care. I'm tired of having sympathy for people that refuse to change. I make a promise in the silent darkness, akin to a custom coffin. A promise to never have kids if this is what they will endure. I made a new promise to never be like them. And the last one is called With Highest Honors. I'm sick to my stomach, trying to let go, move on, grow. But the past is always watching, waiting for me to crumble under the weight, ready with meat hooks to dig into my ribs and drag me back. Anger and sadness and grief mixing in equal parts in my body, acid slowly eating my flesh. Rage-fueled screaming translates into helpless sobs. I don't want the sadness, but I welcome the rage. You stand by your decision to deprive your children of education, of opportunity to learn that life is worth living, not in fear. We are just an accessory on your keychain, something to jangle and show to the right people. The words do not exist to describe how much I hate you for this. They get stuck in my body, ripping my insides raw, trying to find a way out. The day I realize I can let go, the day I can breathe and move without the webs and weight of what you have done, I will not tell you. I will never utter those words you plead to hear. You will lie in your grave, knowing that I never forgave. And that will still not compare to the pain your actions have continued to inflict. I will take the sword from my side and set it on your gravestone when you are nothing but dust. Thank you.
Okay, and Anna Thielen. Thielen?
Hi, thanks for having me. I have 3 poems to share tonight. Ars Poetica. Condense, synthesize, and distill into sparse lines, and tempo meter dancing on your tongue, and the fall of your fingertips, and the breath caught between our mouths as we wait, 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 before joining lips in the tangle of a kiss. The dance of besotted beginning, and the thousands of poems already penned about the magic of limerence and love and longing. Will I throw my hat in the ring? My best works are gnarly, wounded, tragic things. Lines and lines of suffering learned from and longing denied. Can I write a chance, a surprise, and maybe someday love poem? Use stanzas and form and free verse to illuminate the wonder of perhaps, maybe, winter turning to spring. Of crocuses buried in ice, bending to light, and hope pulsing through veins like liquid fire. Can rhythm or rhyme contain the worlds and universes we hold in skin-wrapped souls and ink-scrawled epidermis? The epitome of change and caterpillar butterfly cocooned transformations on different planets and rotations of the sun, yet somehow twined in a mad universe conception. I don't know what is happening questions. Even this poem, its free verse, ramble and tumble, asks, will we swim into shallow dancing cerulean rivers of joy? And finally, gasp, inhale, breathless, into deep indigo oceans of possibility. Let it happen. Let love just drip over us like frosting or candle wax, like raindrops or snowflakes, melting in sparkling dance of brisk and heat-kissed skin. Let love fall like leaves crunching under our feet and water into our thirsty mouths and hope bubbling cautiously, carefully, and afraid. But it keeps coming until our hearts settle as they weave and melt together and then burst into cadences and rivulets of joy. Because this is real. You're real, and I'm real. Our humanity as real as the threads of our fingertips and your ocean-swirling eyes and hiccups shaking our chests and heartbeats allowing our continued breaths to keep saying yes, yes, yes. I choose you. I want you. I got you. And let love, love, love fall and spill and splutter and drown us till our hearts so used to just pain and suffer and anguish can somehow hold this joy too. Till our faces split with beaming and our hands full of receiving, we cry, at last, from abundance. And the last one. The ephemera of living. Salt of sex after days apart. Gasps and slick love, want, lust, yearn, combust. Laughter, sunburst eyes, ravished freckled softness drape all over me and my soul in this choice we're choosing. Old Santa, red frosting, and sprinkle glitter pox. The incandescent joy of loving you. Gulped tears choked with fears of loss and past stories and exes and families and ribbons of trauma wound through ourselves as we shake and hold each other with trembling, hopeful hands, insisting somehow, again, to the voices that scream, how could it be that I love you, I choose you, I want you, you are mine, let me love you, in car drives and chapters of Dumbledore voices and arms-wrapped cuddles, 3-hour sleeps and coffee pressed, and chai-handed, and listening and holding mine and yours and our glorious muchness. Let me love you even here, in the etched scars of past pain and joy tattooed into my heart, and still stay in the stories and laugh lines and present pain woven into today, and stay. Thank you.
Next up is Jen Tynes. Yes. Okay.
Thanks. Hi, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to read just a few sections from a long poem called The Cosmos. I've been thinking a lot about our favorite organist. Awkward green of a bird's cat call. Everyone under one roof finally dreaming about the broken rule. How do you feel about suspension bridges? I was way too little to go down in that cave. Child development is like fill a velvet bag with smooth rocks and then watch yourself disappear. The cosmos pulls back into rosebuds, crab claws, an empty frame where lightning would be, an empty bucket tumbling down some stairs. The baby has grown very fond of Roy, so let's circumnavigate this bruise. Is this too tall a nest for late October? What color are your eyes? What color is your mouth? Blood relatives find these tiny peaches don't agree with them. Purrs turn to whistles as the rain starts. The cat's tail threatens to make music. The cosmos are unrecognizable. I'm drawing in the dark here. Blood relatives crowd the trail trying to say sassafras. The beans will take all night. There's no time to get down to the skin. If the garden was completely demolished, who's ripening in this brown bag? If time is stolen, what is this? A boy in the forest looks like a boy we remember being somewhere else. Some babies are occasionally cringe. We cocoon like hot white pupa. No one has time for sassafras. but if it's dinosaur feet that please you. A trash bird successfully constellated. Every birth story is in there, a little shimmy. We didn't walk far enough for the tea to steep. We've got whole logs that haven't spored out yet. We've got whole nights without language. Ants on the doorknob are evidence of when and where my attention shifted, but I can recite myself back like an ambulance stuck in traffic. A stock pot fills up with rain. A rabbit freezes and reflects light. The cosmos wither to become more aerodynamic. The cosmos use their inside voices. We're actually always in outer space with a blood-red bird divider. I dreamed a songbird with strong legs while acorns rained down from the canopy. How can anyone see pink in this economy? Easy peasy, eat more beans. A trash bird disregards the dog's aggressive punctuation, migrates into perpetual ellipses. Let me tell you a little bit about wild teasel, derived from the word for thirst. Names of unfamiliar creeks, at least, will let me be a confluence. Is this or is this not carnivorous? Historically, the Birdman says, when I chase starlings, they stay chaste. Historically, there's some real goose magic going on here, a ladder that manifests given enough parallels. I gave myself a blood blister on the crane house door. Not even an ant moved in the night, but water striders are totally okay with the irregular memorials we had to draw, the meal we had to make less recognizable. Is it their long necks we hear, or are they just voiced best in the throat? The algorithm doesn't tell us which throat. At sunset, I was making jokes about pucker powder and buying beer. Let me tell you a little about the reddening leaves of the Allegheny blackberry in November, how in the knotholes of half-naked trees the baby finds slug egg sacs and old candies twisted in red cellophane. At sunrise, I was listening really hard to Ghostbusters. Can you identify anything by your squishy feelings? Without the Birdman, all they knew to do was hang their dirty underwear from the branches and hope. We can't keep talking about healthy boundaries when there's a pileated woodpecker right out the window. I stomp a nest of burning leaves while swans glide across the water, step off the trail for a minute and become studded with hitchhikers. We actually prefer the pop of wet branches burning, even though our eyes water. Now ash is building up in the spine of this story. The baby asks us to say trees don't have patterns, so she can show us otherwise. She smells the snow before anything is properly blanketed. Thanks.
Hey. And finally, Catherine Gall. And just a reminder to have everybody come up who read in this hour for a photo. Thanks.
My first poetry marathon, so welcome. I have 2 poems, and I time them. The first one is called Lake Butamore. When the undertakers lowered your tiny casket into the earth, I dropped to the frozen ground and curved into child's pose, hips bent, feet under my butt, arms stretched forward. A yoga pose, so named, because it recreates the repose of a sleeping infant. I stayed there a long time. When the gravediggers came with their shovels of dirt, I stayed, kept watch. To this day, I do not remember rising. To this day, I keep watch, on guard, through 9 years of haze and shadow. Chunks of the sun break off while I grab at dread, face the other side of love, the cut of lonely without you, my first grandson, my only grandson. And so you come to me, a living mystery whenever I am near water, fountains, rivers, lakes, the end of the ocean, forms on the move, shifting, shaping, holy water. Or perhaps it is quantum physics tugging at me, divergent parallel universes existing simultaneously while you sweep the sky for a starry boy. Until 9 years later, as I cross the bridge on Lake Butamore, French for Mound of the Dead, you say you found him. A baby is on the way. A week later, my son confirms your transcendental telegram. A baby is on the way. That baby, so eager to enter, arrives early, 10 weeks early. A preemie, so named because he is a premium, a secret of the universe, and what endures amid an infinite number of universes. I got it. It's time to take a pill, sorry. See what the universe will do to you? So named because he is a premium, a secret of the universe, and what endures amid an infinite number of universes, which now I know has no limit. This new boy is a luminous star who sports wasserleuchtenden Augen, water-bright eyes, as the Germans say. As for the boy I lost, he no longer appears near water to sparkle messages to me, but I can call him. He always answers. His reply always the same. Wrap yourself in the now. Be here, not there, not yet. April 4th, 1968. That morning in Memphis, azaleas in pine beds rose under hot, high skies, and the Oldsmobiles stacked with Wisconsin white girls, hell-bent on white beaches, white light, Daytona drive all night, Slurpee sleep in no AC, the blonde behind the wheel careening toward daybreak, and April air bursting with daffodil shoots, amorous and oh so sweet, until city streets erupted with more black fists than the girls had ever seen. A mob out of nowhere, body slamming the windshield, pounding quickly locked doors while bottle shards flew. The spring break girls spun the radio dial for information, but only static reeled through stations. No explanation. The UPI wire still asleep in days before 24/7 news, and the suck and rattle of the olds slowed to a crawl, ticking, firestones hissing, even pansies and dogwood disturbed by non-stop slap whacking on roof and hood. Hundreds of hands jackhammering those lily white girls, trapped in the fact that the doctor with a dream was dead. Thank you.
Take a very short break, and everybody who read in this hour, come up to the front. Thanks so much.
Should I do it now? Hello, everybody. As you know, there's another hour, the last hour. Can we get some cheers for the last hour? 9 p.m. It is 9 p.m. We made it. We made it. And we have a video going first by Crystal Langwell. So enjoy.
Okay, we're ready. My name is Crystal Langwell. This is Milo. We're coming to you from Chicago. Here's a poem. The title of the poem is Good Clean Fun is the Most Radical Thing in the World. A motif like a blue-clad goose confirms I existed because I saw the design in years that otherwise I primarily do not remember. Rock candy at the quilt show says more about taste than it does aesthetics. Do you think they wanted to? Do you think they knew how? The Tower of Song was passed down and then run into the ground. Different writing. Concern in the park. You can stay mad if that's what you want. You can stay mad if that's what you want. Heroes don't complain. I got a ticket for talking on the phone while driving. I was talking to my grandmother. Returning to the songs, I find some shadows there. More about the innocence than the experience any mature fool could see. He put a target on my back. Another one from my little collection. And I'm going to read a little bit from a lyric essay about the IVF process of creating this child. So this is why I'm doing it like this. This part, you won't be able to tell. It's called Not Dancing to the Song, but Against It. Whenever I wear a baseball cap, I feel like Michael J. Fox. The front panel is too tall on some, and I look like a celebrity trying to blend in. I met him once when his twin daughters were being tutored at an artisanal tutoring company where I was the receptionist. The company would send grown adults to take the SAT and try to steal the test booklets. I'd given my notice and not once had I seen him. When one fine day, he came to pick up the girls. I took it as a signal I'd made the right decision. Quitting jobs is a big deal for me. After checking in, he chose to wait in the hall. I imagine all the liminal spaces he's stood in and wonder how he ranks them. My bosses stole a proprietary history textbook from a private high school, and the staff wrote summaries for the students. That office building was torn down, and a new skyscraper went up in its place. The Fox girls were studying biology. I love to wear a hat and feel like... I love to wear a hat and feel like this dad. A thin line of gold leaf fills in the fault lines, animating the fragility of the structure. Albumin reinforces the shell-like skin, netting or adhering, like mirror back, dedicated to holding, existing to hold, holding by nature. I'll be your mirror. In the cloying township, new types of cars I haven't heard of and new colors. Robin's egg blue, bad day gray, ladybug, fly, gilding the lily pad, rainforest cafe, tree frog green, joining the lollipop guild, fruit roll-up red. A guy I knew lamented that his book of poetry was published and he hadn't had the chance to, quote, get Occupy into it, to include all the major protest movements. One might simply never put out a book if one wishes, and instead save a running list until death. He's not a blood-sucking vampire or a moron, though in this anecdote, he sounds like both. Perverse incentive. You start more protest movements solely to later claim the right to an opinion on them. Pyromania, ironic maniac. My work, and it may not be yours, prioritizes connecting across vast differences with people who might broadly be regarded as zealots or as simply ignorant. It's the work of my path in this life, not a job. Whiteness serves the journey well. It opens many doors for me. When I hear something patently false but sincerely delivered, I wonder, who is profiting from the brainwashing of my associates? My acquaintance says, my acquaintance says if Hamas would release the hostages, Netanyahu would stop bombing Palestine. I do not share this belief, and unfortunately for everyone, we will not be finding out who is correct. Sometimes I say something like, I hope you're right. Universally, holding an opinion at a distance is duty-free. Violence remains theoretical when it's harming someone else.
Hello, everyone. How are we feeling? It's a great night. We're going to be going in the order that's in the program. So I will first call up Janet Jenner-John.
Of course, you make me follow a kid. Isn't that like the first rule of showbiz? You don't go on after a kid or a dog or something like that. Yeah. Well, hey, thank you all for hanging around. At least we're not in the cold at the moment. My brother, who lives in north central Wisconsin, texted this morning, and it was air temperature -34, and when he woke up, -37. So it's not quite as bad here, right? So I'm going to do something a little unconventional in that I'm going to read one poem dedicated to a dog and one dedicated to a houseplant, and one in between. First, Jazz, which is dedicated to my dog Django, and Django was named after the jazz musician Django Reinhardt. And hopefully I will keep my voice. I'm on some medications that are taking my voice away. Jazz. I never liked being the center of attention, so I draw your gaze to Django, slowly climbing the stairs, a twinge of pain with each step. I wonder if he hears the muted strings of his namesake, traveling maestro, left hand, 2 fingers, magnificent. A fire at 18 left him maimed, melted, fused to a future of innovation. Grief, death, tears on the page are only words. Fingers fused together become the object of wonder, the maker of jubilance. Blueberries juggled by magpies, minnows darting in and out of sunlight, shadows made by the overhang of elm, maple, oak. In spring and fall, turtles will often sunbathe on an outstretched arm of a tree, suspended somewhere between sky and water, a balancing act of gravity. This is what the years bring, a desire to understand the impossible. How green tomatoes ripen in a paper bag. How sometimes 2 fingers are enough. So the in-between one is brand new, hot off the press. I wrote it yesterday. If you could relive your first kiss, would you let the boy part his lips? Would you part yours? Would you shimmy off the limb of the apple tree? Or would you jump down into his arms? If you could return to the world of make-believe, who would you hug first? The man in sweater and sneakers, or the puppet who would become king? If you could wake up in the 20th century, what would you yearn for most? The music of children in the streets, or the scent of newsprint in the morning? I would like to turtle back across the earth, greet the blobfish as kin, hinge the sunset with the milky sea. No frozen tundra in sight, no tendril of blame from the sky. For the world, I would wish a blossom of tusks, friends intertwined, memory allowed only if truth, like taxes, were inescapable. And the last one is dedicated to my house plant, my ficus. I was in IKEA a number of years ago, and this plant looked like a person, and I had to buy it. So this is Sprout. If he could talk, he would probably say things like, dude, and what of. He might ask me to scratch that little nodule I call ear. He might unroot his long arm and thumb his nose at me. He would definitely remove that one leaf growing under his armpit, the one that was so cute at first, a tiny tie at his chin, now a straight edge, silently waiting. If he could breathe, he might say, I love you, or sing, here comes the sun, do-do-do-do, here comes the sun, I say. If he could move, comely like a sloth, he would bend so our foreheads would touch, forming an isthmus with life on either side. Thank you. I'm the opposite of most old people. I have to take my glasses off to read.
Great work, Janet. Next up is Jacqueline Lawley.
Hey everyone, thanks for saying, what am I trying to say? Hanging in there. I am the one who writes a poem from words that people give me every year and get sponsors that way. So this poem that you're going to hear is made up of a bunch of words, 25 of which I got from other people who generously gave money to Woodland Pattern. So I want to thank my sponsors. And I want to thank Woodland Pattern. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. All right. It's just one poem. And yeah, I think it'll be clear that I wrote it today. 1914, 2026. Boot falls just beyond the hallway. I'm going to start over because that was the wrong word. Boot falls just beyond the walkway. Mama, let me make you laugh. Flip the wash tub over, mock them with a Cossack dance. I'd shunt you down the beer line trail astride a bellicose giraffe. Where fate was once our playmate, moonlit tumblers who would juggle bacon, gargle fire. But serendipity is all but banned today, all but mute the moon's abiding air. It's kind of in 3 parts. That was the first part. Boot falls just beyond the stairway. Mama, let me help you serve. Fill the tub with aqua vita. Let the people have the nerve to heckle at the play of nihilists, pursuing glory in a God unbound. The Deus Sol Invictus they rise up to touch, or worse, surmount. Up there, it's easy to gun down our poets, nurses, Renee Good, Alex Preddy. Trace the outlines of the lands you plan to pocket, holy prestidigitator. In Lao, the nomenclature of hello, be well, sabaidi, is said to everybody. Fantastic, lugubrious Frantz Fanon, synesthesia of cheddar in the key of D. Last night on a neighbor's porch cam, a family of curious deer posed for Christmas pictures with a bulb-lit tree. A story stitched from friend to friend. I thought there'd been a square dance, someone said. A show of cloven faith in this full frigid nowness, this miraculous abundance of wrong. Boot falls just beyond the doorway. Mama, let me make you strong. Flip the weary wash tub over, climb atop, and sing a victory song. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Oliver. I'm your host this hour. I'm super grateful to be here this year and every year I'm able to be here. I just have 2 short poems for you. The first one is dedicated to Peter Thiel, who says that he doesn't care if humanity continues after AI. So when you use AI, that's what you're using. Yeah. If it's created, it will be used. The land that doesn't belong to us keeps being sold to Microsoft to build data centers. People do not want AI, but they like that they don't need to pick up a brush, to go to the library, to write words into petite poems or grand novels. But who will paint the murals? Who will pen the next great sonnet? Who will remember the inconvenient history which I fear we have already forgotten? Instead, the propaganda machine keeps turning out material about what must be consumed. If they build it, we, the people, will be left with an unpayable check. Okay, and then the last poem I have is titled, Scraping the Bottom of the Barrel. We start to collect clay. But I think I lost the plot along the way. By the time I realized that there is no next morning, no scrambled eggs, it was too late. T. Dalico, please come back for longer than the weekend. I miss your face, the way our glasses clink together like a toast. I crave your arms, your mouth. I want to watch heated rivalry and make out on the couch, to judge the decorated houses during the cold holidays. I miss the winter excursions we shared, your creativity, fashion sense, your clarity. Yet I cannot make up for the confidence lacked, to say nothing of what cannot be recovered. I want to re-ink your typewriter ribbon, to dial in espresso with you. I cannot bear to be honest with myself, not even a whisper. Ya kotej ti. I am learning a language neither of us can speak to express my feelings for you, Elliot, who is removed a year from my eye. Thank you so much. It looks like next up it's D. Minardi. D. Minardi.
Hi, my name is Di Minardi. Okay, I'll just bend down a little. I don't know if I can fix that. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm gonna read 3 poems today. This first one is called Primary Body. Do you know what happens to a planet when it falls out of orbit? It becomes a lone wanderer of the universe. Speeding away from the pulsing heat of its star, the atmosphere freezes, and life, in the slim, slim chance that it existed, ceases. When a planet falls out of orbit, the likeliest odds are darkness for eternity. That's why I think it's better for both of us if you stay close to me. This next one is about my childhood. So I grew up in a big family with 3 brothers and 2 sisters. 2 of them are over there. And we're all very close, but my sisters and I especially. And this is a poetic retelling of one of our favorite family stories. When I was a kid, I shared a room with my sister, whom I shall call Sister 1. And we had matching loft beds, and we slept with the door open because we were Catholic kids. And Catholic kids are scared of everything because they tell us that demons are real, and what the fuck, that's terrifying. But anyway, the hall light was outside our door, and Sister 2 came to turn it off, and Sister 1 was half asleep, and she heard her, and she sat up in bed and said, "Who are you?" And we all screamed. That's called sisterhood. Okay, this is my last one. I wrote this in the days after the presidential election. This is called The Glacier and the Whale Shark. This is a love story between 2 beings, a glacier and a whale shark. But no matter how much they love each other, it cannot be. When the whale shark migrates north, the glacier recedes. And when it's cold and the glacier returns, the whale shark must leave. So they only see each other in transition when neither is at its peak. And when it's time to leave again, the whale shark starts to cry and says, "Sometimes it feels like all we are is just a series of goodbyes. And if this isn't the last one, I just don't think I can survive." The glacier thinks a century before its slow reply. "You know, I've tried, my dear, but I can't hold still. And if we don't change with the seasons, we'll both be killed. Wouldn't it be easier not to yearn for the impossible?" "Of course, my love," the glacier said, "but if we don't yearn for it, who will?"
Wonderful. Next up is Daniel Constable. Daniel Constable.
Hey everyone, that was my better half, so I apologize for what I'm about to subject you to. Maybe we can, yeah, I think that's good. I also wrote one dedicated to my dog, but he's an asshole, so that's what this one's about. It's called Please Open the Blinds. Please open the blinds for me. Let's look outside together and see what there is to see. This is the best day ever. Let's look outside together. Is it me, or am I just crazy? This is the best day ever. Is that mailman looking at me? Is it me, or am I just crazy? This motherfucker has no respect whatsoever. Is that mailman looking at me? Walk away, bitch. Yeah, you better. This motherfucker has no respect whatsoever. I'm sweet, but there's no guarantee. Walk away, bitch. Yeah, you better. Please, why won't you open the blinds for me? Okay, the second one is called I Made You Out of Clay. Earth, the spinning dreidel of a planet, spun into being billions of years before. Its perfect rotation taken for granted, untouched, it will spin for billions more. But like a child, we must intervene because it won't spin in just the right way. So it begins to wobble and careen, our childish petulance on full display. Poke here, blow there. Maybe it can be saved. We can roll back time and make amends, a simpler time before we misbehaved. But everyone knows how this story ends. There will be no cataclysmic event. We'll watch the dreidel fall, its energy spent. And this last one is, I guess, like a modern take on The Road Not Taken, told from the trail's perspective, called I'm the Road Not Taken. A man emerged in the yellow wood, his face covered in bearded overgrowth, and being one traveler long he stood, and looked down my path as far as he could, to where I bend, wishing he could take both. Then looked to my right as though he cared. A glint in his eye, a pen in his hand. Ready to write, he looked down and stared. 2 hikers passed, he huffed and glared, a lack of solitude, not good for his brand. A simple, thoroughly walled-in man, fancying himself a modern Walt Whitman. I wanted to shout, hey asshole, what's the plan? Just pick one, nobody gives a damn. Look behind you, there's a traffic jam. Next one up, please. Yes, you with the broccoli cut. What do you want? A picture with the trees? People are a scourge, a disease. I'm getting too old to keep my mouth shut. Thank you.
Wonderful job. Next up is Kellyanne Minardi.
Okay. I brought my water because I have water anxiety and I get nervous, so. Okay. I'm going to read 4, but like they're pretty short, so I'll be in the time limit. So this first one is called Sourdough. Sourdough, oh sourdough, such a humble name for the behemoth of bread. You alone pave pathways of hope through the dark days of a pandemic. Would we have survived 2020 without your active, bubbling lifeblood keeping us company? Your gaseous chortles, such lovely background noise to our forced solitude and echoing Zoom calls. Sourdough, you influenced a nation, a generation of lost Americans answered your starters fizzle and pop. You soaked up our angst and loneliness and churned out a round, crusty beacon of warmth, hard, solid, dependable sourdough. You shine bold and bright, golden and charred like the sun. Thanks. This one is called Robert Frost Was Right. Robert Frost was right. Nothing gold can stay. I walk at twilight in a quiet park full of whispering willows and half-dressed sugar maples dropping their burnished glory to the frosted grounds when the first snowflakes begin to fall in soft, thick clumps of white silence, the good kind, not the problematic kind. I lift my head and smile at the dark sky, feeling the delicate cold hit my cheeks, feeling the sharp hint of winter, feeling like Lorelai fucking Gilmore. that was a Gilmore Girls reference, so I just watched it for the first time. It was a dark time. Okay, so this one is called An Ode to an Extra Side of Ranch. I really like ranch, so. Be still, my beating Midwestern heart, for it speeds and thrums erratically, for one thing and one thing only. Here she comes, weaving and bobbing around tables, held high overhead, because to spill any of this godly nectar would be sacrilege, a sin punishable by death. This beacon of hope is placed before me, radiant, glistening, a host of angels harmonize in unison, building higher and higher, reaching an epic crescendo, an explosion inside my mouth. Oh, extra side of ranch, you are a bomb that can end wars and heal a nation. You are the prayer and the answer. You are the last scrap of dignity, the liquid salvation, steadily patching up the tattered shreds of America's failing heart. And then I have one more. It's another food one. I was in a food. I'm hungry often. So, okay. So this one's called Sushi. I'm sorry. Sushi, you see me for who I truly am. Another basic white bitch who drags you through copious amounts of eel sauce and spicy mayo, degrading you, ruining you, swallowing you down. Yes, I'm a slut for sushi. Jiro had a dream. I am here to destroy it. Sushi, you deserve so much better. I defile you with my sauces, drowning your aura, smothering your purpose. Am I committing a hate crime every time I order you, sushi? Every time I force you to bend to my will, you call to me, sushi, a siren song. I am at your mercy, and you are at mine. Sushi, you see me for who I truly am, but let it be our little secret. Shh, sushi, shh. Close your eyes. You don't need to see what I'm about to do to you. That's it. Thank you.
Next up is Julie Demet.
Hello, thank you for having me. This is a good balm on a difficult day. I have a couple poems to read. The first one is inspired by a set of footprints that was unearthed in White Sands National Park. They're like ancient, prehistoric, fossilized footprints, and from the gate and from some other evidence, they think it was a mother carrying a child a very, very long way. So it's called White Sands. White Sands woman, child clad, did your feet sing as they thrummed the mud? Heel print held, cast in salt, under sand, fastened against the wind. Your path a lake line twice crossed, once by mammoth and once by sloth. Your song, slapped in mud, plays in white sand. Modern hands trace the salt step that the wind undoes. Disc of heel, brush of thumb, each a drum, each a drum. That's that one. Thank you. The next one is called The Rope Maker. It's also kind of inspired by a prehistoric thing. Anyway, The Rope Maker. Long have I admired the rope maker, who gathers her fibers, hair, hide, plant matter, and with her fingers spins twine. She threads it through a mammoth tusk, 4 holes bored in it, 4 strands to wind, and lays the rope. It will be used for fish catching or roof thatching. It will be used to string a bow or haul a sacred stone. What of my collection of loose threads? Okay, this one is just about the sumac tree. That gobbet bloom, that velvet nebulous, that which is saddled with red knobs, mucus knots of plump furred cells, the small red eyeballs of salmon hoisted, a bundle of grapes, clotted menstrual blood, amidst the pale and slender leaves. Rus Tefina, red blossom of the sumac tree, you've kissed the bluff with your delicate pointed nipples. 1,000 crimson minarets tumble to the shore of the Great Lake. Thank you. And then I just have one more. This one's called Riverbank. I asked the minnow, how can I lose my fear of the mysteries of death? He said to me, I am a minnow. I dart around the red rocks. I flick my black stripe. My vision is a dark red lens. I cast a shadow on the red rocks, and I am startled by the shadows around me. Thank you for listening.
Up next is Alex Ann Shaw.
It's always way too tall. Got it? Okay. Thanks everybody for hanging in there. Feels late, doesn't it? All right, I'm gonna read an old poem and a newer poem. The space between collisions. The space between collisions is known as the mean free path. Think of hailstones caught up in a cloud, churning as they try to fall. Think of the hurried shoppers elbowing each other in the street. I thought I too was American. I wanted to believe in redemption, in the long and shining arc that bends through space toward justice, that resonant black field. But I came to in a bleached out dawn where every fresh hope breaks like a quail egg firmly pressed beneath a fine Italian shoe, and promises aren't even worth the paper they're emailed on. I have no natural defenses other than narrative, but assholes stay assholes. That's a fact. And please don't tell me again how everything that happens for a reason, and how in this story the reason for the happening of the thing is not a reason we can know, but still. This story holds no comfort. This story makes no sense. Because the universe does not keep tabs on a kid who stole a moon pie from Walgreens on a day when she was hot and hungry, kicked out, broke, and the ground beef you selected so carefully at Whole Foods went bad because you forgot it and not according to some cosmic plan. Because the universe is busy with more important things, like asking what it was thinking when it allowed us to evolve, mulling it seemed like a good idea at the time, and hiding its dark matter from invidious white eyes. One summer in Ann Arbor, age 18, I house sat for an aging hippie friend, where among the jars of bulgur wheat, I had sex in her bed and listened to the neighbors arguing incessantly overhead. Fuck you, the woman roared, and everything you stand for. Think of a hailstone hissing into a starved black pond. I thought I too was human, but I came to wrapped in white skin and brown kids in detention camps to punish their moms for escape. And this is known as crime prevention. And this is also known as the mean free path. At the clinic, they ask me questions, whether I am depressed, whether I ever want to hurt myself or anyone else. They ask if I ever have trouble paying for medicine, food. Yes, I tell them, yes, and yes, I'm ass over tea kettle roughed up in this sea of broken heart. All this is duly noted in my chart, and then like a family secret, no one ever mentions it again. You only have so many tears, my mother warned me once. If you keep on like that, what will you do when you're 40 and you don't have any left? After that, I cried secretly into a mason jar. Now, with my wicked dry eye, I ask the ophthalmologist if it's true. Do you smoke? The nurse inquires. I tell her I do not. Do you smoke? She asks 5 minutes on. Still no. At the clinic, they give me orders I say I cannot follow because I know this body. I know this guilty, obstinate machine. I ask the nurse for guidance, but she has no new advice. At last, she sends me home, says, pray on it. Thanks. This is newer. This is called signal-to-noise ratio. The autumn city shreds itself, turns out its maples pockets to the wind itself intransigent, now billowing, now yellowing, now pale. The mornings, unresplendent, sag with fog. The dog wants out, then in again, insistent at the door, and our beds a sad inhabitants, mere prop against the city's trompe-l'oeil. Inside the stuffy clinic, nodes of conversation nudge forward and recede. So too the heart's striations are part of its disease. The conversations murmur, hesitate at as waves of days keep breaking at the shore. Lub-dub, 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 throb of the calendric undertow, as barely felt the current sweeps us past the orange fluorescent buoys out to open sea. This morning, I appraise the office chairs and knock off paintings of idealized space. Pink Italian villa, loosely flowered gate, cobbled streets gone tilting off the frame, toward blurry seaside promising us what? A kind of fuzzy respite from ourselves? But we are bored with it. We burrow in our phones to text and text, as if with some intent, the story of the rude remark, the stolen parking space, the unpaid debt, the angry lie, the stark abandoned body and its pain, up through the high-pitched chatter, the tired dog-eared light, toward heaven or the reaches of lost space, where shining hosts encircling await them and sweep the void with black empaneled wings, deflecting and transmitting each of us with point-to-point precision back to earth. And I'll just read one more short one. If you've ever been to Providence, Rhode Island, there's a beautiful park there called India Point Park right on the water. So this was written after I was there last. In Providence. Evening lingers greenly, slant of light across the bay, the water shining, silvering amid the dark interiors of trees. Waves disrupt the surface, a breakage, a sequence of small breakages. As too, inside the body, a small thing breaks and breaks, volumetric, dense, invisible. As we too made the necessary space within us and between us and beside. Turbines shear the distance, mugwort and the wild 4 o'clocks. People spread out blankets on the slope, sit to gaze and gaze across the bay. The very start of summer and the tide just going out. And the coreopsis yellow, yellow almost to the point of pain. Thank you.
I was just informed that Nikki Jansen, darling Nikki, cannot be here today, so there's only 2 poets left. We're almost done. We can do it. Next up, Steve. Let's give a big round of applause. We're almost done, everybody.
I love finishing next to last in the marathon. Struggling. Okay, 3 poems and some improv. This one's called Charisma. Donor Farkakta freddled in from Kakatuya Vortexico, done bust with bone rust on his horizon. Swilch me a tavernous tumbler to rumba, he drooled. My lips need a swivel. The tender at the Don Q-in, Lacey to steel, swiped tooth gaps with him. Moan, I meant to swap widgets with you, he yongled. These are modem times, halved or all. Ton of rabbits veering everywhere, like there might be a Tamaratoa heft and all. Life's iterative enough, gloomed Donnybrook to everyone in Particle-luya. Scratch me off a blot, and we'll call it evanescent. Lifestyle mandibled world's the mum, but staff stork to stare when the Tiri-Tiri Sherpa badgered by, jowled a monk's wharf, a chant of lyrics, and swirling his deliriate to fragrance, 'cause who can stand her by such a wooing? All right, well, I'm going to get political too, because God damn it. This one's called Carcass, which kind of sounds like Caracas, but anyway. Carcass. Here in the city of Hidges, the splanchnomancers read the reds, foretold the grabs of bodies, Fleck and Politish, foresewed the garbs of bloodieds, Fletch and Poultice, filched cops Philippics from their rotoed antigraves. Oh, what medley of bravura gravato, what furor of vagrant penitence breached out of the tum into the rumbla, frail wrecks and reckonings like the mid-scream interrs of Pompeii, or was it Pompey, mid-saddle straddle, Astroda's own cock losses, like a peanut librarian fussing with death, or missed putts, or missed your chips, glumped to washing tomb cemebrary, looking for audacitapes, a flamboyant prejudicidential schizoqueeze for a bit of pre-reminiscence, a floor-told gluey spack in ignosquamicious orangeophonics. You try reading this shit. Okay. We're stuck. They've been together so long. Sequel. Where did I leave off? What did I leave of? What manner a man am I, a Manaman man from Manama? What are the demands of that Manamic? Sequestrations plaguing my mind, the dear me, my demon left Bewinian. What agonic demnon perceives me, the subcloisteron continues, in whose ascent the subcloisterous wrist or twisted tryst in Trieste, sown sad or sourly sorrowing, these delimitations of disastrous folly quenches, strack enough furrow ya, or d'ye want it creter, like a crater, where the dinosaurs pitulated. See where this is heading. See more in this herdin', or d'ye hear a Senor Hero? No, it doesn't beat all, nor tempts to, in these times anew, a raw taken, the raw kin and Cussowich can formulate this present and present danger. At the urgent chinwe this musax, firing our saxobols and fletching our aerolins, strikes down in a band of viral syrinxes, unbundle our nerves, that we can strike the doom in the enemy's hearts that those most foul and pumps merit. So, thanks. I think I found my place. We will fucking win!
That was incredible. Thank you again, Steve and Tim. I also just want to thank like all of the staff at Woodland Patterns, Marla, Jenny, Laura, everybody, Molly, Antonio, Mike, everybody. Fucking rock. Sorry. Also, St. Kate, thank you so much to St. Kate. And last up for today is Katie. Woo!
Oh, yeah, I gotta grab it.
Invitation, as they say. Come on, I just had this good. That's it's a little. Can that come up just a little bit? Thanks. My name is Katie Kachaver. This came through me in 2023, but I have to learn songs that just come through me, and I decided to try to do that in 2025. And it's finding its home more and more and more. This is called Looking Out. Ooh. It's all coming apart. It's all falling down. What shall we do? What shall we say? How can I help you? How can I help you? Find your way out. Find our way in. What can we do? While we're falling apart, yeah, we're coming down. How can I see you? How can I hear you? I can see you. Can you see me too? Looking out for Thank you so much.
Wonderful work. Perfect. So that concludes the end of the show. Now we have to do the picture, right? Yeah, let's get the picture with everybody that read this hour. Also, beautiful job, everybody. We made it. We made it. You made it. Everybody here made it. Congratulations. I'll see you all here tomorrow. Yeah? Yeah? That was my fault.